Before their eyes stood the Grand East City Museum with its tall buildings. Inside the exhibition hall, a handsome young man appeared. It was Zhang Yuan, a second-year student and part-time lecturer. He enthusiastically introduced with pride, "Everyone, please take a look at this coffin. It is a precious cultural relic unearthed at pit number 9 of Beichuodui in 2024. During the refining process, a large amount of gold was mixed in, so we call it the golden coffin. The lid and the body of the coffin are one complete piece. It has never been opened since it was excavated." Zhang Yuan was still engrossed in his introduction, so what she was seeing now was exactly how it looked when it was unearthed. Kai was only focused on live streaming, not paying attention to his words, checking in with the super handsome lecturer. This guy is even more handsome than in the online videos. Seeing that, he stepped forward, grabbed the phone, then said sternly, "Special cultural relics are not allowed to be photographed. Please put your phone away." She casually objected with a playful tone. "I wasn't photographing the relic. I was photographing you." Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly turned blank. Kai excitedly showed off. "You are super popular online now. Look, the fans are greeting you. Handsome boy, I have 3 hearts. Hubby oh. May I ask if he is missing a girlfriend?" However, his face immediately darkened, and he replied coldly, "Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, but I still hope you put your phone away." As he turned away, he added, "Moreover, please don't talk about things unrelated to work during my working hours. I only answer questions related to work." Kai hurriedly followed. "Please wait, I have a question. Do you know what is inside the golden coffin?" Speaking right on topic, he answered firmly, "The material used to make the golden coffin is very special. Even the most advanced exploration teams cannot detect what is inside. According to the principle of cultural relic protection, it must not be forcibly opened." The two of them stared at the coffin. Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly, so no one knew what was really inside. Just then, she suddenly widened her eyes there. At that moment, a clear announcement sounded, "Due to the upcoming fire drill, the museum will close in 10 minutes. Please leave the museum promptly." Hearing that, he frowned in confusion. Why would there suddenly be a drill at this time? There had been no information about it before. Upon receiving the news, on the other hand, Kai seemed interested. "A drill is about to start. Does that mean you can get off work now?" At this moment, everyone hurried to leave. The urgent announcement sounded repeatedly, repeating once again, "Due to the upcoming fire drill." In the midst of the chaos, she still had the mood to ask, "Can I invite you to dinner?" Zhang Yuan ignored her without answering. The next second, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Go first." He growled, "My name is Li Yunqiao, not Kim Xiangqiao." But Suho kept his indifferent look. "Oh, is that so?" Yunqiao continued to reproach, "Because of you my plan to become the school boss was ruined." Suho replied without hesitation, "And thanks to you I got to graduate." The girls in class whispered, "Yunqiao is starting again." Lisa turned and wondered, "We're about to graduate. Why is he still so childish?" Jenny looked down in frustration and replied, "I don't know." Jenny's voice continued as she looked at Suho's cold face. "Why does he have to act so rude to someone whose parents went missing?" Yunqiao shouted his name loudly, "Suho." Then he raised his fist and leapt forward. As fast as lightning, Suho jumped high, grabbed his head with one hand, and brought his knee straight into Yunqiao's face. Suho frowned in irritation, wondering, why can't the two of us get along before graduation? Suddenly, his expression froze, his eyes wide open in horror. He had landed a fast and unexpected blow, but what was even more shocking was that Yunqiao was not knocked down. He still stood firm, his face slightly bruised, but still smiling strangely, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" After that, Yunqiao continued to clench his hand into a fist while gathering strength. His eyes flashed with a deadly red light, the mysterious spiritual energy in his hand glowing as it prepared to be unleashed. He sneered coldly. It didn't hurt at all. A powerful hook punch was thrown by Yunqiao, but Suho managed to retreat in time to dodge. This action caused the locker at the back of the class to take the damage instead. Suho's face suddenly turned worried and fearful. The female classmates were also astonished, standing up wide-eyed to look down. Yunqiao stood there with his fist pointed. The locker was smoking. The punch had created a large hole in it, proving the inner power was no small matter. Even though he himself could hardly believe the strength he had just produced, Yunqiao looked at his own hand in amazement and exclaimed, "Huh." Meanwhile, Suho sat there with a dazed face, a foolish look in his eyes. If that punch had landed on his face, who knew what might have happened? Soon, time passed. 2 years after that day, in a splendid, luxurious city, a familiar young man appeared, along with the dust and smoke of the metropolis. A long time ago, Suho once had a dream. In that dream, everything was like a game. At that time, he wore a pair of steel-clawed gloves, his eyes sharp as he said to the monsters, "Now things are starting to get interesting." Back then, in order to defeat monsters that grew stronger with every floor, Suho leveled up and fought again and again. Upgrade notifications constantly appeared. He even boldly declared, "I don't need anything, men should fight with their fists." As the monsters became stronger, Suho also had to grow stronger, continuously engaging in duel after duel. And then, after enduring countless trials, he faced all kinds of monsters from orcs to spirit beasts. Suho struggled and defeated them one by one, his level and equipment steadily increasing until he finally climbed to the highest floor. The final boss he encountered there was immensely powerful. Although that boss was his enemy, Suho could not help but feel both envy and admiration for his strength. Somehow the true identity of the final boss turned out to be someone very familiar. That person patted his head and asked if the game was fun. Suho's eyes widened as he wondered about the game. Seeing that figure, he could only blurt out one word: his father was the final boss. Suho believed the dream must have reflected his memory of his father, showing him as someone strong and dependable. Suho wondered how he could have become that powerful. Returning to reality after dashing into the hallway, he spotted the fire extinguisher. In his heart, Suho quietly called to his father, then, without hesitation, grabbed the extinguisher and rushed back into the classroom where the monster stood. His thought, if it were father in this unbelievable situation, he would do the same right. Moments later, the extinguisher struck directly into the monster's face. Suho knocked it back with only the strength of his arms. He radiated an aura of determination, sweat still beading on his face. He recalled what had happened and muttered to himself, "This situation is just like that dream." In the dream, Suho also once wondered if these things can really move. Before making a decision, a thought flashed through his mind. If I could fight like in that dream, then why should I not accept becoming a player in this life and death situation? Suho's face darkened slightly before making the turning point of his life. Immediately after he accepted to become a player, the art classroom radiated a dazzling light. A notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have become a player. Quest reward: secret quest, Courage of the Weak, blessing of the Great Mage Kandairu. The Great Mage Kandairu has granted you a special spell. The blessing of the Great Mage Kandairu ensures that you will always remain healthy throughout your life. Quest rewards: permanent effect, longevity, cure of all diseases, poisons and status effects, and sleep will enhance regeneration. This system will help players grow. This is not a dream. You only have one life, so be careful." Immediately after, Suho's status window appeared, displaying his information with his current health at 100. The remaining attributes, mana, strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, reflexes, were all at 10, and because he was a new player, he only had one active skill, Authority of the Ruler, level 1. Suho's eyes lit up and his heart filled with excitement. The status window of this game is exactly as I thought. Right after that, a quest notification appeared. Tutorial quest: defeated the ash fire and level up increased by 1/2. After carefully reading the information, he suddenly realized the monster before him was exactly the target of his quest. They were awakened ash fire, rank D. Immediately time returned to normal. Suho quickly shouted to remind his classmate to run now. She fearfully nodded in agreement. He noticed the name tags appearing above their heads. There were 2 ash fires not yet awakened, and 1 awakened ash fire, rank. Right at this moment, at the large speaker pole in the city center, The giant loudspeakers blared in all directions with piercing screeches. Along with it came the voice of the announcer declaring the dungeon gate has opened at Seoul University of Arts. We request all residents in the area evacuate immediately. The military has arrived and sealed off the scene they are surrounding and containing the mutated monsters within the school grounds, minimizing casualties as much as possible. The captain stood there staring inside and complained that so many people were dying and we could only watch when the association's hunters arrived. The subordinate beside him looked uneasy and replied it seems sending a B-rank hunter will take some time. The captain took a drag of his cigarette and turned to ask B-rank did they not say this was a D-rank gate. The subordinate's answer surprised him. Actually, the association is considering that hunters may be infected. The subordinate glanced at the list of hunters registered for the dungeon raid earlier, his tone hesitant. He pointed to the image of C-rank hunter Kim Jong-soo, then muttered could it be that C-rank hunter has already been infected. The scene shifted inside the classroom. Suho was being pushed back, and the one advancing toward him was none other than Jong-soo, the very first to be transformed. As Suho retreated, he wondered what the hell did it just leap up from a lower floor. Above its head appeared the name Awakened Mistburn C-rank along with a question flashing in Suho's mind. Mistburn C-rank, it even has a weapon, surely it is different from the previous ash fires. He raised his fist before him and muttered, but I just leveled up earlier. I wonder if I have a chance. Before he could compose himself, the sword in its hand slashed, forcing Suho to fall back in order to dodge. That slash created a current of air, a spiraling as he wondered why the gaze of Ashfire Jong-soo had shifted upward to the girls standing on the rooftop. They were also standing there waiting, thinking, let's just wait until the hunters come, they will be here soon, right? At that moment, two of the three girls met its eyes and shuddered in fear. Before they could react, it leapt soaring from the building's hallway straight to the rooftop. Suho, witnessing this, could only gape in horror, almost rooted to the spot. A moment later, the girls were gone. Only Ashfire Jong-soo remained with rubble and smoke. Suho clenched his teeth in fury. His body creaked as if about to snap. His brows furrowed and his sharp eyes burned with rage. Without a hint of hesitation, he leapt 2 steps, using the stair ledge for momentum toward the rooftop, cursing in his head, damn it, there is no time to wait for hunters anymore. Suho fiercely unleashed a powerful kick to the nape of Mistburn Jong-soo, his fists also ready. While suspended in midair, he told himself, I must stop it. The surprise attack from Suho almost caused no damage. The monster still kept its mocking grin. It then swung its sword in retaliation, and he quickly pushed off to jump back, evading. Suho reminded himself that if I get hit even once, I will lose my life. He looked down at the corpses of those just slain, blood flowing endlessly. Seeing the Mistburn rushing toward him ferociously, Suho decided to confront it with the thought, but I cannot let it escape. Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of punches, striking straight into its chest. It was not to be outdone. Swinging its sword to counter, he twisted aside, dodging, then continued to hurl his powerful punches. Suho launched a straight punch, and the impact rang out loudly. Not allowing either himself or the Mistburn a moment of respite, he instantly struck with a backhand punch. At this, Chung Lam was so happy that she burst into tears. The little girl pouted and walked closer. You are awake. You are awake. That is so great. You made me so worried. Unable to hold back her emotions, Chung Lam hugged her brother tightly and cried uncontrollably. Chung Nguyen patted her head and gently comforted her. Be good, I am fine, nothing happened to me. Unlike in the dream, he wondered to himself, strange, why does Lam Lam look so young? She seems to be a middle school student. The next second, Chung Lam cried again. Don't lie to me, you were hit by a car, how could you be fine? Hearing that, Chung Nguyen froze, muttering repeatedly, a car. At that moment, he hugged his sister again and thought, the year 2042. Now it is 4 years ago. I have been reborn to the time of the car accident 4 years ago. He gently pinched Chung Lam's cheek, then rejoiced silently. This is great. This way I can protect Lam Lam well. Everything is still in time. At the same time, Dong Luong casually stepped in. Chung Nguyen, right. The doctor said you were possibly brain dead. Now not only did you wake up miraculously, but you also look so spirited. That's wonderful. Let me introduce myself. I am Lam Dong Luong, captain of the Owl Squad, virtual ability user, rank of major. Yet his enthusiasm was ignored. Being treated that way, Dong Luong felt a bit embarrassed and speechless. Chung Nguyen hurriedly pulled his sister into the room. His voice stern, Lam, from now on do not casually interact with strange people. Chung Lam tried to defend him. Brother, Uncle Lam is a good person. After you got into the accident and were hospitalized, he has been helping us. However, in Chung Nguyen's mind, the image from his dream was still vivid. That man was a villain, an alien race never seen before. The ninth Meow dimension was in progress, preparing to pull the void gate, must not let it in. No matter what, he still had no good impression of Dong Luong. Good person what? I remember that face. I did not expect those people had already targeted Lam 4 years ago. Then, Chung Nguyen warned seriously. Lam, there is no such thing as a free meal in this world. He helped us like that. Did he mention any conditions? The girl calmly replied, he just said I am talented, and hopes I can go to Cheng'an Academy to study and contribute to society. Hearing that, he fell silent for a moment to think. That strange man seems not to have had the chance to tell Lam the details yet. As long as she doesn't go to Cheng'an Academy, perhaps Lam won't become a virtual ability user. The girl still worried about her brother little by little. Brother, your hand is so cold, like a rock. Should I call the doctor? After thinking it over, Chung Nguyen still felt uneasy. But if she doesn't become a virtual ability user, can she really escape danger? Perhaps it's the opposite. When threats appear, we won't even have the most basic power to protect ourselves. That's what's truly terrifying. So, to protect ourselves, the best way is to eliminate the danger personally. A moment later, his attitude changed. Lam, can you help me with the discharge procedures? I'll go thank Uncle Lam. Chung Lam nodded without hesitation. Okay, these days I already know the hospital's procedures well. Dong Luong had actually been standing by the door for quite some time. As soon as they met, he awkwardly forced a smile. No need to thank me, but I really do want to talk to you. Chung Nguyen's expression showed clear displeasure, too sly. He wondered if Lam, after spending these days with him, had noticed anything strange. The sky that day was still bright blue, sunlight blazing down on the hospital. The two of them went outside to talk. Chung Nguyen went straight to the point. I know you are a virtual ability user, taking advantage of my accident to lure my sister to your side. If I'm not wrong, Cheng'an Academy is exactly a training school for virtual ability users. Exposed, Dong Luong could barely stand still. What else do you know? Chung Nguyen replied firmly, I know plenty. For example, the existence of the Void Gate and the monsters within it, and that my sister is a genius. As for you, a hypocrite, saying things like contributing to society. To put it plainly, you're deceiving a 12-year-old child into risking her life. Unwilling to be misunderstood, Dong Luong hurriedly defended himself. Don't make me sound like some kind of pervert. I'm searching for talents for the safety of humankind. Hearing that, Chung Nguyen sneered sarcastically. How noble of you, secretly eavesdropping and calling it protecting humanity. What nonsense. I hope you can stay far away from my sister from now on. At this point, Dong Luong saw no need to beat around the bush anymore. Since you already know so much, I won't waste words. Chung Nguyen, Chung Lam's talent can save many people. I hope you can be more open-minded. Let the girl. Before he could finish, Chung Nguyen interrupted. I agree to let Chung Lam enter Cheng'an Academy and be trained to become a virtual ability user. Hearing the answer, he was half doubtful, half convinced. You said you agreed. Didn't you just tell me to stay away from the girl? Chung Nguyen calmly countered. Is there any contradiction between those two things? Besides, I have my own condition. If you can't fulfill it, then I can't let Chung Lam enroll. At that moment, Dong Luong grew anxious. As long as you agree to let Chung Lam enter the academy, Name your price, no matter how much, I'll manage. However, Chung Nguyen firmly refused. Uncle Lam, your financial situation isn't that good either. I don't need money. Instead, he demanded in a low, steady voice, I want to enter Cheng An Academy together with Lam Lam. No matter what kind of training she undergoes or what mission she takes on, I will be by her side. Before leaving, he left one final warning. Consider my condition carefully. Lam Lam listens to me the most. If you don't agree, I guarantee she won't go to Chang'an. Dong Luong silently watched the siblings' figures fade into the distance, deep in thought. Entering Chang'an wasn't a problem, but with his identity as an ordinary person, how could he possibly join the special virtual ability training class? Yet, if he refused, he might truly lose the genius that was Chung Lam. Some time later, the siblings strolled leisurely down the street. The girl asked gently, Brother, are you really okay after being discharged? You feel cold and look weak. Chung Nguyen raised his arm and sighed. Recovering in the hospital was too slow. Getting injections all day made my arms bruised all over. Let's go home. I'll cook something to nourish us. You've been exhausted taking care of me all this time too. Hearing that, Chung Lam's eyes lit up with delight. I want sweet and sour ribs and pork knuckles. But suddenly, as he looked closely, Chung Nguyen noticed something strange. Wait, those aren't bruises. They look more like... He clenched his teeth as realization struck. They were livor mortis. Standing before the scene, Suho thought in dismay, so this is the Shadow Dungeon. It looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon. But then, his facial muscles relaxed, becoming calm. The shadow of Suho stretched long on the ground. He seemed to realize and feel it. But for some reason, it felt strangely familiar. At this moment, a system screen faintly appeared before him, making Suho show a somewhat astonished expression. Mission notification. Survive mission. The inhabitants of this shadow dungeon will never accept a weakling as their master. In this land, survive for a certain time and prove yourself. Required time, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. He raised his hand and muttered aloud, I need to survive here for 4 hours. Baru reminded, Please be extremely cautious, little monarch. His voice lowered as he added, The moment of tribulation will soon come. Suho asked worriedly, Tribulation? At the same time, above them, a dungeon monster was silently watching them. Immediately after, the green monster with glowing red eyes leapt down to attack him. Suho quickly bent down, supported himself with his hand, and launched a backward kick straight into its stomach, making the monster cry out in pain. His eyes lit up blue as he looked back and exclaimed, Truly unexpected. The scout goblin sat clutching its chest, grimacing and crying out. Suho turned to speak to Baru, a scout goblin. Baru cautiously reminded, Having a scout here means there are surely many more nearby. As soon as the words fell, he immediately rushed forward. If so, I must finish it quickly before it can call its kin. Baru hurriedly stopped him. Little monarch, indeed goblins are weak and small creatures, but recklessly charging in like this. Then Suho replied, The name of this one has no color, which means it is at the same level or lower than mine. Now, he stood before the scout goblin. Just before it could blow the horn in its hand, Suho directly struck at the arm holding the axe, making it drop the axe. He immediately grabbed the axe and swung. At the same time, the system notified, You have obtained an item, Goblin Stone Axe. Afterward, Suho directly struck down onto its head. Purple blood splattered along with the shrill scream of the scout goblin, together with the notification, You have defeated Scout Goblin. He released his hand, looked back and said to Baru, It is done. Suho further explained, Those stronger than me are marked with color on their names. Baru replied, I understand. Suddenly, a horn sounded nearby, making both of them freeze. On the lamp post above, another goblin was sitting, blowing the horn to signal the whole horde. Suho frowned with a... He worriedly looked at the vast horde of goblins surrounding him, their eyes glowing red like fireflies, then asked Baru again, So what you mean is, you will not be very useful, right? As soon as he finished, The goblins immediately went mad and rushed to attack Suho. He gathered mana into his hand, preparing to fight. Then just watch. He infused a portion of mana into the axe above the head of the scout goblin. Then Suho pulled strongly, retrieving the axe back to himself. While the monsters charged in thoughtlessly, he hurled the spinning axe, cutting through their bodies in one sweep. Retrieving the axe in his hand, Suho seemed delighted. So this is the skill engraved into my status window. It feels like having an invisible hand. The skill description: Hand of the Monarch level 1, active skill, no mana required, you can physically affect objects without needing to touch them. A moment later, he tilted his head to one side to dodge, then reached out and grabbed something. Suho looked up in surprise. There was even an archer. He held the arrow in his hand. Using his skill, he drew an invisible string aimed at it, sending this back to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow pierced through the head of the goblin archer, killing it instantly. Baru widened his eyes in amazement, silently marveling, such an incredible adaptability. He began to recall, the youth of the young lord was like the birth of a legendary hero in myth. Even at that time, he could use the hand of the monarch, inherited from the monarch, at his will. However, that power was created to destroy all things, so it was only like shackles in this peaceful world. At present, when the apostles of Iterum are eyeing to invade Earth, the power of the young lord begins to shine upon this world. Right at this moment, Suho was alone, battling fiercely in the midst of the goblin horde. He skillfully used his ability, quickly defeating them. Along with the level up notification, Suho vaguely realized, it seems the limit of the hand of the monarch is around 10 kilograms. Just a little lapse in focus, he was stabbed sneakily by one of them. After succeeding, it stood there grinning smugly. What it received in return was a powerful punch that completely shattered its face. He stood there, clutching his stomach, bending down in pain. Baru worriedly exclaimed, "Young lord." From behind the mob of underlings, a goblin radiating dense killing intent was stepping forward. It was one of the 3 goblin centurions earlier. It reached behind. After he gave the command for his skill and read it aloud, the shadow of the goblin centurion began to stir. From the darkness, a green arm was slowly being formed and raised high. In just a moment, 3 shadow goblins of level 1 normal rank appeared in front of Suho. He was stunned, showing amazement. Looking at them, he exclaimed, "So this is the Shadow Tribe." Looking at those small, somewhat skinny figures, Baru was startled in confusion. Suho sighed, somewhat disappointed. "Not as great as I thought." It tried to explain to him. Usually shadow warriors are weaker than in real life. Suho wondered, are they also smaller? How much weaker are they? Baru answered, probably just a little. He frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Furthermore, here it says they will disappear after only 1 day. Baru widened its eyes in reaction. Impossible. Don't you have the shadow storage skill? Suho's answer was no. Its face darkened, replying sadly, I think it is because the intelligence stat and level affect the power of shadow authority. Baru was still trying to find a suitable reason, but that is also a very good skill. Truly, that skill is great. He immediately reassured me. I understand, don't be sad anymore, Baru. Right at this moment, Suho's stomach growled continuously from hunger. He suddenly remembered. Thinking back now, I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. Baru, how do we get out of here? In the middle of the shadow dungeon, it answered. You can leave here any time by using the shadow dungeon key. Suho decided. Then let's find some food first. As soon as he used the key, a board with 2 choices appeared. Notification. Do you want to exit the shadow dungeon? Yes, no. The scene shifted right after that, under the sunlight shining into the room through the window. Suho was sitting there enjoying his meal. He sat on the hospital bed, eating while sighing. I never thought hospital food could be this delicious. Baru, after a moment of observation, now spoke up. My liege, now I will explain what you need to do from now on. You have a total of 3 missions. It continued. The first is to protect the Earth from the monsters of the outer world. Suho, while chewing, asked back, so I should go to dungeons and hunt monsters, right? Baru, based on what Jinwoo experienced with Jinwoo, replied, Yes, when you hunt monsters you will level up, and the stronger you become the safer the earth will be, just like your father once did. Immediately after that, he spoke of the second mission. You must find Lady Hien at all costs. He wondered, is there a way to find Mother? Baru answered, when you hunt outer world monsters you will find clues, right? He responded, so I still have to enter dungeons. Unconsciously Baru's gaze flashed. He fell into thought. Magic assessment. Now Suho is an awakened who has leveled up. In the modern city a question flashed through his mind. I wonder what rank I will achieve. What if it is rank S? After the check, the examiner of the Hunters Association held the result in her hand and announced, your level is 46. Suho stood there hearing his rank from her. You are an awakened rank E. Scene change outside the assessment office of the Hunters Association. After receiving the result, he stepped out to leave. Baru appeared at Suho's ear whispering, I heard that hunter ranks are decided by magic stat. Because you focused on increasing strength stat, your rank is naturally low. He was somewhat displeased and replied, you do not need to try to comfort me. That only makes me feel worse. Suho looked at his palm and continued, first the authority of darkness, now my rank. Can an E-rank hunter like me protect the earth? It immediately said the most important thing, but you can level up. He replied, I heard assault teams rarely hire E or F rank hunters. If it stays like this, even entering a dungeon will be difficult. Suddenly Suho's eyes widened as if realizing something. He exclaimed, there might still be a way. This made Baru puzzled. In dungeon raids, the division of labor is very strict. The assault team raids the dungeon. They are responsible for attacking and eliminating monsters. The transport team follows and collects minerals. They appear after the dungeon monsters have been cleared. Finally, the extraction team extracts resources from the dungeon. They gather mana containing crystals and bring them out. Except for the assault team, the transport and extraction teams can accept E-rank hunters. In other words, even an E-rank hunter like Suho can still enter a dungeon. Sure enough, the familiar figure stood there in extraction team gear sighing. Suho, with the hoe in hand, looked at the person beside him and said, thank you for introducing me here. I just awakened, and you are the only person I know. That person was none other than teaching assistant Lim. Lim Dojun is a teaching assistant at the Korean National University of Arts Department of Crafts, an awakened rank E. While starting extraction, he said to him, luckily, I know a senior awakened. Thanks to you, I can work here now. Dojun called to him, hey Suho. He turned to look at him and replied, yes. Dojun immediately bowed deeply before apologizing about the university. Dojun adjusted his glasses, saying, an E-rank awakened fighting a beast and still surviving is truly astonishing. Baru, hovering nearby, replied, that is right. The young lord is extraordinary. He turned to look at it, and the two of them gazed at each other deeply. Dojun suddenly collapsed to the ground, shouting in panic, a beast. Suho looked at Baru and asked, why did you suddenly pop out? It answered, the young lord, now you are only as weak as an ant larva, so I must stay by your side to protect you, to be reassured. Dojun stood up and asked, what is this? You awakened and became a summoner? Suho answered, yes, I think so. After hearing this, he continued, many E-rank hunters do not even have skills. You are really lucky. Dojun turned around, showing off, saying, let me tell you, I even have the running skill. Suho widened his eyes and blurted, so that is why you ran away so fast. His expression immediately changed to gloom. He realized he had spoken too much. You hurriedly reassured, I was only joking. Baru still lingered around Dojun and commented on his master. Indeed, the young lord is something else. You have crushed him already. Suho now only cared about the dungeon. He looked deep inside, thinking to himself, on second thought, this is the first time I enter a dungeon other than the dark dungeon. Looking into the deep bottomless shadow, Suho was curious, is the assault team hunting monsters up ahead? Scene changed to somewhere in the dungeon. A monster was stabbed straight through the head and defeated. Two hunters of the assault team stood there complaining. This dungeon has nothing at all. The man beside, named Kim Youngjun, replied in frustration. Since earlier only a steel fang beast has appeared. The other members of the team were also concentrated here. Around them were only steel fang corpses and murmurs. Wolf hides are not worth much, sometimes their corpses have crystal deposits, so we just have to work hard. Do not be too disappointed, you have to clear the whole dungeon to know. A man standing by a small passage loudly called out, "Captain, there is something in this shortcut." He pointed that way, smiling. "See, I told you." They then entered the shortcut. In front of the whole team was a gate leading into a place that looked like an altar. From there radiated a dense purplish-pink light. One member wondered, "What is this place?" Youngjun was also curious. Liu Wen meant well, giving detailed instructions. Fighting in groups is safer. She carefully reminded them that a void energy formation consists of 6 people. At this moment everyone was freely forming teams. Zhang Yuan quietly searched around and politely asked, "Let me join your group," but the other side waved him off. "Sorry, we already have 6 people, go find someone else." At the same time, Xiao Yan appeared and spoke up. "You still don't have a team, we only have 4 people. How about..." Before she could finish, Liu Yu quickly interrupted. "Huang Xiao Yan, let's go." He selfishly rejected outright. "We have enough people." Hearing that, Zhang Yuan's face darkened. "Enough. They only have 4 people. Clearly they just don't want me in." She smiled awkwardly, unaware of anything, and said softly, "Sorry." From then on, Zhang Yuan began to stay alert. That fast, they already set their sights on me. Right after that, Wang Meng stepped out from the bushes. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, the most dangerous thing in a harsh environment is the human heart. Immediately, Zhang Yuan quickly left the place. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth, his face full of displeasure. Meng Chang asked in confusion, "Wang Meng, that guy took a shortcut. Could it be that he has already discovered us?" At that moment, his body was drenched in sweat. The alien species bred in the realm were called frost serpents, which hunted and killed their prey by sensing temperature. Their attack power was ordinary. Zhang Yuan carefully opened the map, thinking nervously. The void crystal quality was very high, possessing 4 types of abilities. He seriously analyzed. Super perception randomly increased according to physical ability. Ice condensation froze objects within a certain range for 10 seconds. Regeneration gradually restored injuries. Death immunity avoided death once when near death. A typical thin shell with a rich core. No wonder they were raised like pigs, especially that death immunity, really too tempting, but it had no use for him. Thinking so, he sped up. Found one first, then decided. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan accidentally stepped on and broke an ice chunk. He was startled and froze. Ice. The next second, Zhang Yuan looked into the distance, then raised his head and saw the frost serpents. On the tree branches, 2 of them were tightly coiled together. Without hesitation, he gripped the knife tightly. But before he could strike, the frost serpents lunged at each other and tore into one another. They screamed in pain. Immediately, one fell down, rocks and dirt splashing everywhere. It stuck out its tongue and stared straight at him. Zhang Yuan was startled, raising the knife high, ready to strike. Just as the knife tip was about to touch, he suddenly stopped. It did not attack him. Even if raised without wild instincts, it should not be so obedient. Then he suddenly remembered, right, this thing hunts using temperature sensing. If that's the case, then in its eyes now, he was no different from a log. Therefore, he was a dead man with no body temperature. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan slashed straight through the frost serpent's head. Instantly, it lay motionless in a pool of fresh blood, dead. But it did not end there. The wound was slowly healing again. Something was wrong. It had activated death immunity. It was coming back to life. Not wanting things to spiral out of control, he decided to keep striking. If one slash couldn't kill it, then many slashes would. Zhang Yuan's madness sent the flock of birds scattering in panic. After that, he slowly bent down to pick up the jade green orb. Zhang Yuan's eyes were fixed on it. While he judged, this was the void crystal. The void crystal had appeared. Maybe it really was dead. He couldn't let the instructor find out he was in a dead state. He had to try whether he could absorb the void crystal or not. Thinking so, he hurried to test it out. Lam Lam was a genius. Maybe his talent wasn't that bad either. Whatever the skill was, come quickly. Then, the system immediately announced, Frost Serpent Void Crystal detected. Do you want to absorb it? Frost Serpent Void Crystal contains the following abilities. Super Perception, Yellow Level 1. Can level up Ice Condensation, Yellow Level 1. Can level up Regeneration, Yellow Level 1. Can level up Death Immunity, Disaster Level, cannot level up. He boldly decided to try, with the text prompt appearing, try first. Anyway, it wouldn't kill him. In an instant, a green aura quickly enveloped Zhang Yuan's whole body. At that moment, he seemed to possess tremendous power. He looked at his mysterious hands and sighed. All 4 abilities were successfully absorbed. Was his luck really this good? At the same time, on Liu Yu's team, Xiao Yan and the others gathered to discuss strategy. He calmly analyzed, the strongest person in Hua Nation today can only successfully absorb about 0.03% of death immunity. She gasped in astonishment. This rate can be compared to pulling an SSR from basic packs. Meanwhile, the other guy believed that aside from guaranteeing 100% retention, it is basically impossible to succeed. Liu Yu then suggested, don't think about fate or that death immunity just now. Make full use of the watch's sound wave function. Kill a few more to get void crystals and find a good instructor is the most urgent thing. From afar, Wang Meng was quietly watching them. Seeing that Meng Chang grew more anxious, Wang Meng, we already smashed the damaged watches earlier. Now only one is usable. What do we do? He curled his lips into a sinister smile. So what if they were smashed? What's theirs is ours. The fat guy immediately got to the point. Then let's rob. Borrow the watch from that 4-eyed girl. Wang Meng shouted with glee. Let's go. At this time Feng Qin was closely monitoring everyone's every move via computer. He sighed mockingly. I hinted that your watches can communicate and you still dared to break them. Truly watch-smashing warriors. Feng Qin looked at each position on the map and muttered. They really thought we were unprepared and dared bring the kids into the mountain. Liu Wen was excited and gently said, there are already students fighting each other. He replied gleefully. Of course, fearing things would go too far, she asked if they should send reinforcements. Feng Qin bared his teeth and replied, reinforcements. Then he leaned back and shrugged. They are just stupid fools finding their own deaths. Rescuing them would only add work for the military court. Let them live and die on their own. After delivering the decisive blow, Suho looked down and exhaled before speaking to Baru. His name was red, so I was a little worried, but in the end I still defeated him. It replied, I was certain you would win, young monarch. He brushed it off, don't lie, then glanced at the shadow gauntlet on his hand and added, but thanks to this battle I learned a new way to fight, so it's not too bad after all. Suho opened the system panel. Now let's see what the reward is. A notification appeared. You have received a reward after completing the quest. Do you want to view the reward? Yes or no? His answer, of course, was yes. Quest reward notification. You will receive the following rewards. Reward, Ancient Script Storm / You have learned the skill Storm / Detailed description. Storm / skill level 1. Active skill. Required mana 50. The power of a swirling gale envelops your sword. You can strike multiple enemies at once. Suho seemed satisfied. A skill. This is the reward I wanted most. I already instinctively understand how to use it. He cast a glance to the side and wondered. Maybe I should try it out. The shadow gauntlet on his hand was withdrawn and slowly faded away. He looked at the demonic sword on the ground and muttered, as for weapons. It carried its own thought. How humiliating to think I was defeated by someone with the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch. While Suho was slowly walking toward it and picking it up, the thought continued running through its mind. But this is not the end. Human greed is endless. A demonic aura flared again. His hand gripping the hilt, the sword grew smug. Yes, the moment you grasp my hilt, you will be devoured by your own greed. But unexpectedly, as soon as Suho picked it up, all the demonic energy within was blown away. Even it was confused by this. The system announced, you have obtained the item Fang of Rakan. Suho held it up and smiled with satisfaction. Definitely much better than goblin weapons. The Fang of Rakan thought to itself, I inherited the power of the mind. The dungeon walls were carved with long deep scars by the sword strike. Suho seemed satisfied. Every time I use this skill, it will consume all of my mana, then it is a bit troublesome. But I like its destructive power, Baru added. Compared to just now, your reaction to the shadow extraction skill was too indifferent. The power of darkness is 100,000 times more incredible than this. A moment later, Dajun slightly moved, let out a few weak sounds, then slowly opened his eyes. He was startled, quickly hid the sword behind his back, then asked, You have woken up, right? He held his head and asked Suho what happened. Suho. He immediately replied, It is a long story. Do you want to hear it while going outside? Right after he finished speaking, Dajun's scream rang out when he saw the man who had lost an arm right beside him. The scene shifted outside the dungeon. Many people were present here. Suho stood up, turned back and said to Dajun, I will go check if there are any survivors in the dungeon. He sat there tiredly replying, All right. Dajun watched Suho's back walking toward the dungeon door and thought to himself, a rank hunter with summoning skills, even in small guilds he would not stand out much. He frowned, raising the question, how could Suho be that strong? But then Dajun brushed off that thought. Never mind. Thinking about these things now is pointless. Outside, the people from the mining team after coming out were there. Some were informing their families, Do not worry, I am not injured. Others were taking care of each other while discussing, How could this happen? The important thing is Suho saved all these people. Inside the dungeon, the Iron Fang wolves appeared again and roared, attacking. Answering them was a fist of darkness, shattering its mouth instantly. At that moment, all 5 of them along with the frost serpents were surrounding Zhang Yuan alone, his eyes immediately sharp as a blade, on high alert. Judging by their manner, they were about to rob him. To avoid alarming the forest, he pretended to be innocent. I do not have any void crystals on me. Wang Meng could not contain his emotion. He shouted and pointed at the frost serpents on the ground. Who are you tricking, with so many snakes on the ground? You tell me there are no void crystals, Zhang Yuan replied calmly. I have not harvested them yet. These snakes are only stunned, not dead. But, Zhang Yuan thought sternly, this shitty gang would rather rob classmates than kill other races. They might bully Lam later. They must be taught a lesson, saying that he emptied everything from his bag to prove his innocence. I really do not have any void crystals. If you do not believe me, look. Yet they still refused to believe him. They pointed and cornered Zhang Yuan. On the way here, there are 4 snake corpses. There must be at least 4 void crystals. His face fell, and he confessed, 4 void crystals. I failed to absorb them. They were eliminated. Wang Meng was unwilling and began to scold. Foolish, absorbing without the instructor present. If that worked, there would already be void ability users everywhere, Zhang Yuan thought seriously. Given the situation, my body that can absorb 100% should not be known to anyone. Meanwhile, they were smug. The kid must be exhausted from fighting. If we chase him away, the void crystals from those snakes will be ours. Wang Meng put on a threatening face and in a chilling voice ordered him to leave the watch and get lost. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to take off the watch. Then he decisively threw it to the ground without hesitation. The bold action stunned them all. Now can I go? Zaijiang demanded further. Leave the knife behind. Man Truong thought. We have already taken all his supplies. This knife should also. Wang Meng calculated carefully. The knife must be left behind. Otherwise, if he holds it and fights us desperately, what then? At this point, Zhang Yuan no longer wanted to yield. His voice full of threat. You bastards are so ruthless. Are you not afraid I will make you lose both the thread and the needle? Fearing things might go too far, he tried to calm him down. Classmate, please calm down. As long as you can return to the safe zone, you will be fine. Hearing that the others agreed. Yes, we passed by there without any danger. The safe zone has food and water. If you stay there for 3 days, you can complete the mission. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan lifted his leg. You better not lie to me. Then he kicked the tail of the frost serpent, and at once the others followed and attacked them. Man Truong kept flattering. Truly impressive. Just a few words and you tricked him away. However, Zaijiang trembled in fear. What if he finds out the safe zone has no food and comes back to cause trouble? He clenched the watch and gritted his teeth. Without a weapon, how could he possibly fight us? Looking at the watch, Wang Meng froze. His face turned pale as he realized 95% battery. He did not use the sonic function. Those snakes. Soon after, the frost serpents all swarmed in. He screamed in panic. Run quickly, these snakes are still alive. At that moment, the whole forest was in chaos. Desperate cries echoed. Help, no. Zhang Yuan calmly walked away, his hand clenched firmly. My things are not so easily taken. In the blink of an eye, Suho darted forward like lightning and delivered a kick to the kidnapper's face. The force of his leg was so strong that the man's face contorted and his eyes rolled white, unable to react. Watching from outside, Suho's subordinate could only shake his head in amazement at this strength. The rest of the Hyena Guild members were instantly terrified. Mouths agape in stunned silence. The man Suho had struck lay motionless on the ground, and Suho quickly shifted his target to the others. Suho cast a glance filled with murderous intent over his shoulder at the kidnappers. The Hyena Guild members angrily shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Only then did Suho suddenly realize, right, my body moved on its own. I must have been too enraged. He thought awkwardly. Trespassing into another guild's territory is illegal. What should I do now? Then Suho widened his eyes. An idea flashed through his mind. Baru in the back noticed the mist flame being summoned by his master gradually condense into a stream of power. Suho used it to form a mask to conceal his face and addressed the kidnappers in a low voice. I can't believe you kidnap and threaten others. His voice full of indignation. What are you, you Hyena Guild bastards? Witnessing his power, the Hyena members angrily demanded, who the freak are you? Not only did you invade our territory, but you attacked us too. Do you want to die? Then they charged forward together with belligerent faces ready to tear him apart. Suho moved lightly and gracefully, dodging each incoming strike in turn. He took a defensive stance and calculated inwardly. Based on my research, the average rank of Hyena Guild members is rank D. So to be safe, I should not use my full strength. Thinking this, he controlled the force of a direct punch toward the crowd. Several men hit by the blow were immediately flung several meters away to the bewildered stares of the others. Not stopping there, he leapt into the air and aimed his foot at the remaining men. With a single spin, Suho kicked straight into the faces of the two remaining Hyena members. Their faces were instantly smashed beyond reaction. He hurriedly pulled her away. What are you standing there for? Run, Zhao Yan anxiously shouted back. Your classmate. But Liu Yu deliberately cut her off. Why worry about him? Now, only Zhang Yuan remained alone on the battlefield, gripping his sturdy knife, showing no fear. You came here to slay snakes. Why run now? He said firmly, then stood tall to face them. These snakes have killed people. If I kill them, they can't complain. Zhang Yuan began swinging his blade, striking them down one by one. In the blink of an eye, strength gathered like a storm. The system scanned and detected the frost serpent's virtual crystal. Would you like to absorb it? He decisively replied, absorb. At that moment, Zhang Yuan concentrated all his power, entering a state of heightened perception. Yellow level 2, ice condensation. Green level 3, regeneration. Yellow level 3, death immunity, cannot be upgraded. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Then Zhang Yuan stared intently at his hand. From yellow to green requires 10 virtual crystals. Starting from green, each level up needs 10 more. He clenched his fist and analyzed. The probability of a virtual crystal enhancing a skill doesn't seem the same. Ice condensation has reached green level 3, but regeneration is still yellow level 3. It seems some dark force is preventing me from advancing my regeneration ability. Judging by how others react, it's not hard to guess that ordinary people might fail when absorbing virtual crystals. Zhang Yuan refused to give up. He stood up again, gripping his sword tightly. After a failed absorption, the virtual crystal was discarded and there was no way to level up. The skill name matched the data, and they could also see the star symbol as a hint. At this point, he decided to use the ice condensation technique. When it ended, Zhang Yuan carefully retracted his move. The fact that he had absorbed such a large number of virtual crystals must not be revealed. He needed to take care of the snake corpses and of his fallen classmates. Scene shift. Liu Wen and Fang Jing were completely focused. A classmate being killed by an alien species was no small matter. Use the coin to request emergency support so the instructor can come and handle it. Then she turned to ask, a student has requested help. Is there a rescue team available? The man wearing headphones grinned smugly and replied, they're not in real danger, but since they don't know about the monitoring, making it look real is only natural. Standing outside, Baru felt dejected. I can do nothing but watch helplessly. Suddenly, Gray in its hands stirred, slowly trembling and opening his eyes. On this side, Suho had resolved to defeat Brocky at all costs. He held Raken's fang in his hand, facing it directly. Suho's gaze darkened, calculating in his mind, hyena, Brocky, huh? He observed Brocky's movements, wondering, I think I already know where their guild name comes from. How can a monster both found a guild and kidnap humans? Could it be related to the Itarum group? Suddenly, a voice shouted, Lord Brocky, please release us. It was the people from the Hyena Guild, trying to plead. That guy is no ordinary being. We will assist you. Suho assumed an attacking stance and shouted, I will not stand by and watch this happen. Unexpectedly, Brocky stepped toward the Hyena Guild members, opening its bloodthirsty mouth. In an instant, it devoured the entire group of Hyena Guild members. Witnessing this, Suho widened his eyes in horror. What? Brocky wiped its mouth disdainfully, thinking, if I need help to deal with someone like this, those who do not know their place are just fat prey. Without further words, Suho swiftly charged with Raken's fang, attacking Brocky. Brocky reacted sharply, immediately raising its hand to block Suho's sword. Suho exerted all his strength, trying to pierce through its iron-thick flesh. He shouted in hatred, You kill people for that reason alone. Brocky responded proudly, deciding whether the weak live or die is the privilege of the strong. With that, it hurled Suho several meters away. Do you think the strong need a reason for everything they do? Suho was thrown but quickly regained balance using the terrain. His sharp senses detected imminent danger, eyes wide open. Sure enough, Brocky lunged again from the front, and Suho had to jump to evade a lethal strike. They continuously exchanged blows, turning the battlefield into chaos. Brocky stomped forcefully, making the ground sink, growling with each breath, his red eyes thirsting for blood searching for Suho's position. Suddenly, sensing something unusual, Brocky looked upward. Amid falling debris, Suho descended from above, heading straight for Brocky's head. Suddenly, Brocky lunged, punching hard into his stomach. This is not the time to worry for others, you insect. Suho trembled, feeling his body, too much pain. My bones feel like they are about to shatter. He tried to motivate himself, but when he thought of his father, who may still be fighting somewhere. Suho's whole body was enveloped by immense dark power. He assumed a stance, punching straight toward Brocky. Suho's strike hit directly in the center of its body, thinking, I must not fall here. Observing from outside, Baru cried out in anguish, My young king. On the ground, Raken's fang was now completely still, the blade broken. I regretted, power is leaking from the cracked blade. Will I be destroyed like this, disregarding the survival of the descendants in the clan, disregarding the future of the Fang clan? Everything falls on Sung Suho alone. I want to fight more. I still want to fight. Suddenly, in the mist, Raken's fang seemed to sense something. Before it, Gray was slowly standing up weakly. Looking at it, Raken's fang wondered, what will become of Lord Raken's descendant? I understand now. Suho and Brocky's battle on this side continued to be extremely intense. Gray was gradually regaining strength, growling a few times in anger, making Raken's fang realize, so he has been inspired in spirit and combat by acts of righteousness that do not tolerate evil. It was satisfying, trying to radiate the remaining energy in its body. I understand now, the final thing I can do. Raken's fang's energy flew to Gray. I can transfer all remaining power in me to the descendant of the Hung Nha monarch. Receiving this new power, Gray let out a powerful roar. On this side, Brocky's attacks were becoming faster and faster. Suho was gradually forced into a defensive stance, being knocked back several meters. He collapsed, head drooping with no strength left. Suho breathed heavily, exhausted, his movements clearly more difficult. He still tried to raise. Brocky clutched his wounds, speculating, is this person the descendant of Rakan, the one who absorbed the power of Rakan's fang? Hearing this, Suho was surprised. It absorbed the power from Rakan's fang, which means Rakan's fang sacrificed itself to save the royal descendant. A notification appeared, asking if you want to recruit the descendant of the Fang clan as a teammate. Suho thought for a moment, because from the beginning he had wanted to ally with the Fang clan. Without thinking much, he immediately confirmed, there is no reason to refuse, yes. The system immediately recorded, you had recruited the descendant of the Fang clan as a teammate. Right after, Suho felt something entering his mind. The image of Brocky sitting with Gray appeared in his head. It said, descendant of Rakan, I have lost to the Dark Monarch. Brocky smiled contentedly, patting Gray's head. This world follows the law of the strong devouring the weak. Since I have lost, I will lose a lot. It gently advised Gray, become strong so the clan can prosper. In Brocky's arms, Gray happily rubbed its head against his hand, smiling with delight. But very quickly, another scene with Gray's bewildered face flashed by. Brocky was trying to protect it from a group of strangers from the Hyena Guild. Brocky breathed weakly, looking at the people in front. What are you? Why do you not finish me? A boy with strange eyes looked at Brocky with satisfaction. This seems to be a useful monster. It is exactly what I need. The boy nodded. I chose this one. Immediately the strangers held Brocky tightly, bringing a stone in front of it. The stone was gradually brought close to Brocky's eyes, which looked bewildered. Gray could only gape, screaming amidst Brocky's painful cries. The strangers ordered, Hyena Brocky, from now on you have the task of capturing humans and bringing them to us. After speaking, they turned and left. What I have infused into your body will give you strength. Gray weakly ran over to check Brocky. The voice before leaving still commanded, of course, depending on who uses it. Immediately after, Gray's eyes opened wide in horror, as if seeing something utterly terrifying. Brocky in its eyes had changed, its whole body radiating only killing intent. Suho realized, it seems their wish had been distorted. He returned to reality, wondering to himself, the memories of the Fang clan descendant. Suho Brocky, feeling uneasy, immediately lunged forward. I don't know what's happening, but... It roared, wanting to throw a punch. Do you think I will lie still and wait for you to transform? Brocky's strike quickly descended on the spot where Suho and Gray were standing. An explosion was immediately triggered, rocks and earth scattered, creating dense dust clouds. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing what was inside. The system recorded new skills created through connection with the descendants of the Fang clan. At the same time, a hand blocked Brocky's strike. Suho's hair then changed to a completely platinum color. His arms and the aura from his eyes were also transformed, looking extremely imposing. He looked at his new body, astonished, wondering, this is... System response, connection skill possession of beast level 1, mana consumption 1 mana per second. When allowing the descendant of the Fang clan to possess your body, your physique will be enhanced, and your senses will become as sharp as a beast. Suho paid no attention to Brocky's claws approaching, suddenly thinking, what? This time he is combining with the Fang clan descendant. He completely dodged all attacks with ease, marveling, my body feels so light, senses have become sharper. Suho marveled, I could sense every movement and evade danger. He launched a kick to Brocky's chin, if it's now then. Suddenly, Brocky opened its mouth and let out a piercing yet strangely familiar cry. Suho stepped back to guard, realizing, this is the scream from earlier. Brocky's eyes once again displayed the symbols of the strange people. The symbols now appeared on its head like a mark, urging, I cannot lose. Brocky powerfully threw a punch shattering rocks. If not, it would lose everything. Gray stared blankly at Brocky's dead body lying on the ground. It lowered its head in sorrow. Baru and Suho silently observed from behind. Baru praised, "Young monarch, you did very well." Suho spoke indifferently. "Baru." His eyes wandered as he asked, "You said you could sense Itarim's energy from Brocky, right?" "I just glimpsed the memories of the descendants of the Claw tribe." Suho recalled the horrifying fragments of memory. The hunters who entered Brocky's dungeon placed something on its eyes. Could they have come from Itarim? Why did they attack Brocky? Baru thought for a while and then denied. Surely not. The outer god does not act directly, but uses disciples to disrupt cause and effect. However, the purpose of those hunters must be related to world conquest. Suho speculated that means there are also disciples of Itarim on Earth. He lowered his head regretfully, wishing he had more information. Otherwise, he might lose track of the Itarim again. Suddenly, Baru proposed, "There is a way." Suho looked at it in surprise. "Really?" Baru suggested, "Brocky has memories of Itarim. If I consume his body, today I will see those memories. In that way I can also recover mana. Indeed, a double benefit." Suho coldly and skeptically asked, "Do you have such ability?" Then he turned sharply to look at Gray and Brocky. Gray noticed Suho's gaze and glanced back indifferently. Suho stepped forward and asked, "Do you want to come with us? I have a place I want to show you." Gray remained silent for a while, observing him as if assessing safety. Suho stood there, completely patient, waiting for its answer. Moments later, Gray ran forward joyfully, licking Suho's face like a small dog. He pulled a small key from the dark space. A vast spatial gate opened before them. "Then I'm counting on you, Baru." It exclaimed admiringly, "Young monarch, you are so kind." Notification: you have received the title Wolf Slayer. The title is awarded to the hunter who kills the most wolves. When facing beast-type creatures, stats increase by 40%. Suho scratched his head in confusion. Wolf Slayer? Brocky is a hyena after all. Baru beside him reminded, "Just ignore those trivial details." Looking at the system panel, Suho decided, "Fine, this mission. Find the descendants of the monarchs and recruit teammates." Baru was surprised. The king didn't have a system like this. He calmly analyzed it. And it is said the leveling system created for you was partially modified by removing the system's original malicious intentions. Suho, curious, repeated, "malicious intent." Baru then recounted. Back then, the system forced the player Sung Jinwoo to grow immensely, and the administrator's goal was to use him as a vessel for the Dark Monarch. At the moment the goal was fulfilled. Your father's soul should have been destroyed. But he resisted the system. Images appeared in his mind, and he became the Dark Monarch himself. Baru tried to describe every detail. Then the king became the supreme being and no longer needed to level up. Suho, somewhat puzzled, asked, "So now the system is helping me become the Dark Monarch?" Baru shook his head and denied, "No, there can only be one Dark Monarch." He spoke confidently, "I trust the system will adapt in a beneficial way and guide you. If any additional functions appear, they are meant to help you." Suho hesitated a bit, his gaze thoughtful, regarding the system's status window. The system immediately displayed his current status in detail. Suho nodded in acknowledgement. "After hearing you, I roughly understand why my profession is none." Suho looked at the system panel, calculating. His stats have increased significantly since the first time Mistborns chased him at level 1. He didn't expect to acquire so many useful skills already. He worriedly glanced at Gray, still feeling very weak, thinking, if it weren't for Gray and that connection skill during the recent incident, I probably would have lost to Brocky. Thinking this, Suho gestured to Baru. "If the missions created by the system are meant to benefit me, then I will complete all those missions immediately. If I finish them, I might be able to reunite with my parents." The monsters in the dungeon forest were torn apart one by Gray. Baru approached and praised, "You're getting better at hunting. Keep it up to serve the young monarch." He commanded, "Now, don't leave anything behind. Devour everything." Suho watched and could only smile wryly. At least it adapted faster than I expected. Suddenly, a system notification caught his curiosity. Notification. The experience points of your companion Gray from hunting magical beasts have reached the threshold and will be transferred to the player. Experience loss 50%. Suho called out, pointing at the system panel. Baru, my experience just increased thanks to Gray's hunting. Is this part of the system too? Baru replied in surprise, really? He glanced at the system and said hesitantly, I'm not sure, but it's probably similar to how the Dark Soldier's experience points are transferred to the king. Suho deduced, so it's like a guild system sharing experience points like in a game. He predicted, even with a 50% loss, the automatic experience gain is still a good thing. Baru then suggested, startling Gray, so from now on, let Gray hunt here. Moments later, another system panel appeared. Suho looked over. It was another status window. Notification: you have met the conditions to unlock a mission by defeating a certain number of magical beasts in the Dark Dungeon. The daily mission, Clean the Dark Dungeon, has appeared. Suho's expression turned annoyed. A daily mission. It wants me to kill goblins. He analyzed the notification. If a collection mission appears, there will be rewards, and since it's a daily mission, I'll receive rewards every day. Baru, hearing this, speculated. It seems the system wants this area to fully belong to the king's. A mission notification appeared. Daily mission, Clean the Dark Dungeon. Gray lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily after hunting for 3 hours straight. Suho observed the battlefield, and the system displayed, Daily mission, Clean the Dark Dungeon completed. Notification: you have received rewards from the mission. Check rewards, accept or decline. Seeing his pensive expression, Baru curiously asked, What's wrong, young monarch? Suho suspected the mission counter seemed to be glitched. I completed the objective, but it keeps counting. Suho smiled mysteriously and said, Could it be? He made a decision that left Gray's mouth wide open in astonishment. If it keeps counting, maybe there's a hidden reward. Let's see how far it counts. After a short while, Gray became so exhausted he could barely breathe. Only then did the system register. Notification: hidden mission, Clean the Dark Dungeon completed. You have received rewards from the mission. Check rewards, accept or decline. Suho shouted with joy, there really is a hidden reward. He eagerly accepted, and the system sent. Mission reward notification. You will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, Status Restoration. Reward 2, Attribute Points +3. Reward 3, Blessed Random Box. Reward 4, Cursed Random Box. Choose, accept all, accept, decline. Suho quickly decided to accept the first reward. Reward 1, Status Restoration. He felt delighted. I am fully restored as if I just leveled up. Very useful if injured in battle. Then, Suho continued, accepting the second reward. Looking at the status panel, he analyzed, the higher the level, the harder it is to gain attribute points, but thanks to daily missions, I can grow stronger day by day. Suho's gaze suddenly darkened as he stared at the screen. Finally, the system asked, you must choose between 2 random boxes. Which will you choose? A few minutes of travel passed. Everyone stopped as a notification appeared. We have arrived at the conquest area. The strike team leader drew out his weapons. Fire sparks and floating blue shields appeared. Monsters appeared ahead, and the captain gave the signal. Everyone got into position and prepared for combat. The monsters belonged to the lizard group. They moved clinging to the floor, their eyes a single fierce red. Lim, Dajun, and Suho pulled the crates behind, while ahead Captain Minho spoke up. The collection team has only 2 people, so you 2 follow us closely and gather the items as quickly as possible. He worriedly added, I can't believe they want me to follow the strike team so closely. Suho said nothing, just looked at the monsters with boredom and thought, Lizard, I wish I could meet a few demons to test the Vulcan horn I got from the cursed box. Each member of the strike team coordinated their attacks smoothly. Suho also took the opportunity to observe and learn. Well, it's fine. This is a good chance to see how a hunter group fights. I'll learn how different hunters fight together. holding the dark key in his hand. Suho at that moment thought, because I completed the daily mission, I now have quite a few goblin minions as well as goblin commanders. He placed the key on the ground. A stream of dark shadows appeared as he shouted, "Arise!" In front of him, goblins appeared in succession. Suho followed with his eyes, thinking to himself, since my intelligence stat has increased, now I can control 7 shadow soldiers. Soon after, the lizard monsters were all killed at once, the tiled floor stained with their blood. Manhwa wiped the sweat from his brow, scanned the monsters, and announced, "I think we're done here. Let's take a break, everyone." When someone spoke up asking, "Already taking a break?" he said bluntly without hesitation, "I only have 2 people in the collection team. If I want to hunt more, those 2 will probably get in the way." Suddenly realizing something, Manhwa looked back. The sight of goblins helping him put the corpses into crates made him suspicious. He recalled the previous horror, the terrified expression when he first saw it. "This is a fire mist." Manhwa, confused, asked, "Fire mist? You mean that new monster that uses blue fire?" Suho immediately responded, "I'm quite sure. There was an incident involving a fire mist at our university." At that moment, 2 members of the strike team pointed out, "There's another one in this corner, and here too." Seeing the seriousness of the situation, a team member suggested, "Captain, should we stop hunting and report this to the association?" He said nothing, instead raising his hand to his chin in thought. How strange, but judging by the clothes on the corpses, these are normal people, not hunters. Our team is all awakened rank D and C. We can handle it ourselves. After this thought, he issued the order, "Continue the attack." Another person happily agreed, "Yes, that's the way." Manhwa's decision genuinely worried Suho, advancing in this situation. So he immediately brought up a point. The fire mist is more dangerous than he thinks. He didn't hesitate to raise his voice and declare, "I am the one with authority here. The collection team, lift the crates and follow us quickly." Lim Dajun was extremely apprehensive, thinking, "Will we have to face the fire mist again?" At that moment, Suho turned and asked, "You have escape skills, right?" He looked back suspiciously. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Suho's gaze hardened, his words carrying seriousness. "If anything happens, just run. We don't know what dangers lie ahead." Not long after, the 2 teams carrying golden lights advanced deep along the tracks. Inside, layers of strong blue flames surged up to the ceiling. In that room, continuous screams of pain from the fire. Feng Qin scratched his head at a loss for words. "You hit too hard." Vumak frowned and replied, "Earlier who asked to kill him?" He continued to criticize, "You should have hit the face. If he flew away, I cannot save him. What if he really dies?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan lay motionless on the ground, thinking to himself. After flying 10 meters, the restraint was released. It seems this shadow has a distance limit. Seeing the situation somewhat dangerous, he readied the gun in his hand. He must find a way to keep distance from them. What are these 2 whispering about? Then Feng Qin pointed with anger. "Zhang Yuan, you caused a classmate to be bitten to death by frost serpents. The evidence is clear. A heinous crime." Vumak awkwardly played along. "Do not struggle. Cross your arms and accept being tied up." Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with caution as he calculated. These 2. One sneaked into the forest during training to hunt beasts. The other wants to execute me without a word. They collude to kill and silence me. Then he decided to use the gun to defend himself. Super perception, precise assistance. Zhang Yuan decisively fired a dazzling beam. "My body ironclad." Feng Qin quickly dodged. Vumak sneered contemptuously. "Give up. You cannot even break my defense." He threatened, "Do not force me." Hearing that he lied, "Force you what? You have no escape routes left." In Feng Qin's heart a glimmer of hope flashed. This brat has not used his ultimate move yet, so I very much want to see. He deliberately provoked in a dangerous tone. "When you die, your sister will be mine." Hearing the word sister, Zhang Yuan suddenly froze in worry. Seconds later, Zhang Yuan's whole body emitted a terrifying aura, and he spoke in a cold and heavy voice, "Dare touch my sister. Today you will surely die." Vumak was annoyed and showed it openly. "Feng Qin, talk less." At that moment, Zhang Yuan looked determined. A series of sudden notifications appeared. Your ability Super Perception has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability Thermal Burst Pressure, Calamity Level. Can be upgraded. Thermal Burst Pressure extracts heat and moisture from the air, forming at most a layer of warm pressure with a range not exceeding 10,000 meters. Your ability Ice Condensation has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability Eternal Ice Abyss, Calamity Level, cannot be upgraded. Eternal Ice Abyss based on your will freezes all matter up to a maximum range not exceeding 10,000 meters. Your ability Regeneration has been upgraded. You have gained a new skill Immortal Body, level, can be upgraded. Immortal Body is immune to all damage and negative statuses. To avoid wasting time, Zhang Yuan immediately used his techniques. There are only 30 seconds, no time to think much. Use whichever ability first to see how it works. Then he decisively unleashed countless blocks of ice. Immediately Vumak was frozen, and Feng Qin was also alarmed, hardly able to resist. Life Resonance, Rejuvenation, to Enhat. He gaped and exclaimed in shock. Terrifying. If it were not for Feng Vumak being iron-bodied, then contact with this move would have surely killed us both. Feng Qin tried to use the to Enhat technique to recover, but the situation became increasingly unstable. No, the ambient humidity is too low. Even if you return to a recovery state, you will be frozen again after a few seconds. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was also gradually exhausted. This move consumed too much. Using it once had already depleted all his spiritual power. It could not be sustained. Then he gripped the gun, deciding to finish off the opponents, let them die. However, even the gun became frozen. Zhang Yuan was startled and swore, "Motherfucker, the gun is frozen too." Essel's face was damp with sweat, and she spoke in a worried tone, "Who summoned me? Is this some trick by the demons to kill me?" Her eyes widened as she noticed something ahead. At that moment, the scene of Brockie fiercely fighting Ragan appeared, making Essel wonder, why are there shadow soldiers here? In another corner, Suho was confronting Kadin, both of them launching continuous waves of attacks at each other. Kadin's sharp blade gradually descended while Suho's sturdy gloves rose to meet it. The blade struck hard, but was nullified against the Vulcan horn-made gloves. At that moment, he pulled both hands back, and in a flash delivered a kick to Kadin's stomach. Taken by surprise, Kadin's throat immediately spurted blood. Suho leapt up, his fist raised firmly along with his thought. This hit should be enough to knock it down. Suddenly, streams of purple aura approached him from behind. He had to leap backward, right into the place where the two were fighting, bursts of intense aura erupting. The one who had intervened just now was Jakyu, his claws still leaving traces of aura. Suho angrily shouted, then scolded inwardly, "Another troublemaker. If they teamed up against me, it could get tough." At that moment, Jake warned, "Careful there, little one." Kadin rose to stand, replying briefly, "Thanks." Suho quickly assessed the situation, then recalculated carefully. If this fight drags on, I'll run out of mana due to assimilation with Gray. Brockie as a shadow soldier is weaker than before, so he can only hold off one opponent. Now I have to separate the other two to solo one-on-one with each. Just after finishing his thought, long purple hair streaked through the space. At that moment, Essel rushed in front of him, temporarily stopping the clash between the two sides. She stood solemnly, speaking a sentence that made Jake briefly startled, answering my question. Suho, not understanding what was happening, just stood still observing. Now, Essel gripped her sword with both hands, half turned, asking, "Where is Lord Sung Jinwoo?" Once again, At that moment, Kadin leapt high, about to strike Essel, and Baru introduced, "Her name is Essel. When our lord destroyed the demon realm, her family was the only remaining demon family. She is the eldest daughter of the Raideru family. By human standards, she is equivalent to an S rank." Suho was stunned, realizing S rank, so I can watch an S rank fight. Then a loud collision echoed through the void. At that moment, the sword in her hand was knocked away. Her whole body fell backward with a sharp sound. Baru fell silent, Suho beside him sweating heavily. What just happened? Essel lay on the floor. Baru rushed over in shock, asking why she suddenly weakened. Even the mana I sense from her is lower than before. Essel stayed still, tears forming large pools, her voice choking. Something happened. At this point, she finally revealed, 6 months ago, many demons in the demon realm rebelled. Though we fought with all our strength, my family could not stop the rebellion alone. I survived thanks to other family members, but my blood was taken while I was fleeing, causing me to lose my power. She still had tears streaming down, her expression desperate. Baru, lend me some of your strength. She stuck out her tongue. He harshly refused. It would just waste mana. Essel kept pleading. Come on. The scene made Suho extremely desperate. Now I have to bear these 2 heavy losses of power. At the demon's side, Ragan had leapt toward the other 2 and asked, "Did you hear that, little brother?" Jake quickly answered, "It's a bit hard to notice because she's weakened. But if she is a survivor from the Reidaru family, this is a good opportunity for us to take the blood of a demon noble." Suho's group was now full of momentum. He clapped his hands together and arrogantly declared, "If I can fight one-on-one, I can at least handle one of them." Baru replied excitedly, "Then I have a pretty good idea." She raised her energy-filled red arms, speaking with exhilaration. "This is a good time to use that power I regained after restoring some mana." Essel sat still there, continuing to speak in a surprised tone. "It turned out that you are the young monarch." Suho looked back in astonishment, silently asking himself, "Did she just call me the young monarch?" She kept staring at him, her tone full of emotion. "You have changed so much that I did not recognize you." She continued speaking a few more words as her eyes gradually closed, looking very much like Lord Sung Jinwoo. Just halfway through speaking, Essel fell with a thud in Suho's panic. He hurried back, asking a few questions rapidly. "You know Baru, right? Are you okay?" Baru also stepped forward to lift Essel's face, then reported that it seemed she had fainted from exhaustion. "She is not dead yet, so do not worry." Hearing this, he felt extremely relieved. "That's a relief, but suddenly I feel a bit sorry for her." Manhwa and his teammates had also been freed after the recent victory. Now they were leaning against the wall, sleeping soundly. Suho looked over the team. Baru was going around treating each of them. A notification line appeared shortly after. "You have completed the mission. Rescued the survivors. Number of survivors rescued 7. You have received the mission reward," which eased all of his worries. It was truly a relief that all 7 of them were safe. When he chose to check the reward, a notification immediately appeared. Reward 1. Attribute point -3. Reward 2. You have received 700 gold. Suho was momentarily surprised, then made a decision. If it is gold, open the shop window. The shop appeared. He glanced over it and thought to himself, "It seems I can use this gold to buy items from the shop window. There are quite a few potions and items I can buy here." Childhood memories suddenly flooded his mind. Completing missions and earning money reminded him of when he was little. He used to do small chores to earn pocket money. Thinking of that, Suho smiled gently, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Suho raised his fist, proudly declaring in excitement. Thinking back, "It was also Father who gave me this system. Father, I will make good use of this pocket money." At this moment, Essel, in a state of exhaustion, was still lying helplessly on the floor. He held a vial of potion in his hand. His face froze as he realized. "It says I cannot give it." His eyes scanned each body of the monsters. Suho's voice full of sorrow rose. "Fire mist. From the first time I saw you, I thought those burned wounds looked so painful." He swung the sword. Tiny drops of blood fell. His voice choked as he spoke words of apology. "I'm sorry. This is the only way I can help everyone." In that dark railway passage, the final swings were made thanks to the skill Windstorm Slash. A little later, a foot stepped on the ground, not far from the place of the recent deadly battle. A representative of the Hunters Association appeared, surrounded by other staff reviewing documents. At that time, the worried face of an employee appeared along with notifications. "Inside the dungeon, we found the bodies of the horned lizards and fire mist. But judging by the wounds of the dead hunters in the dungeon, it seems they were not killed by those monsters. We also discovered a deeper chamber." The slash marks there seemed to have been caused by swords. Representative Ji-won frowned, considering, could there be something else besides the monsters? After reporting the situation, Da-jun laughed and said, "Then I'll be going." As he finished, Ji-won abruptly turned and asked, "May I ask something? Are you Lim Da-jun, the one who provided the information? In the Porter team list, there is someone named Sung Soo-ho. Do you know him?" He answered honestly, "He is a junior who came here to help me." When he probed further, asking where he is now, he hesitated for a few seconds. Da-jun muttered vaguely about that, which made him extremely suspicious. With a flustered look, he scratched his head and fabricated a story. "We escaped the dungeon together. Then I led him to a safe place. We were only E-rank hunters, so we couldn't do much besides requesting help from the Hunter Association. Truly embarrassing." Ji-won's eyes were sharp, staring straight ahead. The system window was still there, continuing to display the question, "Do you want to recruit the White Flame Descendant as a teammate?" At that moment, Suho's mouth fell open in shock, silently calling the name Essel. He stared at her, a big question forming in his mind. Could she be the second person to bear the title of Royal Descendant? His gaze making her curious, and she froze, asking, "New Monarch?" At that moment, Suho kept reading and rereading the system messages, then began to speculate. Could it be because she is the only pure-blood demon noble left alive? Then he curved his lips into a smile and answered with a single word, "Yes." Immediately, system messages appeared before Isel, accompanied by notifications. "The White Flame Descendant has become your teammate, due to the existing bond between you and the White Flame Descendant. The link skill has been established. Demon Link skill, input 0%. Receive power from the White Flame Descendant and unleash a powerful explosive attack." She was shocked and asked, "What is this? Why did a status window suddenly appear?" Seeing her reaction, Suho turned to Baru and said, "Because Gray can't speak, I don't know, but I guess anyone who becomes my teammate can see the status window." She was also surprised for a few seconds. Young Monarch, could it be? He looked, and then immediately confirmed. "That's right, Essel has become my teammate as the White Flame Descendant." She was startled again, her pupils dilating fully as she asked, "I am the White Flame Descendant." Not long after, the four of them, Brocky, Suho, Essel, and Gray, stood in a row. He raised his fist forward, not forgetting to ask Essel, "Now, let's try the new link skill right away. Essel, are you ready?" She was a little flustered, but quickly obeyed, "Yes, New Monarch." Immediately after the notification appeared, "You have used the Demon Link skill." Her long purple hair transformed to white, the strands curling out to both sides. Essel's entire body glowed, surrounded by dense streams of magical energy, concentrating her power to form a sphere right in front of her. The crimson energy quickly transmitted to Suho's fist, causing him to be momentarily surprised. He looked at the connecting magic and silently assessed, "This is Essel's link skill." Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground. He called her name in shock, "Essel," her face pale purple, her flesh drawn tight, stammering as she explained, "Forgive me, I'm exhausted, just after using the skill once." He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, rest well first." Then Suho looked at the energies in his right fist, a big question forming. Could a single use of the skill really drain all her strength? Just how? At that instant, the system window appeared at Suho's eye level, displaying the skill Demon Link Burst, charge level 0%. Receiving power from the Bakoa air and releasing a powerful destructive explosion. After reading it, he drew another conclusion. Could it be because the energy charge is at 0%? It's not just a way for me to recharge energy, so I have no idea how to use it. At that moment, Baru turned solemnly and said, "Young Monarch, I have a request. May I consume the bodies of the demons you brought to the Dark Dungeon?" Suho immediately opposed the idea. "No, I left them here because I want to use shadow extraction on them." She then suggested, "You've never used shadow extraction on demons before. Can we try it now?" He made no objection, simply extending his large hand. Suho's hand remained still, two commands rising over the demon group. But nothing happened, and the system explained, corrupt mana, shadow extraction cannot be used. He immediately told Beru, I've been notified that we cannot use shadow extraction on them because their mana is corrupt. She responded with a story. Even the Dark Monarch cannot extract the shadows of demons because their souls are all tainted. That's why he uses a contract to summon them, just like someone from the Raideru clan. Suho agreed with Beru. Then, we can't do anything with these corrupted souls, Beru. You can consume them all. She replied excitedly in a clear voice. Thank you, Lord. Essel behind, unclear on the situation, leaned against the wall, crying softly in thought. I can't believe they just said I'm corrupt. How unfair. At that moment, he approached her, bent down, and gently offered a vial. Here, drink this magic water, and you'll feel better. Essel replied awkwardly, Thank you. I feel like I'm getting in your way. Then Suho made a suggestion. Now that I think of it, you probably don't have anywhere to go, right? Feel free to use this city as you like. She froze for a few seconds, unable to believe what she had just heard. The new monarch is helping me this much. At that moment, notifications appeared. A section of the Dark Dungeon had been designated as the territory of Bakhoa, and Essel Raideru had been appointed as the Lord of Bakhoa's territory. Suho then smiled brightly and gently reminded her, She is my teammate. Don't worry about trivial matters. Suddenly, Beru shouted so loudly that the two of them. The warm golden light from the large chandelier poured down, covering the restaurant space with a sense of luxury. On the table, glistening slices of fresh fruit and premium chilled wine emitted a faint mist. Minsung leaned back in his chair, one arm around the girl beside him, staring intently at his phone screen, his eyes flashing with satisfaction, a wide smile spreading across his lips. Everything was as easy as turning his hand. Just a bit of acting and public opinion could be manipulated. On the screen were the hot news lines he had long awaited. Deputy Executive Director of the Grim Reaper Guild, Lee Minsung, declared innocent by the association. The Grim Reaper Guild's profits fully disclosed, opening the Soul Station for the benefit of nurturing new hunters. Despite incidents with the Hyena Guild, Lee Minsung continued charitable work. The lively party was suddenly interrupted by a voice from outside, hoarse but deliberate. Oh my, who is this? Isn't it the hero of the hunter world? Minsung's eyes lit with half surprise. Oh, hello, madam. The person entering was Rose, a quite beautiful woman, calm in demeanor, a smile showing irresistible charm. She walked in speaking in a slightly reproachful tone. You should have informed me beforehand that you would come. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Rose walked straight to the table, giving a cold order. Everyone out. Minsung glanced and snorted lightly, teasingly. Do I have to inform you of everything? The woman smiled gently, words seeming soothing. No, you know I didn't mean it like that. But in her heart, she secretly frowned. What a rotten character. Then, looking at his indifferent expression, judgment arose within her. This man was born with a silver spoon and became a star as soon as he came of age. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, that pride was completely trampled after the great disaster. After that event, amidst countless discussions about a celebrity like him becoming an A-rank hunter, Lee Minsung's driver had awakened as one of the few S-rank hunters in South Korea. That story was published in the news, and eventually, all eyes turned to the driver. At that moment, the position that Lee Minsung had always held was toppled. But somehow, the driver joined the Grim Reaper Guild founded by Im Tiju. Thinking of this, Rose poured him a glass of wine and spoke. Now can we talk business? Minsung glanced over curiously. Business what? Hearing him ask, Rose. But before they could reach, a shadow flashed past. Gray in an instant sank his sharp teeth into the neck of a demon, leaving deep bite marks, blood spraying. They were shredded into pieces within seconds. Elsewhere, Essel also charged fiercely, the sword in her hand swinging, steel gleaming. A clean slash. 2 demons collapsed on the spot. She spun, the next swing cutting down another demon, fast and decisive. At that moment, a sharp blade shot through the air like lightning. No one could see who threw it, only seeing as it passed. The jaw of a demon split in 2. The tip of the blade swept across more blue demons. Wherever it struck, blood and flesh splattered. With just a few jumps and slashes, the demons were torn apart, not one left intact. Suho appeared, his eyes flashing with fierce killing intent, his hand clenched, the knife still covered in the disgusting blood of the demons. As the strike ended, Suho took a deep breath, exhaled softly, eyes scanning the battlefield. After grasping the situation, he shouted toward Baru, "All right, I'm summoning the next wave of goblins." As soon as these words rang out, tinged with surprise and worry, she did not respond immediately but thought to herself, the young king must be losing his calm over what was just said. Rewinding a few hours before the battle began, the group had a meeting. Baru spoke clearly to all. Our objective is to gather information about Itarim's apostles from Lee Minsung, the person behind the Stardust production line. A conflict may erupt if we clash with Lee Minsung. Suho had then asked, how do we obtain information from Lee Minsung about the apostles? Baru glanced over, the corner of her mouth lifting, her tone casual yet sinister. If we cannot pry it from him, the only option is to consume him. The Dark King has permitted me to consume a person if they are deemed evil. She spoke while softly clicking her tongue, as if craving something, yet added a concluding remark. However, only when we can defeat Lee Minsung. When stopping by the Hunter Association, I saw there is a place with the highest number of concurrent logins exceeding 12 million users. A virtual reality game so famous that it has continuously held the top position since its release 4 years ago. That is, Beautiful World. No one could have imagined that the creator of the best game in the video game industry was actually the youngest child, still immature, of some wealthy conglomerate family. The name of the game company being Aujin Soft, and the CEO of the company is, while lost in thought, a voice cut in, Sung Suho, right? He was startled and nodded slightly. Yes. The man continued, I've been waiting for you. The director told me today he has to meet an important guest. Please, this way. That day, Suho entered the magnificent high-rise, glancing around. It was his first time visiting his uncle's company. The wide hallway was crowded with people coming and going. But what caught Suho's attention most was the unusually high number of awakened individuals present. As if sensing his thoughts, the employee beside him smiled and explained, I suppose you're confused because our company has so many awakened staff. Right, not everyone who awakens wants to risk their life venturing into dungeons. If they are paid properly, they can also take commissions or work as bodyguards. Curious, he asked further, why would a game company need hunters? The man replied, our company is currently working on a project. However, feeling he had said too much, the employee hesitated and replied awkwardly, but I can't explain the details to you. Suho's eyes darkened in thought, wondering, could they be making a game related to hunters? The elevator took the two of them to the top floor. The doors opened, and immediately Jinho's enthusiastic voice called out, let's see who we have here. The CEO of Aujin, also Suho's uncle, quickly approached, shaking hands warmly, smiling brightly, patting his nephew on the shoulder. Long time no see. Suho, how long has it been? In the luxurious living room, he gestured for Suho to sit on the sofa, his gaze warm but tinged with reproach. The last time I heard news of you was when you woke up at the Korean National University of Arts. Do you know how worried your aunt was about you? Suho looked briefly embarrassed, bowing his head. I've been a little busy lately, so I couldn't keep in touch with everyone. I apologize. Jinho sat opposite him, laughing. Well, it seems you've grown since the last. Suho replied firmly, yes, if you agree to help me buy back the gates and recruit the necessary assault team members to enter them. I will give Aujin Soft all the magical crystals dropped at the gates. I have the ability to conquer a dungeon from D rank to C rank easily. Hearing this, Jinho's eyes narrowed instantly. His eyebrows furrowed with suspicion, and he said in a deep voice, can you really do that even as an E rank hunter? Suho paused, slightly startled, but quickly answered, actually, I have a way to conquer the dungeon on my own. Before he could finish, Jinho interrupted, his tone serious. Suho, you know I'm also awakened, right? Even I, at D rank, higher than your current rank, am still not strong enough to hunt inside the gate. His face grew heavy, every word weighing down. Is the reason you're going this far to enter the gate because you think your parents may have been trapped in one of the gates during the Great Catastrophe? Seeing Suho remain silent, he continued, if that's the case, I will still hire hunters for you, so I hope you continue to wait. These words made Suho's heart sink. I knew it would be like this. At that moment, from within his clothes, Baru quietly spoke, Your Highness, are you going to reveal the truth? Suho replied silently, Yes, after all, you are still the one I trust the most. He lowered his head, his voice suddenly serious. Uncle, this attitude of mine made Jinho flinch. Both hands pressed on his thighs, his presence radiating powerfully, his voice resolute. The truth is I am an awakened who can level up. Jinho froze, his face changing. What? Level up? Suho nodded and continued. Currently, there are invaders from outside the universe hiding on this earth. To stop them, I need to kill monsters to level up. His eyes were cold, staring straight at his uncle. To prevent the invasion from outside the universe, I must enter dungeons and become stronger. Jinho looked briefly flustered. What are you talking about? Suddenly a thought struck him. He asked, Suho, have you heard about the solo leveling project? Upon hearing this, Suho immediately froze, his serious expression turning to one of confusion. He asked curiously, What is solo leveling? Jinho laughed. The sky was filled with dark, ominous clouds. Below, a luxurious white car stopped in front of the agency. Minsung stepped out of the car, wearing a mask over his mouth. He reminded his subordinate, Stay alert around here, understood, boss. Before entering, Minsung glanced at his jet-black pupils for a moment, then thought to himself, It's been 3 months since we last met. As soon as he stepped inside, a security guard tending to a potted plant suddenly noticed him. The guard pointed toward Minsung and exclaimed, I saw you appear on the news. You are Lee Minsung, Deputy Director of the Grim Reaper Association. Right. However, he was not very pleased to be recognized and thought to himself, Truly a gem cannot be hidden. Minsung removed the mask from his mouth, revealing a smile that was entirely fake, continuing to think, well, building an image is equally important. He responded warmly to the security guard, Thank you for recognizing me. Before leaving, Minsung added a polite remark, Have a good day. Hearing this, the guard was delighted, smiling and waving at him, Hero of the hunters, I will always support you. Looking at the guard's demeanor, Minsung suddenly recalled old faces in his memory. That's right, those jealous glances. All should look at me this way. The elite of the elite born of Eugen Construction's deputy director. That is him. The one who had long become a star and king of the advertising industry was also Minsung. He advanced smoothly in the world of celebrities and was dubbed the Asian Prince. After the Great Catastrophe, Minsung became an awakened of rank A. He had thought he would continue as one of the top hunters in the food chain as before, until his driver, Lim Tiju, became an awakened of rank S. That's right. He remembered the moment sitting in the car. The driver said, I have awakened to rank S. I am old, so I am planning to become a hunter as soon as possible. I think I will quit this driving job. Hearing these words, Minsung gritted his teeth and glared with jealousy. Meanwhile, the driver kept asking, By the way, you're awakened by rank A, right? The Hunter Association suggested I start a guild. Do you want to join? Minsung did not respond, only watching the driver's back with envy, thinking to himself, I am rank A, yet this lowly driver is rank S. From that day on, Minsung was certain that this world would gradually edge toward collapse. Returning to the present, he pressed the elevator button, silently calculating. The structure of the pyramid was inverted after the Great Catastrophe. I have to restore it to its original state. Upon arriving, Minsung pushed open the door and stepped inside, his eyes blazing red with killing intent, thinking to himself, even if I have to join hands with demons. He frowned, then reached up to remove the mask from his mouth. Opposite Minsung was a group. The female hunter guarding Suho cautiously asked, This really isn't dangerous, right? She looked at the group of people sitting before her and continued, "Just sit here until that person exits the gate and each of you will receive 5,000,000 won. And the only condition is not to reveal anything we have seen or heard here." "I can't understand why he would so easily pay us so much money," Sung-hin replied wearily. "This is already the 4th time, and have they ever promised us anything before? As hunters, closing the gate is also serving the community. It doesn't hurt anyone." Yet she still continued to voice her doubts, but something feels off. Hearing this, he said, "Then don't work for them anymore." She immediately became flustered, holding her head hesitantly. "Well, that's a bit." Although he spoke those words, inside Sung-hin shared the same thought. He murmured, "Yes, extremely suspicious. He hasn't brought any collection or excavation team at all and just sweeps the gates. But without excavation or collection, there would be no profit from the gate." Sung-hin continued thinking. At first he only entered D-rank gates, but recently he has started entering C-rank gates. What the hell is he doing in there? Meanwhile, in the dungeon, pickaxes repeatedly struck the rare mineral stones. Baru urged the dark elves to speed up, move faster, even faster. On this side, Essel looked extremely excited and asked, "The collection work requires real technique, don't you think, Gray?" He growled in response as if saying yes. At that moment, she suddenly remembered Suho and frantically looked around, murmuring, "And the new sovereign? He is fighting a C-rank boss alone. I wonder if he is okay." On this side, Suho was battling the C-rank boss, dodging every attack swiftly. Despite the boss's relentless strikes, Suho continuously moved agilely, leaping from the stone floor forward. Suho's hands gripped the venomous fang of Kasaka, concentrating his strength to strike down. Immediately after, he used the technique Storm Slash, unleashing consecutive slashes within 1 second with precision. However, the C-rank boss could fully resist the attack, and the system's voice announced, "Effect paralysis has been activated. The target possesses strong resistance, so the effect will be weakened." Suddenly, Kasaka's venom fang twitched, its entire body enveloped in a dense layer of mana. It sensed the command and simultaneously unleashed brilliant slashes to assist Suho. The C-rank boss was attacked from both sides and could no longer resist. Seeing this, Suho thought to himself, "I'm strong enough to face a C-rank boss alone. Next I can move on to a B-rank gate." The C-rank boss fell to the ground, cracking the surrounding rocks with loud noises. Suho and Kasaka's venom fang ran toward where it had fallen, and in his mind he continued, "I've also grown accustomed to using sovereign authority in combat, not just leveling up, but becoming increasingly skilled in fighting." Suddenly, Suho's expression changed as he thought, "Normally I only use sovereign authority to move objects, but I'm curious what happens if I integrate invisible hands into my attack." With that thought, he kicked off the boss's face to gain momentum, leaped into the air, and spun once midair. His hands clenched tightly, channeling power into his fists. In an instant, the energy was released densely, radiating around his fists. The moment had arrived, and he immediately descended on the boss with a powerful punch, creating a massive explosion, the immense force shattering the surrounding rocks. The attack was a critical hit. The C-rank boss could not dodge and took the full brunt, its body exploding completely. Very quickly, the system panel appeared, announcing, "You have defeated the giant Arachne. You have leveled up. Sovereign Authority has been upgraded. Sovereign Authority Level 2, active skill, does not consume mana. Even if you do not directly touch an object, you can still move it. Fatigue accumulates based on skill usage. Fatigue 83. Lying atop the boss's hardened corpse, Suho muttered tiredly, "I suppose because I need to focus completely when using this skill, I get fatigued faster. Using this skill continuously is really difficult." After finishing, he returned to Essel and Gray, leaving them astonished. Suho calmly approached, hands in his pockets, his eyes quietly reflecting the thoughts surging within him. "There are countless ways to fight depending on how I use sovereign authority." Seeing him, Essel joyfully exclaimed, "New sovereign." She eagerly approached. About 30 minutes earlier, after stepping into the spatial gate, Suho muttered strangely to himself. I wonder why sand is coming out from the gate. Essel behind him continued, right, tell me. He looked at the desert stretching for tens of thousands of meters and said, so it turns out the dungeon is a desert. Suddenly Baru pointed ahead and said, I feel a strong magical power coming from that pyramid. Suho glanced at the trucks parked nearby and wondered, but why are there things that seem out of place in the dungeon? They quickly went to check, continuously exclaiming, there are cars and even barbed wire fences. Suho asked suspiciously, I heard that machines do not work in the dungeon, so why are they here? Essel speculated, don't tell me, this place is not a dungeon. She looked at the logo on the car and continued, but it is a gate that has crossed the boundary of another world. Baru immediately objected, that cannot happen. Suho went ahead leading the way and said, even so, as long as the gate in front is still in the dark dungeon, there will be no problem. I will go and check everything. She cheerfully replied, yes, I think that is a great idea. With that Suho went into another spatial gate under the watch of everyone. Very quickly he returned, making everyone amazed at how fast he was. Essel curiously asked, Your Majesty, how is it? Suho stood under the sunlight, his face pale, and said, the gate is gone, back in the real world. Sunghyun's face suddenly turned pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. All the hunters guarding Suho simultaneously exclaimed, the gate has disappeared. Does that mean the boss beast has been killed? But that person has not returned yet. We need to contact the emergency liaison immediately. Back here inside the pyramid a fierce battle was about to unfold. Suho looked around and thought, we have entered the pyramid. He looked at the two people in front of him and guessed, I am glad there are people. They are probably the ones who came by vehicle outside, judging by how they speak English. They came from another country. Thinking of this, Suho scratched his head awkwardly and asked, I am at where? In his heart he Finishing the memory line, Randolph spoke to warn, kid, if you are a hunter pursuing this dungeon. After hearing this, Suho thought to himself, so this is the dungeon. He continued, this will be the final warning for you. If you agree, I will let you go. Hearing this, he had to exclaim in astonishment, aggressive indeed. If this is the dungeon, then I have no choice but to clear it to complete the emergency mission. Thinking this, Suho wondered, what if I refuse? Randolph took the handle of the weapon on his back and replied, simple, we will have to kill you. Finishing his words, he charged at Suho, attacking suddenly and aggressively. Seeing this, both Gray and Essel became alarmed. Ryo Singh on this side was also surprised by his decisiveness. Anticipating a fight about to unfold, Randolph swung his weapon in an arc, but Suho quickly vanished to dodge. The impact of the attack sent dirt and rocks flying. He glared down, immediately noticing Suho concentrating his spiritual power to counterattack. He growled, you were the one who attacked first. Finishing his words, Suho immediately lunged, giving Randolph a painful punch to the stomach. The point of contact with his armor rose smoke. Suho frowned, thinking, I don't know how much damage I will cause after increasing my power. Since I attacked his armor, he won't die, right? After receiving the blow, Randolph gritted his teeth in anger, his face contorted horribly. He immediately retaliated with another punch, growling, you brat. Seeing Randolph unharmed, Suho was astonished. What? Just as he steadied himself, he was hit full force by Randolph's punch, being thrown backward, smashing a large wall and sliding down. Randolph was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. He commanded, how dare you hold back on me? Kill them all, whether they are from the Achila Guild or that Asian kid. Kill them all for me. Immediately Essel ran over, angrily wielding her weapon and shouted, how dare you harm the young prince? Gray beside her also angrily charged to attack. On Ryo Singh's side, he gripped his sword, gritting his teeth as he ordered his comrades, I guess a battle is inevitable. Meanwhile, Suho on his side struggled to get up, painfully exclaiming, oh God. Just then Baru ran over worriedly asking, Your Majesty, are you okay? Suho coldly replied, yes. He looked outside, asking, are the hunters fighting each other? If I want to complete the emergency mission, I have to win this brawl, right? Baru stated. Then the Thap Hong Guild and the Asyuta Guild clashed head-on. One of the Thap Hong members shouted, the Asura Guild is teaming up with another hunter party. Another man arrogantly replied, 3 trees together are still just 3 trees. We surpass them in both quality and quantity. Suho calmly took out the dark key, looked into it, and announced, we haven't unleashed our full strength yet. After the command rose, powerful darkness surged, a massive force making the Thap Hong members gape in shock. At that moment, a giant regular rank arachne appeared, rolling waves of darkness sweeping across its body. Just a few seconds later, an army of dark soldiers with grotesque skeletal forms appeared in full force. The scene left Ryo Singh astonished. Such combat ability and yet a summoner, able to summon all of that at once. Beside him, Suho clapped his hands together and shouted with momentum, all right, let's go. The Arakan screamed loudly, shaking the air, forcing the others to raise their shields. Randolph swung his crescent-shaped hammer, dispersing the rising dust clouds in front of him. He stepped back, temporarily maintaining balance on the tips of his toes, heels raised high. A second later, he stomped hard, propelling his entire body into the air. Randolph appeared right next to Arakan, swung the large hammer in a powerful arc, slicing the monster into multiple pieces. Then he leapt down with a proud stance, mouth wide open, saying, hiding too well. Kid, interesting. Suho assumed a defensive stance, raised his fists, calling out to Randolph. Baru, already cautious, remarked, although weaker after becoming a dark soldier, he can still blow away the monster that the young king struggled with in a single strike. Humans really are the strongest here. At that moment, he turned to command Gray. Aim perfectly, Gray, use the link skill. Then Essel hesitated, calling out once, young king. He didn't hear her, so she called again loudly, wait, young king. Quickly, she proposed, how about you use the link skill with me this time? We have learned a method to increase recharge speed while moving around the gate. Suho scratched his head with one hand, embarrassed, responding, using a skill I've never used in real combat. Now he understood clearly, if the dead refer to mummies, then that one must be inside this dungeon. The being born from death can break the seal. Randolph then looked at the passage behind. The plan calculated precisely. The boss's order is to claim ownership of the dungeon, but judging by the current guild battle, seizing the power to revive the dead would align with the boss's intentions better. Suddenly, he turned his face, his blue pupils sharp like swords. The scene of Suho fighting alone against the monsters became clear before his eyes, forcing him to hesitate. However, if he retreats now, Suho, along with the black mask, fought calmly, the blue light emitted from his pupils making him appear even stronger. Seeing this, Randolph narrowed his eyes, thoughts flashing through his mind. Ryo Singh, busy fighting, suddenly froze, his eyebrows stiffening as he saw something. At that moment, Randolph raised his iron shield high, shouting loudly, Thap Hong Guild, follow me, ignore the hunters and head straight to the boss's chamber. As soon as he finished, he immediately gave the order, and Thap Hong Guild headed for the boss's chamber, stopping them. He ran forward, and a group of undead monsters appeared to block the way. Ryo Singh gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, are they trying to use the monsters to stop us? Why does the path have to go that way? Suho, worried now, thought, at this rate, the rewards will all be snatched. Without any hesitation, he called Gray, his whole body immediately signaling. Right after, Gray transformed into a large form, his bulging muscles appearing along with an overwhelming aura. Without any command, Gray raised his claws as soon as his body fully transformed. Moments later, he wildly raised his arms and slammed them onto the ground. Within seconds, Gray swept away all the monsters blocking the way. Suho stood proudly in the middle, surrounded by waves of blood spraying from the monsters. The horrifying sight left Ryo Singh frozen in place. By now, Suho's appearance had also changed, his cold eyes glancing back, emphasizing each word, cleaning this place up and chasing after them. Behind him, Ryo Singh's face was contorted in shock, not only able to summon but also merge with them. Suho, who are you? Beside him, Essel, tears streaming, said bitterly, this is my chance to participate. Not long after, in a dark corridor, sturdy pillars stood. At that moment, outside, the battle raged fiercely, the fight between humans and undead monsters. Suho jumped alone, legs spread wide, kicking a massive monster aside. After a while of confronting them, he finally took a moment to seriously assess the situation. They kept charging endlessly, so if that's the case, Suho's command to rise echoed, and the darkness within the undead hovered beside him, accompanied by a system notification. Unable to extract ancient souls. He looked at his palm, frustration surging as he exclaimed, "Unable to extract ancient souls. I can't even use it on demons. There are more limitations than I expected." No sooner had he finished speaking, the ground beneath him shook violently. The earth and stone in front of Suho suddenly cracked apart. The ground beneath the other hunters also collapsed, forcing everyone to tilt and stagger. Rocks and dust flew high, thick dust choking the air. After the chaos, a massive centipede-like creature burst from the ground, appearing clearly before everyone. Its two heads glared viciously downward, causing someone to scream in panic. A monstrous centipede. Damn it, the mummies alone were already exhausting. In the tense atmosphere, Dian lowered its heads to the ground, sharp teeth gaping wide. Its entire body slithered forward, breaking the ground, forcing everyone to quickly leap from their positions. Beside its massive body, small Essel dashed forward, flying in parallel. She leapt upward, stabbing her sharp spear straight into it. Landing, she planted her feet on Dian's body, both hands driving the spear downward with all her strength. After exerting herself, Essel cautiously announced, "It's too tough. My attack isn't effective." At that moment, Ryo Singh expressed his concern. "Suho, these monsters pouring in like this are very dangerous. I'm furious at the Thap Hong Guild for stealing ownership of the field dungeon, but I think we should retreat." Suho went on the offensive, replying in agreement, "I think so too." Yet he hesitated, recalling the system panel. The terrifying image of Amut's tomb prisoner appeared in Suho's mind. At that moment it looked no different from a fierce beast. Seeing its massive body step forward, he was shocked to realize that the red-named monster was a disaster completely unlike the other monsters. After a stretch of movement, it slowly opened its mouth with two sharp jaws. The phrase "disappear" was uttered in Amut's deep voice, and the undead monsters were simultaneously startled. Immediately after, they obeyed the command, all turning their heads and moving in the same direction. Essel watched the movements of the undead, stammering, "I heard the voice of that monster telling them to disappear." The mummies returned after hearing it. At that moment, Amut leapt in front of her, and she had just asked in her mind, "What is that?" Seeing her teammates in danger, Suho shouted in shock, "Essel." At that moment, she spoke to Essel. Just now that was the monster's language. "Can you understand what I am saying?" She looked up. Though very frightened, she answered clearly, "Yes, because I am of the demon tribe." Before she could finish, it laughed heartily. Its excited tone said, "The only thing I see here every day is stupid corpses and scattered insects across the desert. It's been a long time since I met someone who can talk to me." At that moment, Dian lunged from behind Essel, its mouth wide open preparing to strike. She was still dazed, whispering, "He looks friendlier than he appears." The centipede monster shattered into hundreds of pieces with a single light swing of Amut's hand. She gaped, watching layers of hard skin fly into the air, wondering, did he kill the centipede monster with just one blow? Dian fell with a thud. Amut felt guilty, immediately blaming itself. "Before we talk, perhaps I must clear the monsters who do not understand me first." Finishing, it leapt, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Amut soared through the air like the wind, one swing of its hand striking off the tail of the massive monster. Dian's tail separated. It also jumped down. Below were rows of stunned faces. Suho followed with his eyes wide, asking, "A monster killing a monster." Amut still hovered in the air. Dian, full of rage, charged from behind. It lunged with 6 glowing red eyes, 2 sharp jaws biting tightly. Suddenly, the centipede's neck was struck with a powerful hit. It shrieked, frozen in place. Amut's strong hands surged forward. piercing straight through the hard shell into the flesh. Moments later, green blood from the monster spouted like a volcano. It withdrew its hands. Dian's colossal body fell. Dying, it stood opposite Suho, pointing its hand straight at his face and asking, "So does that mean the corporeal Lord Tarnak also perished at his hands?" At that moment, the words "the prisoner of the tomb," Amut, appeared above its head. He noticed, bowing his head cautiously as he realized, this monster is Amut, and it seems to be a corporeal type subordinate of a corporeal lord. If it knew who his father was, it might attack him immediately. As he finished that line of reasoning, the sole of its foot appeared right above his head. Essel did not take her eyes off it, and upon seeing it she shouted, "Young lord." Amut did not hesitate in the slightest and stomped hard on the spot where Suho was standing. Fortunately, he reacted in time, his body bouncing backwards several times to escape death. After creating some distance, he immediately asked, "What are you doing?" It angrily raised its fist before speaking. "You answer slowly as if thinking, 'Surely you want to deceive me. If you do not answer quickly, I will kill you.'" Its words made Suho slightly wary. It seemed this monster was quite intelligent. Amut tried to remain calm, speaking again to repeat the earlier question. "I ask you again, the corporeal lord perished at the hands of the Dark Lord, correct?" Suho responded immediately, "Yes, he defeated all the lords," his mind quietly betting, if he can say it like that, then he will not fly into a rage and attack. At that moment, it said something that made him utterly shocked. I was very puzzled why he did not come to meet me anymore. Amut believed those words, opening its mouth to laugh heartily, "Ha ha," in a delighted tone. "So he has been destroyed. It seems I should thank the Dark Lord." Suho wondered to himself, "Is it happy?" Then he swung one hand and asked, "So you are not acquainted or related to the corporeal lord?" It replied calmly, "What relation would I have with him?" It once again prepared to attack, its fist tightly clenched. Its brutal voice said, "I do not like it when you say that." Amut shouted the words "Die," and Suho, flustered, raised his hands to defend. At that moment, Essel ran over to check. "Young lord, are you okay?" He replied briefly, "I'm fine." Gray lay on the floor with tears. Beside him Suho noted, "Now I know the presence of those monsters here, so I need to be careful, and while I can, I should quickly heal the Asura Guild members." His words were suddenly cut off as he noticed something horrifying. At that moment, the emergency mission, Temporal Crack, had discovered a temporal crack. Step into the door connected to that place and remove the cause of the crack was blurred. He immediately realized, "What is happening with this mission, young lord?" At that time Essel also ran back to ask, "What's going on?" He pointed tremblingly at the screen and said, "The emergency mission has changed. Now it says that one is a descendant of the corporeal. On it, it says, the emergency mission temporal crack has discovered a temporal crack. Step into the door connected to that place and release the descendant of the corporeal Amut from the pyramid." Inside the room where Amut was imprisoned, pools of blood had spread across the floor, next to human armor accessories. The space was oppressively silent, the corpses of soldiers lying on the ground. Suho and Essel moved in together, she gripping her spear tightly, he quietly noting, "They are members of the Decayed Guild, so they were killed by that monster here." After looking around for a while, his eyes settled on what was ahead. Opposite, Amut was restrained by a series of red chains. Not long before, Amut's muscular fist surged upward, pulling along the mass of chains. It couldn't take a single step toward the teleportation gate in front of it. Suho at that moment spoke with full disappointment, as expected. "The chains appear even when you enter the dark dungeon." It raised its hand and crushed a chain, honestly expressing frustration. "As soon as I think of leaving here, the chains will immediately restrain me." Suho sighed to himself, "What a troublesome magic," then immediately reassured it. "Anyway, I am just testing to see if this method works." Then he began to remind us of the plan this time. "We need to do two things first. One is I and Essel must defeat the boss to make the dungeon collapse. Once that is completed, everyone will move to the second task, which is to neutralize the chains when the pillars are destroyed. Third, Amut will be freed from the chains and reunited with Biru and everyone, finally entering the dark dungeon to escape the collapsing dungeon. After clearly hearing the plan, Amut expressed his concern that, if one of the two tasks fails, wouldn't the whole plan be ruined? Suho quickly responded, I still have a backup plan. It did not bother to ask and said indifferently, fine, better than being trapped here. Back to the present, at this moment the sand in the dungeon was being controlled to surge toward one side. The sand concentrated on Sheikah's shoulders as it stood up, one hand placing the glowing orb on its shoulder. Moments later, the sand molded into mindless creatures. While they had not yet fully formed, Suho leapt up with the sharp sword in his hand. The energy in his eyes became increasingly obvious, his arm simultaneously swinging the sword behind him. A series of fierce slashes were unleashed, and the sand monsters were shattered. She responded quickly and succinctly, Yes, Your Majesty, while inwardly rejoicing. Finally, Essel quickly raised both hands to form a black-red magical orb. At that moment, thinking to herself that the energy required to use the combination skill she learned while traveling with the young monarch across the gates, if she killed monsters, she would absorb their souls to increase the charging speed of the combination skill. The orb was extended forward, each stream of magical energy spreading throughout the space along with her overwhelming joy, finally having a chance to demonstrate the results of the goblin hunt in the dark dungeon. The magical energy surged like the wind, instantly filling the entire space. The energy clung tightly to Suho's hands, carrying that fierce momentum to launch him forward. Immediately after, he leapt high, streams of black-red spiritual energy surrounding his entire body, looking extraordinarily magnificent. Opposite him, Sheikah was also clenching its fists tightly, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. At this moment, Essel had leaned forward, collapsing onto the floor with a thud. Her eyes still held traces of blood, slightly disappointed at the current situation, thinking, I let the young monarch witness my pitiful state again. While the two prepared for battle, she silently prayed that the combination skill would be useful for him. At that moment, Suho thrust his fist forward, together with the combination skill of the demon servant, at 67% energy, drawing energy from the descendant of the white flame and launching a powerful strike, telling himself that he would pour everything into this attack. Both sides simultaneously threw punches. Sheikah missed, and Suho easily drove his fist deep into it. A second later, its entire body split in half, streams of blood swirling into circles. At that moment, Biru felt the surrounding sway, sand gradually fall. The sunset cast a dim golden light over the pickup trucks parked along the road. Inside one of the vehicles, Ryo Singh was asleep in the driver's seat, while the passenger seats held hunters from the Asura Guild. Suddenly, Ryo Singh kept being called repeatedly by someone. At that moment, Suho stood by the driver's window, arms crossed, calling out loudly, waking up. He looked groggily over, curious, calling his name, Suho. Suho smiled, giving a brief notification and a request. We've finished clearing that dungeon, and by the way, may I borrow your phone for a moment? He was still half asleep, tilting his head as he counted things over. That dungeon. The quiet space was instantly shattered when Ryo Singh shouted, finished clearing that dungeon. Amid the layers of orange and gold clouds, an airplane sliced through the wind at high speed. At the airport, Ryo Singh represented his guild, saying, Suho, I will never forget how you saved us at the pyramid. Stay in touch even after you return to Korea. Suho replied respectfully, Yes, thank you very much for helping me get a flight back to Korea and for helping me contact my uncle. Earlier, Jinho had jumped with excitement after speaking with him. What? You went to Egypt for a gate. Are you okay? I'm so glad. I was worried something bad might have happened to you. Suho, recalling this, immediately thought. My uncle said he reported this to a contact in the Hunters Association. So soon I'll probably have to visit the Hunters Association. At that moment, Ryo Singh stroked his chin suspiciously. But this was too much. A demon seemingly ranked S or higher withdrawing and letting the dungeon collapse. Suho flinched slightly, stammering in response. Yes, that is strange indeed. He forced a smile, still trying to appear casual, thinking to himself, I can't tell him what really happened with Amut. Previously, both of Amut's hands had been tightly bound by chains. Suho and his group approached him, seriously asking. In the end, you still couldn't returning to reality. Before leaving, Suho waved to the hunter uncle. See you later, Ryo Singh. Thinking at the same time, a gate opened in the dark dungeon and an emergency mission appeared, probably so I can meet Amut as my teammate. Watching his departing back, he couldn't help but wonder, Sung Suho, he can summon monsters, fight, and even transform, even though he's only a rank B hunter. Then he immediately thought, I must contact my guild and have them scout him. At that moment, Baru flew out and said, It's been a long time since I've flown, and Suho, with similar regret, thought, well, it's fine, the gate connecting to Korea has closed anyway. The status window appeared after his affirmation. I can level up 7 times faster by defeating a boss and completing an emergency mission. It showed, Name Sung Suho, level 34, occupation none, fatigue 0, title Beast Slayer, HP 7000, mana 650, strength 70, intelligence 55, agility 44, perception 49 plus 5, remaining points 0. After observing it, he curiously asked, Baru, given my current condition, what hunter rank do you think I am? Baru answered honestly, I think you're probably rank A. This truly surprised Suho, rank A now. His gaze hardened, seriously acknowledging, it seems my preparations are nearly complete. He raised his palms, reminding himself of something important. It's time to counterattack Lee Min-sung and the disciples of Itarim. That night, the dim moonlight shone down, and by chance, a striking purple hue reflected. At night, the city center became lively again, lights from skyscrapers illuminating in turn. Meanwhile, in the office of the Knights Guild, someone's voice announced, Our guild is truly growing very strong. The man sitting in the center continued reporting, Previously we were just a guild of rank C hunters, but now we have access to a rank B gate in Incheon, a fellow guild. At the airport, the sky gradually turned gray, and the air felt somewhat still. Around the few vehicles, many bodyguards were standing guard strictly. They talked among themselves. This situation is really dangerous. 3 people standing in front of the runway could not help but discuss, based on the amount of mana being emitted from the portal, if we do not defeat the boss immediately, I think a dungeon collapse is inevitable. If that happens, I am afraid this airport will suffer extremely serious damage. In that case, we will report to the Hunter Association that everything is fine. Scribe. The gaze of one person swept across. Looking extremely serious, he said, Creation. The words made those around curious and listen. It was born to fulfill the will of the Creator. The gaze of the second fragment of tile showed no emotion except coldness. Suddenly, in front of them, a strange scene appeared. Red light covered the black smoke, and in the middle were anomalies. Creations are beings created to fulfill the wishes of the Creator. If he feels bored, they will carry out conquests. If he wants something, they will go to any lengths to provoke battles. That is the reason for their existence, the creations. But one day, the Creator, the God, decreed that one of his peers in another dimension had fallen. He gave a holy cup to the creations and demanded, Take this and seize control of the unclaimed world for me. They followed the God's orders, gathered countless followers in their world, and the God's army set out toward the unclaimed world. The energy beyond imagination was necessary to transfer such a massive army. The passage through dimensions was too small to contain such huge energy. Therefore, the God's army spent a lot of time crossing that space gate. But the army did not give up because of the hardship, and finally set foot in the unclaimed world. At that moment, the scene was a sky filled with the wings of the creations, and the God of Darkness stood looking up. They thought they saw darkness. This familiar image was none other than the Shadow Monarch Sung Jinwoo. An immeasurable dark aura radiated from him. That immeasurable darkness was extremely powerful, capable of summoning and controlling everything. The night sky had sparkling stars, extremely beautiful. But in reality, it was not as beautiful as it looked. Inside was an entire army ready to appear at any moment if given the command. The power of that dark god was immense, so great that it was difficult for any enemy to resist. With just one signal, that vast army could appear immediately and rise. Indeed, both the dark... At this point, the messenger of the outer god, Tile, said, "This is an opportunity, just as it took us a long time to leave that place. Those who have escaped the darkness in the unclaimed world will also find it difficult to return due to the enormous mana they now possess. I cannot sense mana from the inhabitants of the unclaimed world, so if we use mist fire, I believe we can destroy their world from within. Mist fire, those bearing the title of the lowest believers, are burned by the flame of faith, yet continue to execute the will of the god, weak as they are. But their ability to spread faith is extremely dangerous to those without mana." The god's army believed that as faith spreads in the unclaimed world and the number of believers increases, they could create sanctuaries and miracles, so all agreed with Tile's strategy. He then used his power to split the source of strength into 5 fragments. He left the weakest fragment carrying the flame of the mist fire to enter the unclaimed world. As planned, the weakest fragment was not detected by the darkness and successfully entered the unclaimed world. That fragment carried a dazzling light and flew rapidly through the darkness. However, the first fragment of Tile to reach that world encountered unexpected variables. At that moment, the fragment observed from above the humans below preparing to enter the dungeon. The creatures without mana in the unclaimed world had gained mana upon awakening. Then he discovered that mana appeared in this world along with the great catastrophe. The first fragment decided to wait for the other fragments and successfully merged with the second fragment, forming Tile Second. Unexpectedly, they could shift in such a favorable direction during the battle. Surely there was someone behind this plan. Other failures must absolutely not occur in my plan, humans, among them. It is... The scene remained utterly chaotic. The monsters continued attacking humans with sharp weapons, becoming more aggressive with each strike. Each one looked extremely fierce, with razor-sharp fangs and long, winding tongues. Immediately, a beam of light streaked across them. Suho attacked with his fists and used the power skill of the ruler to control weapons, quickly taking them down. He paused for a moment, adjusted his hood, and wondered. The Hunter Association would never allow a dungeon collapse to happen in a place with such high casualties. What exactly happened here? Suho extended his hand toward the monsters lying scattered on the floor, thinking to himself, I need to get everyone out of here first. Tile Second watched him and assessed. The faith of the fire sect does not exist in him. This black-masked man does not use star dust. His magic is on par with Lee Min-sung or slightly higher. Suho extended his hand forward, and a blue smoke appeared, spreading around, murmuring the command, "Rise." Immediately, the dark monsters were summoned, and Suho said to them, I want you to help those who haven't evacuated yet. Witnessing this, Tile Second froze, his eyes flashing with concern. The image of Jinwoo appeared in his mind, along with the question, is this the power of using darkness? He looked at Suho, surprised, thinking, it's unbelievable that a human can use the power of darkness. If that human is connected to the darkness, then his attack on the Hyena Guild and the Star Dust Factory to disrupt our plans makes sense. But at that moment, Tile Second's suspicious behavior caught Suho's attention. He quickly turned his face away, thinking to himself, I need to conceal myself now. Tile Second walked on, reminding himself, do not let him notice our existence in this world. But at that moment, a truck was flying toward him from behind. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred, smoke and fire everywhere, shattered glass scattering in all directions. Tile Second turned abruptly, and a person was standing in front of him, saying, a truck flew out of nowhere. It turned out Suho had leapt out and stopped the truck, his clothes scorched, but he still asked, hey kid, are you okay? Before he could get an answer, the monster in front of him roared, preparing to throw a punch. Suho quickly leapt up, thinking to himself. I will channel all the stats I gained upon reaching level 35 into strength. Strength 70 increasing to 77. Immediately after, the two fists collided, their sizes differing but the true force yet unknown. Tile Second stood there watching, wondering, is he saving me? It seems he thinks I am just a human child. Observing Suho's fight, Tile Second silently evaluated. Although he uses the power of darkness, he is very weak compared to darkness. He looked at Suho and concluded, for now, I cannot determine his potential. Tile Second decided, luckily I encountered him here, I will eliminate him. At that moment, someone with shiny black shoes stepped forward and said, I am late. He extended his hand, generating firepower, his voice low, quickly ending this. He then swung his hand, directing a stream of fire at the monsters ahead. The monsters, dazed with their wide eyes, looked up but did not yet realize the danger before them. Tile Second looked up, astonished as fireballs flew past his head. After striking the giant monster, Suho landed and noticed it was on fire. The newly arrived man, wearing a long vest, stepped forward to face the monsters. He frowned, staring at them with sharp, glowing red eyes, then clenched his fist. Immediately, the fireballs exploded, incinerating the monsters. Suho looked on, thinking. A fireball suddenly appeared and attacked the monsters. Watching them burn so quickly, he was astonished, thinking, it's hard to believe so many monsters were killed at once. He looked at the newly arrived, elegantly standing there, wondering, a hunter controlling fire, could it be? The newcomer was S-rank hunter Choi Jungin. He glanced at Suho, smiled gently, and let out an "oh." He spoke about the massive monster behind Suho, saying, you withstood that attack. Stubborn one. Jungin immediately swung his hand again, controlling the fireball, his voice slightly hesitant. If so then, the fire in his hand transformed into the shape of a bow, and he drew his hand back like pulling a bowstring. A large bow formed with a long arrow ready to launch. The monster sensed danger and immediately leapt off the ground. In an instant, it jumped toward Jungin, opening its mouth wide, but awaiting it was a drawn arrow. Then, a massive explosion occurred, the blast so strong it pierced the thick airport wall, the arrow flying with a trail of fire and the monsters shattered. The scene shifted to the familiar mansion, the lights still on inside. Suho was sitting on a chair, leaning his head back and sighing wearily. Baru beside him glanced over and asked, you look tired, young king. He replied with a hint of frustration, of course. Suho lamented, that guy just gave me a serious scolding. The image of Uncle Jinho with a red face and scolding came to mind. You're trying to protect the earth, that's good. But your own safety must come first. If something happens to you, I know how to face your parents. He smiled, looking up, reflecting for a moment, then asked Baru, my father and mother must be worried about me the same way, right? Finishing his words, Suho stood up, tossed a towel onto the chair, and continued, let's head to the dark dungeon. Baru immediately suggested, I think you should rest a bit. He responded bluntly, resting can wait. Suho turned, determined in his voice. I hurried back and couldn't complete my daily mission. I cannot afford to miss the daily rewards anymore. This made Baru think, it seems he's become excessively addicted to becoming stronger. The scene transitioned to inside the dark dungeon, the familiar ruined scenery dominated by darkness. Suho looked at the system screen, frowning, and exclaimed, what? The daily mission is gone. A warning appeared, you have eliminated all the foreign world residents in the dark dungeon. The upcoming daily mission is now complete. He looked puzzled. What the hell happened here? Essel stood nearby, slightly embarrassed, then immediately explained, Amud killed all the goblins in the dark dungeon last night. Hearing this, he threw his head back and replied, I simply cleaned up those disgusting Tarnak servants I saw in the young king's territory. As promised, I didn't kill anyone. Suho groaned, covering his face, you killed so many goblins, now without the daily mission. My growth rate will soon slow down. Amud immediately suggested, if what you want is to become stronger, I can train you. Hearing this, Suho perked up. He asked, can you? Amud replied confidently, I wasn't strong at the beginning either. I know exactly how to cultivate. I will train you and make you strong. Amut's form shifted slightly. It continued, it's fine, because my body has been destroyed and reconstructed by Tarnak so many times, I can now transform my body. The giant shadow it cast on the ground gradually shrank, to the amazement of Suho and Essel. Once fully reduced, it slowly stepped toward him. Amut placed its hand on Suho's shoulder and said, "This should be fine now, my current size is only human-sized." Suho thought in astonishment. Amut had shrunk. It stood there and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin training, young king." Suho quickly started push-ups and replied, "All right, let's do it, Amut." The system warned, due to the huge gap in combat ability between the player and Amut, the descendant of the object, the connection skill will be sealed. Increase your level to unlock the connection skill, required level 80. Reading this, Suho thought, perhaps the gap in strength between us is too large, so we must meet the conditions to unlock the connection skill for both of us. I can gain a teammate through a mission. Actually, that's not bad. Immediately, its weight cut across his thoughts as Amut directly jumped onto his back, pinning Suho down, cracking the ground beneath him. Its voice rang out as the remaining dark creatures looked on with concern. Forgot to mention, although I can shrink my body, I cannot reduce my weight. Essel called anxiously, "Young king." He gripped the ground tightly, trying to endure, wondering, do I really have to do 100 push-ups like this? My arms feel like they're about to break. Amut rubbed its chin and said, "I know it's very difficult, but you must persist. Destruction and reconstruction of oneself is the only way I know to become stronger." The scene shifted near Paju, in an environmental dungeon. The face of a creature appeared, roaring fiercely, with the familiar glow of stardust. Minsung stood there, looking at a large test tube containing two. After Suho's confident words, the numbers continued to echo throughout the dungeon, much to the astonishment of Essel and Baru. He was doing sit-ups with Amut sitting on top, causing the ground around them to crack and crumble. With each repetition, even normal hearing could catch the sound of Suho's bones cracking. After completing each exercise, healing potions were quickly used and thrown to the ground. Next came the squats. Amut skillfully shrank his body and sat on Suho's shoulders to facilitate the exercise. Suho, still showing a strained expression but full of determination, counted each repetition. The number of healing potions on the ground kept increasing. Then it was time for running. Each step he took shook and cracked the ground beneath him. Amut sat on his shoulders, enjoying it and thinking that although Suho still needed to use his skills to get through the muscle training, he hadn't expected him to manage it before. He looked at the young man and assessed that the young king would never give up and would always find a solution, perhaps one day surpassing Tarnak or the remaining monarchs. After some time in the dark dungeon, Suho's shout rang out, "My back, get medicine." Gray was lying there, clutching his young master and crying. Suho lay there too, exhausted and dazed, as if his soul had left his body. A notification appeared, "Your mission reward has arrived. Do you want to check your reward? Yes or no?" At that moment, he was too exhausted to tap the screen. Essel anxiously called out, "Young king," while Baru breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's the end of today's training." After a while, Suho lifted his arm to claim the reward, speaking tiredly, "Although the training was grueling, with the daily mission reward and my effort in training, I will be able to increase my endurance skill and strength by 1 level, strength increasing from 77 to 78, endurance level 3, physical defense from 40 to 60%. Suho thought to himself, "I'm not sure if this is more effective yet, but if I can complete daily missions more easily, then I will surely become stronger." He raised his hand in a light gesture and said, "Amut, tomorrow I'll rely on you again." It calmly replied, "All right, young king." Transitioning outside the dungeon, Baru gently lifted a thin blanket and covered the young king, Suho, who was lying on the sofa asleep, exhausted from the day. Baru looked at him affectionately and said, "As soon as you got home, you just collapsed to sleep." However, due to the recent incident, The Hunter Association will quickly take measures against the Death God Guild and other guilds possessing high-level environmental dungeons. Transitioning to another scene, Minsung was staring intently at a piece of paper. He frowned, looked ahead, and gritted his teeth, asking, "What is this?" The Hunter Association agents reported, "Hunter Lee Minsung, the Death God Guild possesses too many environmental dungeons. We cannot allow these environmental dungeons to cause serious damage to the world in the current situation." Another person added, "By order of the Hunter Association superiors, the B-rank environmental dungeon in Paju, belonging to the Death God Guild, must be destroyed." Minsung sat there, listening quietly. "Furthermore, over the past 6 months, you have not completed any hunter tasks. You need to participate in the Paju raid if you want to keep your hunter license." He immediately connected his thoughts. This must be President Jin Chial targeting him. It is unbelievable, of all places, they chose the largest production facility in Paju. I have to refuse this task even if it makes the Hunter Association my enemy. Another man in the room spoke up, saying, "We will comply with the association's request." The association member smiled and replied, "Thank you for agreeing, Guild Master." He was S-rank Hunter Lim Tiju of the Death God Guild. He raised the notice and continued, "Of course, we must follow the orders of the Hunter Association." This made Minsung a little dissatisfied. He frowned, grinding his teeth, and thought, "Guild Master Lim Tiju." Meanwhile, the Guild Master appeared completely calm. After the others left the office, Minsung held his face in frustration. He said, "Please form a team with them." Lim Tiju replied with a question, "Do you know how valuable environmental dungeons are?" His voice continued to echo, much to Minsung's astonishment. "Do you think the Hunter Association's real goal is to destroy the environmental dungeon? Perhaps they realized what you are secretly doing. Didn't I warn you not to underestimate them? Yet you ignored my warning and even dared to use the guild members when I was away." Tiju was furious, radiating dense mana and growling, "Minsung, do you still think I am some ordinary driver serving you?" Minsung's expression changed, a little scared, eyes wide open, veins bulging. At that moment, Tiju's phone rang, cutting through the tense atmosphere. He opened the phone and a giant question mark appeared in his mind. He slammed the phone down on the table. Tiju said, "A recruiter just called me a moment ago. He said a new S-rank hunter has appeared in Korea. I will go to the hunter." The words Chung Lam had just spoken made Feng Qin curious. How should I put it? Why wouldn't he be able to live for a few more years? Because the girl believed she had absorbed 2 skills, consuming 20 years of her lifespan. Her brothers would definitely be even more. Chung Nguyen was startled and jumped up. "What?" The sky in an instant returned to a dark night. Chung Lam softly revealed the whole truth. "At first Uncle Lam gave me a hidden wind Ku Tin Pebble. It has 3 skills, but I need to consume 30 years of my lifespan. Chung Nguyen anxiously looked at the girl. "No wonder before I revived. Her fighting style was so progressive and didn't value her life. It turned out it was because she knew her own lifespan was already limited." Then Chung Nguyen asked, "Feng Qin, does absorbing Ku Tin also consume lifespan?" He shared within his scope of knowledge. "As far as I know, an ordinary person before successfully absorbing a Ku Tin can only know what powers are inside it. During this process their lifespan does not change. This situation with your sister, truly it is the first time I've heard of it." Chung Nguyen seriously wanted to get straight to the point. "So, does it exist or not?" Feng Qin replied, "No, whether it is Ku Tin increasing lifespan or scientific technology. Currently it does not exist. Even if there is a skill of transformation, it cannot erase the effects caused by absorption." He took off his glasses to check the lifespan, and Feng Qin clearly saw. Previously he hadn't paid much attention, but now looking more carefully, his sister had indeed lost 20 years of her lifespan. The talent of Ku Nangjia shows hereditary phenomena in the family. The brother could also be susceptible to the same situation. Then he turned to Chung Nguyen, the number 0 clearly showing his current lifespan. "Is this the result or the cause?" Chung Nguyen sincerely advised, Lam, wasting your lifespan to absorb Ku Tin. From now on you must never do that. But Uncle Lamb placed very high expectations on you. Moreover, as for the Eastern Antelope side, let me explain, this Ku-Tin can simply be returned to him. Lamb, if you disappear, my life would become meaningless. Now for me, don't continue anymore, okay? The warm embrace from him made Chung Lam a little stunned, and tears welled up at the corner of the girl's eyes. If I don't become a Ku-Nang Jia, how could I protect you? With the monstrous growth of the aliens, an ordinary person without innate talent is helpless. Suddenly Chung Nguyen asked, Lam, do you know what the innate talent of humans is? Then he explained, by training to increase physical strength, by using strategy for the weak to overcome the strong, using science and technology to make weapons, heal wounds. These things are also like the innate talent of humans. Ku-Nang is not the only thing that makes humans strong. In fact, the first person to defeat the aliens was definitely not Ku-Nang Jia. Chung Nguyen then threw a sharp object at the wall to demonstrate. See, like this, through practice, you can also achieve this. Moreover, now you already have 2 abilities. As long as you train properly, there's no way you won't become the strongest. Hearing this encouragement, Chung Lam felt somewhat less sad. I know I will try my best. Chung Nguyen suddenly remembered something, right? The situation with my sister, if revealed, would she be sliced up for research? Feng Qin wanted to confirm, sliced up, small structure right. He honestly answered, the group at the Science Institute changes research methods every day, for more than 10 years without repetition. Don't ask me how I know. Chung Nguyen let out a tired, tense sigh. Understood. Lam, let me borrow your phone for a moment. Dong Liang on the other end excitedly picked up, but immediately realized, Lam, it's rare for you to call on your own, Chung Nguyen. He directly reminded, Lam's body has some issues. She absolutely cannot absorb Ku-Tin. The Fiyu Chai and Fong Ku-Tin should be taken back. If her body isn't healthy, she needs treatment. The family's hereditary traits cannot be treated. Dong Liang without hesitation immediately objected. Chung Nguyen, you agreed to let her receive it and arranged for her to become a Ku-Nang Jia. Now all her training has already been arranged by me. Are you trying to trick me, replacing her? You don't have the innate talent of a Ku-Nang Jia. Therefore Chung Nguyen spoke seriously. My innate talent is no less than Lam's. Now I have already become a Ku-Nang Jia. You, saying there's no evidence, do you want to steal my resources? So do you want me to prove it? Dong Liang angrily declared, from now on, I will temporarily suspend all resources and privileges of you and your team in the academy. If you can get into the top 10 in the individual competition of the school tournament, I will believe what you say, and all previous matters will not be mentioned again. Chung Lam waved goodbye. Brother, I'm going upstairs first. Chung Nguyen carefully reminded me, go to bed early. See you tomorrow. Feng Qin made a suggestion. Actually, you could let her move to the dormitory warehouse to stay with you. But from Chung Nguyen's perspective, staying in the girls' dorm could help her meet more friends. Her campus life cannot only consist of her brother. Feng Qin sighed in exasperation. You hide everything from your sister. Sooner or later everything will be revealed anyway. So Chung Nguyen hit exactly the sensitive spot. The fact that you can see other people's lifespan. Does the Research Institute know yet? And Feng Qin revealed, you're the first one to know. Chung Nguyen had already seen through it, intentionally letting his secret slip in front of me, implying that you wouldn't reveal my secret to anyone else. Right. Feng Qin thought that's necessary. Compared to me, you should think a little about yourself. Lam Dong Liang has cut off your resources, still wants you to get into the top 10. Obviously making things difficult for you. You're not going to go begging for the Fu family over this, are you? Begging the Fu family isn't even as good as begging. Thinking you could tease Chung Nguyen, but he interrupted. Right, I can find Fu Ba to help anyway. Feng Qin didn't expect this. No way, you. Then Chung Nguyen decisively made a call. Captain N, I have something I'd like to ask you. That Kui Hao Hon Ku-Tin from before, do you still have it? However many there are, I'll take them all. Receiving the reply, he did not forget to express gratitude. All right, thank you. I owe you a big favor. Meanwhile, people working on Taika's side were in a panic. Kui Hao Hon, that uncommon Ku Tin, what is it needed for? It's requested by the Tiu Doi Chin Then squad. Urgently needed. What? The eldest daughter of commander, and she issued a first-level mobilization order. The situation was urgent. Check how many are left in the warehouse quickly and hand them over. In the living room, a man was praising Lao En. This time your daughter has made another achievement. She can't take credit for this. Clearly most of the effort was done by the young man named Hien Min. This person is An Quan Fong, commander of the Hoa Dong military region. He continued, this time most of the people from the Hoa Trung military region were taken out by poison, and we still need people from Hoa Dong to reinforce. The situation afterwards will probably get a bit complicated. The other person replied, in the worst-case scenario, a traitor colluding with Hai Dang Kwok has appeared in Hoa Trung. Lo Keen Lam, chief of staff of the Hoa Dong military region, reported that the battle report mentioned Triu Trang, someone beside Robusta, apparently relying on the power of Kudia, pretending to die to escape and surrender to Hai Dang Kwok. Unlike the most prominent organization in Hoa Kwok, Ku Chuang, the organization named Kudia is an underworld organization, its movements extremely unpredictable. Although Kudi sometimes uses unscrupulous methods, overall it still has rules and limits. The government selectively overlooks it. The recent actions of Kudia have been increasingly excessive. Keen Lam set this aside. The issue in Hoa Trung, let them handle it themselves. As for your daughter, now Quan Fong finally paid attention. How is the girl? Keen Lam recounted everything. Last night, the girl issued a first-level mobilization order, dispatching the entire military region to find all Kui Hao Hon Ku Tin, totaling over 2,000 pieces. Quan Fong, after reading the report, slammed the table in anger, truly reckless. The reason Kui Hao Hon Ku Tin is not widely distributed is because Voai and Thuk Dok are defensive skills. However, they are only suitable for the physique of people capable of attack. Unsuitable physiques, even repeated attempts are useless. Keen Lam added, the report mentioned that Hien Min's Thuk Dok ability seems to have come from your daughter mobilizing 10 pieces of Kui Hao Hon Ku Tin previously. This time's Kui Hao Hon Ku Tin, probably not also for Hien Min, right? He sighed and placed the book on the table, not certain anymore. Then Keen Lam gave his opinion. My suggestion is, first just deploy 1,000 pieces to the girl, then seriously track the movement of the Ku Tin. And Quan Fong agreed, fine. At the same time in the office, Vu Mak shouted angrily, how can you do this? My brother sacrificed for the country, even if you did not allow him to be buried in the Fong family tomb. That's one thing, but why sell his body to the research institute as well? Fong too calmly replied, the contract regarding the donation of the body was signed by your brother himself. We do not have the right to refuse on his behalf. Even so, Vu Mak could not accept it, so at least let him restore his family name, right? Fong too explained, what could not be done while alive cannot be done after death either. Vu Mak, I am the rightful heir of the Fong family. No matter how outstanding my brother was, now he is gone, do not mention him anymore. Lai Nai, standing below, having heard every word of the argument, said, I heard everything after he died. This is the state of the Fong family. So, now can you focus on working for our Thiat Dang Kwok? Deep Chan did not respond, only silently looked up. Lai Nai deliberately added some taunting words, yet you did not hesitate to hand over such a strong Ku Nang Jia to Liu Hien Hoa Kwok like him. Really cannot understand what the people of Kudia are thinking. Deep Chan ignored her nonsense, decisively. Chung Nguyen went to the office and seriously requested, Instructor, I want to register to participate in the inter-high school competition. Lu Van looked a bit puzzled. This competition is only for Ku Nang Jia, someone like you. So Chung Nguyen announced immediately, I am already Ku Nang Jia. Lu Van sighed and then guided, if you become a Ku Nang Jia during your studies, you always need to report everything. You little kid, all right, fill out this ability form first. Chung Nguyen took it and then went to another place. He read the contents on the paper. Ability name, origin, rank, only 8 slots. Perfect. Too wild and reckless. Never mind, just fill it in first. The rank of the super semi-savage can be lowered by 1 for now. After reviewing Chung Nguyen's form, Lu Van exclaimed in shock, immune to death. Wait, this is... Suddenly she burst into tears. Chung Nguyen, I'm sorry. Human Ku Nang Jia can absorb at most 8 abilities. Any more will cause the body to explode and die. Yet you can absorb immune to death. Truly a rare, exceptional talent. Wow. The situation made Chung Nguyen a bit embarrassed. Perhaps she should have stood up first before speaking. Lu Van tried to regain composure to explain. If I had discovered it earlier, I could have given you better Ku Tin, and would not let the low-level ability occupy all 8 slots. That's not right. Lam Thiu Truong has the ability to sense Ku Nang Jia, so he noticed Chung Lam's talent and brought her to our academy. Then why is your talent so high while you're just a fellow student? This made Chung Nguyen wonder. My talent and Lam's are probably quite similar. It's just that I don't have the lifespan to subtract. But even before or after reincarnation, Lam Dongluong did not detect my talent. How is that? Could it be that the golden coffin 4 or 5 years later activated my talent, and its power could not be Then he affirmed, Instructor, talking about the past isn't useful. I am quite satisfied with my current abilities. Lu Van took the form again. Fine, let me check your current abilities. She was surprised once more. The ranks of the Ku Tin Snow Serpent were already higher than normal, and surely absorbed Ku Tin with many years of age, at least not a loss. Ku Tin Gao Man, that is a forbidden heterotype to hunt. How could you? Never mind, successfully absorbing it isn't a big deal. Lu Van made a suggestion. What kind of ability is Ban Man? Can you demonstrate a bit? Chung Nguyen sighed and refused. This isn't very good. But Lu Van insisted, since you have absorbed it, just make full use of it. You cannot disregard it because of its name, so he agreed. All right then. Then Chung Nguyen activated the super-level Ban Man ability. After a while with no sign, Lu Van became suspicious. Have you activated it yet? Chung Nguyen said, Instructor, you've already been hit, really hit. Meanwhile, Lu Van was still dumbfounded. Why do I feel nothing? She blamed herself. I haven't paid much attention to him anyway. How could I continue to criticize him? If the ability is weak, so be it. Still should compensate him a bit. Then she asked Chung Nguyen, what is your family's annual income? Never mind, just report 50,000. That way you can apply for the highest scholarship. Also, there's the nutrition plan for this young man, who can get 4 bottles of milk per day. She will report that too. With his achievements, scholarship shouldn't be a big problem. His enrollment can also be converted to a formal student in the special class. This time it was Chung Nguyen's turn to be surprised. Clearly the target was hit, but he didn't even realize. Super-level Ban Man is such a terrifying ability. According to his current level, Lu Van suggested, reincarnation level 4 gold is extremely rare. You should demonstrate a bit. Chung Nguyen was flustered. Now I'm not even injured. She then instructed, use the hair. After cutting the hair to 1 centimeter, immediately activate the skill. Nearby hair follicles will grow too. Roughly level 1 gold can make it grow about 10 centimeters. Immediately, Lu Van snipped a tuft of Chung Nguyen's hair. Activate it. He quickly proceeded, reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, Chung Nguyen's hair had grown to his waist. He wanted to reclaim fairness, the haircut money. Can it be reimbursed? Finished, Chung Nguyen decisively stepped outside. He realized one thing. The weak state seemed only to weaken his spirit and physical strength, but did not affect the final effectiveness of reincarnation. Because he wasn't paying attention, he bumped into Thien Sok. She then fell to the ground. Sorry, I wasn't looking while walking. Thien Sok was flustered. No, a person who got knocked down like you shouldn't be the one apologizing. Isn't it supposed to be me who apologizes? Meanwhile, Chung Nguyen guessed. This uniform style is a student from another school. Things didn't stop there. Thien Sok's gaze on him was full of affection. Wait, what just happened? I, at this corner, bumped into a high school girl. Is this the script of a fated encounter between male and female leads in a manga? Long, straight black hair, pure and delicate, indeed makes the heart skip a beat, though her voice was a bit rough. But she must be a girl. The male and female uniforms of Than An School are the same. Can't tell gender. Maybe I should ask clearly first. He awkwardly tried to make conversation. Classmate, what is your name? Chung Nguyen misunderstood and worried inwardly. I already apologized. Why does she still ask for my name? Just a few seconds later she had disappeared. Can't tease her. Better retreat, better retreat. Thien Sok could only leave regretfully. Forget it. Better focus on the main task first. Go back and ask my sister to help find someone else. After he knocked on the door, a voice from inside said, "Come in." Thien Sok seriously reported, "Instructor Lu, hello. I am the student council president of Hoa Lang Academy, Kuong Thien Sok. Today I came to visit. I want to discuss with you about the exchange procedures between the two schools." Lu Van politely welcomed, "Welcome, please have a seat." Then I poured tea and asked a few questions. A few years ago, the exchange procedures between the two schools were organized by the student councils themselves. What is there for a guiding teacher like you? Thien Sok replied, "Every year it's always the same familiar faces. Repeating exchanges like that isn't interesting. This year it's Than An's turn to visit Hoa Lang. I hope you can give the first-year students a chance. Our side will only send first-year students to participate." But Lu Van knew clearly, in last year's exchange and the year before, the students from Hoa Lang were all beaten by the Iron Triangle combo of Feng Qin, Fuang Quan Y, and to Ian On, so this year they didn't want to go to the student council to get beaten again, right? Deliberately limiting participation to first-year students only. It seems this year Hoa Lang has recruited quite strong first years. Nevertheless, Lu Van still responded, "I agree with you, but the schedule of the exchange will be decided by me." Thien Sok was very cheerful. No problem at all. Actually, Lu Van had a plan. The background of Hoa Lang students is all elite families. The standards for first years are clearly higher than Than An. Letting first years experience a little failure is also good. Chung Nguyen's combat ability is too strong. If she participates, she wouldn't be able to train the other students. Perhaps it's better to find a time when she isn't present to announce this to the students. Sunlight streamed into the room. Now Chung Nguyen was going to a hair salon. "Sir, please cut according to the size on the chart." The salon owner gruffly explained, "I am a hair stylist, not a face destroyer. All right, I don't want you to become ugly." Chung Lam indignantly said, "Mr. Tony, give my brother a hairstyle that can captivate all beings." And he insisted, "Guarantee the mission is accomplished." After a while, the stylist produced the result, a great success. Yet Chung Lam was not satisfied. No, it still lacked a bit of soul. So the girl took matters into her own hands. Tying it herself looked best. Chung Nguyen wanted to cry. "Lam Lam, a ponytail only needs one tie." "Really?" Chung Lam pouted. "Obviously when you were little, you liked tying it this way for me the most. And you said twin ponytails are for the strong. You tricked me." Suddenly he patted her head. "Lam Lam, you've grown up. It's time for me to release the seal of dark magic power for you." This action made Chung Lam flustered. "Wait, what do you want to do?" Her voice rang through the salon. "No, too embarrassing. I'm not a little girl anymore. If you want to cut my hair, there has to be an equivalent exchange. From now on, every day you have to style my hair in a different way for me." Chung Nguyen also suggested, "Fine, from now on I'll tie twin ponytails for you every day." In the school public training room, Kuong Tu Nguyen, roommate of Ta Ian Och, twin sister of Kuong Thien Sok, noticed her roommate's unusual behavior and asked, "Och Och, why did you suddenly double your training intensity? Could it be because Chung Nguyen refused to form a team and that has affected you? The competition rules have changed. You and Feng Qin not playing together is unavoidable. Chung Nguyen is Feng Qin's person. Feng Qin even turned directly against Thuong Quan Y because of him. Not refusing would be strange. Ian Och still paid attention to every word of Chung Nguyen. He said he was not strong enough. In that case, Tu Nguyen could not understand. Supporting the strongest last prayer, isn't that enough? Ian Och explained. Supporting the strongest is last prayer, not to Ian Och. I need to train more. Tu Nguyen was speechless. Even a genius like you struggles like this. Ordinary people like us cannot survive. Taking a bit of pork bone marrow? Just then her phone rang. Your brother actually knows and called you. Why? Helping Hoa Lang scout intelligence. Thien Sok sat curled up in a corner. This is not the matter. Self-reassuring. Calm down. To find the mysterious female student I ran into in the hallway today, I cannot turn against her. Seeing a man and marking 0 or 1 on his head is a common habit of girls. No prejudice. Now I no longer study at the same school as her. I have escaped her obsession. Thien Sok gathered all her courage and said, I want to ask you to help find a female student. She is a student at your school. This morning in front of the staff room of Than An, she bumped into me. Long straight black hair, slender and delicate, extremely cute. Tu Nguyen was a little skeptical. You want to point out faults or pursue her. The corners of Thien Sok's mouth curved into a clear smile. All right, maybe I like her already. Hearing this, Tu Nguyen happily exclaimed, Great, my younger brother likes a girl. The Kuong family won't die out. Don't worry, little brother. When we get back, I'll check the surveillance cameras. I will definitely help you find that girl. In the Hoa Dong Military District Office, Tai Ka spoke cheerfully. Father, surely you don't know how capable Hien Min is after all. Quan Fong was exasperated with this daughter. You have already exaggerated his achievements to father 3 times. Tai Ka wanted to ask for his opinion. So father, what do you think of him? He calmly replied, Chung Nguyen is only 16 this year, but his caution far exceeds others his age. His strength is impressive, yet he does not boast. He has no interest in joining the warrior squad, nor in Kudia. When thrown over by others, he shows no reaction at all. This proves that Quan Fong was certain. Things that ordinary people care about, he pays no attention at all. Such a person cannot be thought of with normal reasoning. You cannot control him. Give up. If you truly cannot let go, then befriending him is enough. Tai Ka decisively left. I won't say anything more to father. At that moment, his phone notified a message. Documents about Chung Nguyen just updated. Top-level confidentiality. Ku Tin Gao Ban Man. The Ku Tin that Robusta stole has surely fallen into his hands already. With immortality and Ban Man's skills, the level of secrecy is indeed not bad. But compared to these, whether others have condensed Ku Tin I don't know. But at this age Robusta surely has it. His fire giant is a special treasured ability of Dang Thap Quoc. Dang Thap Quoc will certainly do everything to reclaim it. Chung Nguyen has not handed it over yet. Hiding the truth about other types of Ku Tin is good, but it puts him in danger. In short, it's still best to observe him a little longer. Currently in the dormitory warehouse, Shipper Van Ka saw Chung Nguyen and smiled brightly. Changing hairstyle again, it suits him very well. He revealed without hesitation. Originally I intended to follow the measurements on the board, but my younger sister preferred longer hair. Van Ka set down the heavy box. Done. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Chung Nguyen replied, no problem. Then he began to check the items. Let's see. The password is opened. Seeing the pile of treasures before him, he silently acknowledged. Previously, when Bang Hyatt Bao was opened, it was discovered that Attack Bao could be upgraded to Combat Master level. This time with so many Ku Tin, after absorption it should be possible to directly obtain Combat Master abilities. On the paper it was written in one line. Hien Min, friends, no need to say thank you. The system suddenly notified. Ku Tin Kui Hao Hone detected. Do you want to absorb it? Chung Nguyen immediately chose Absorb All. Chung Nguyen's entire body surged with abundant power. Assault Fury, green level max. Your Assault Fury ability has been increased. You have gained a new energy. Combat Master. Combat Master. You were born to kill. Proficient with any type of weapon. Every movement can take the life of any enemy. He was astonished to realize the number of Ku Tin is promising. It seems it can still continue to upgrade. The system continued to notify. Combat Master, Red level max. You have gained a new energy, an eye for an eye, Gold level, still upgradable, an eye for an eye. Requires Courageous Mastery. Combat Master level max. Ability description. Combat Master ability immediately upgraded by 100%. An eye for an eye. Green level max. Ability description. Combat Master ability upgraded by 100%. Your ability, an eye for an eye, has been upgraded. You have obtained a new ability, Blood for Blood, Blood for Blood, Red level 8. Upgradable. Ability description. Combat Master ability upgraded by 1000% when attacked. Absorbing a certain attack force and counterattacking the target. The counterattack force does not exceed 300% of one's own attack force. With the current ability, Chung Nguyen reminded himself. When attending school, the teacher once mentioned that Ku Tin contains negative energy produced when a heterotype dies. Previously, I absorbed it without feeling anything. I thought it was due to my physique. Now it seems the quantity is the key. My body has never needed sleep before, but now drowsiness appears. It seems in the future I cannot casually absorb large amounts of Ku Tin. Careful selection is required. After reaching the highest level of Combat Master, then attaining an eye for an eye, and an eye for an eye further upgraded to Blood for Blood, with attack power multiplied by 10, how could it not resemble the ability of the demon Hao Huan King that Fong Vu Mak mentioned? Could it be that heterotypes really can upgrade themselves, evolving into new abilities over time, becoming stronger, and even evolving further? 4 years later, I will crash into the giant claw of that golden coffin. My current reincarnation, will it be able to withstand that giant claw? While lost in thought, a hand gradually enlarged before Chung Nguyen's eyes. Feng Qin played the blindfold game again. Guess who I am? There was no response, only a scream echoed. Chung Nguyen coldly reminded me, you should be glad. My current instinctive counterattack still cannot defeat you in a few seconds. Feng Qin was extremely upset. I knocked on your door, and you didn't react. I climbed the window and saw you standing there like an idiot, and you dare play this petty trick. Chung Nguyen calmly asked, what are you looking for me for? Now Feng Qin got to the main point, reminding him to attend the 6th regular meeting of the student council. At that moment in the meeting room, Jian Nhu raised a point. The president said today he would bring Zhang Nguyen along, deliberately not leaving him a seat. Isn't that a bit improper? Quan Wai always held resentment, whether Feng Qin spoke or not. There would be no useless chairs here. Just then Feng Qin entered. All right. Let me introduce the new member of the student council. Chung Nguyen, first-year special class, starting this semester will serve as the disciplinary committee member of the student council. Say hello. He simply spoke. Hello everyone, I am Chung Nguyen. The council members showed obvious annoyance, that's all. The attitude is so casual. Feng Qin ignored them and guided Chung Nguyen. There is an empty seat here, sit here first. Before he even sat down, Jian Nhu reminded fellow student Chung Nguyen, this seat is reserved for the president. His entire body exuded killing intent. How so? I cannot sit in this chair. Jian Nhu, feeling flustered by the tense situation, realized the president's attitude clearly meant for Chung Nguyen to assume the role of president, and at this moment, she had to act appropriately. She proactively bent down and suggested, President, you sit here first. I'll go to the next room to move the chair. Just then, Quan Wai angrily intervened. Enough. He arrogantly shouted, Chung Nguyen, you are a despicable villainous brat, shameless, a worthless person relying on hidden rules to get promoted. If you have the guts, do you dare accept my challenge? Quan Wai continued his haughty attack, clinging to a woman's skirt while relying on a man, selling out, again selling out. Jian Nhu hurriedly tried to calm him, say a few less words, but he didn't care and got even more excessive. You are truly shameless. Your little sister is not a good person either, colluding with the grand elder of the military district at such a young age. Chung Nguyen, upon hearing this, became displeased and coldly said, Dare to speak ill of my little sister. It seems you don't intend to stand up and leave the student council. Quan Wai continued to provoke. flaunting himself. If you have the guts, do you dare accept my challenge? He pointed without hesitation. Accept it if you dare, and if you lose, you must apologize in front of my little sister. Serve as her dog for a month, kneeling every morning at the cafeteria door holding 2 steamed buns. Feng Qin, while verbally advising, held up his phone to record Quan Wai. Heed my advice, don't fight. He did not flinch, still firmly asserting, you think using that harsh condition will scare me? Don't think like that. Today I will definitely expose the true face of this useless brat. Quan Wai angrily proposed a counter-condition. I accept that condition. But if you lose, you must learn to bark like a dog and get out of the academy to become my subordinate. Chung Nuyen resolutely agreed. Feng Qin helplessly rubbed his forehead. Then he decided to act as the referee. All right, I will be the witness of this match, emphasizing, the two of you have no mortal grudge. There is no need to kill your opponent. He calmly yielded the initiative, letting the others strike first. Quan Wai focused on his attack, preparing to strike. Explosive flame. After hitting the target, there will be a huge explosion. Powerful. Strength increased by 150%. He responded satisfied, just as I hoped. When the match began, Chung Nuyen lightly evaded the attack because he had activated combat mastery. Quan Wai noticed the difference and exclaimed in shock. This is impossible, he thought to himself. Did I miscalculate? Could it be that he is not entirely a powerless brat? Chung Nuyen furrowed his brows, analyzing the strength. After activating combat mastery, his movements and his eyes seemed 40 times slower. It seemed that compared to Feng Qin his striking power was far inferior, and avoiding killing him with a single move would be somewhat difficult. Then he arrogantly kicked high. I don't believe you can dodge this move. Chung Nuyen gracefully slipped away at alter speed. Feng Qin watched the match, eyes wide, mouth open. This agility absolutely cannot be achieved by raw combat power alone. Very good kid. The secrets on him are no less than mine. Time passed. 10 minutes later. Quan Wai trembled, suppressing his anger inside. How can this be? He is clearly so powerful. Why did he fall to me that day? Suddenly, he had a sneaky thought. Could it be? He doesn't even regard me at all. Feeling deceived, Quan Wai surged forward furiously. Chung Nuyen, you daring brat, if you have the guts, don't run. Seeing his opponent was so persistent, he sighed in annoyance. How troublesome. He fought fiercely, retribution, beginning to recover. Your life is decided by you. As Quan Wai unleashed his move, he suddenly realized, wait, why are you just standing there not dodging? If I landed this punch, you would die. Quan Wai regretfully struck his right shoulder. No, the force only managed to gather half. At the same time, Chung Nuyen's power suddenly erupted. He transmitted his inner force back, causing him to scream miserably. Quan Wai, dying in despair, gasped, I, in the end, still am. Chung Nuyen swung his arm, thinking inwardly. Yet he still knew to hold back. Looks like he is not hopeless after all. Giant Nhu panicked and rushed forward to support Awai. Akhan stood among the crowd wide-eyed and commented. Before the match, Feng Qin had specially used the word witness. Quan Wai was number 209 on the youth ranking. After this fight, Chung Nuyen will be on the list. Loi Ba angrily interjected. This Chung Nuyen may be strong, but he broke someone's arm over a single inappropriate remark. That's a bit too much. A small girl exclaimed in shock. Quan Wai was robbed of the disciplinary committee seat by this thug. How pathetic. Feng Qin complained in irritation. I told you not to kill him. Yet the moment you acted, you beat him to a dog's death. After seeing this, I also want to give up treating him. You protested. What do you mean by acting? I was standing here, not moving at all. My clothes were even torn by him. He continued with suspicion. His arm is broken, and you still say you did not act. Chung Nuyen sighed in annoyance. So troublesome. At this moment, can I use a coy trick to pass the test? He mischievously used the previous tactic. Super-level ban man. Chung Nuyen bluntly defended. This has nothing to do with me. It was mutual force interaction. Feng Qin loudly denied. Do you think I have not learned physics? Force and counterforce are equivalent. If he becomes disabled, can you escape unscathed? You frantically thought. Coyness has no effect. Why is this ability sometimes valid and sometimes not? He sighed in exasperation and changed the topic. All right, your clothes are all torn. Let me help you restore them a bit with physics. Chung Nguyen asked in surprise. Everything that happened today was completely within your plan. Huh? Feng Qin replied slowly. Almost. Giant Nhu anxiously scolded. Why was injured like this? Yet you two are still joking around. Feng Qin, go treat him a little. He protested uncomfortably. What hurry? Am I your recovery tool? Don't think just because I've been cultivating patience for the past 2 years I won't get angry. You can't just order me around. Feng Qin sat calmly in anger. That idiot keeps provoking 5 or 7 times, won't listen to advice, always wants to lay hands on my people. I can't deal with him. You handle it yourselves. She was dumbfounded, couldn't say a word. You. Everyone whispered after hearing this, reasoning aloud. Throughout the fight, Chung Nguyen avoided. Didn't counterattack even when given the chance, already very composed. Quan Wai was really unreasonable. The one Feng Qin appointed. How could he be a weakling? Feng Qin not treating him is deserved. Giant Nhu pursed her lips in confusion. What's going on? Just now they were focusing on a why. Why are they suddenly speaking up for Chung Nguyen? Normally they aren't so easily swayed. She decided to call and report. Not managing anymore. Now quickly call the guards to take a Y to the medical room. As soon as they arrived, the emergency guards issued instructions. Hurry, contact the medical team to prepare for emergency treatment. Tu Thien asked in panic with seriousness, what happened? Who beat Quan Wai up like this? Chung Nguyen raised his hand to take responsibility. It was me who hit him. Feng Qin spoke up to confirm. They had a fair duel. I can testify. The officer stated honestly, regardless of the truth, since you caused Quan Wai's serious injury, you'll have to come with us. Please, young Master Feng, don't make things difficult for us. He frowned in displeasure, showing disdain. What, are you threatening me? Tu Thien replied politely, not at all, we're just following protocol. Chung Nguyen patted Feng Qin's shoulder and reassured him, it's fine, I'll go with them. I believe the higher-ups still know how to tell right from wrong. Before leaving, Chung Nguyen didn't forget to remind him, oh right, don't tell Lam about this. Feng Qin frowned, feeling irritated inside. Trust those guys. Huh, fine then. If that's what you choose to believe, I'll give them a chance. Tu Thien calmly escorted him. Classmate Chung Nguyen, thank you very much for your cooperation. Before the higher-ups determine exactly what happened, you need to wait in this detention room and temporarily cannot go elsewhere. Chung Nguyen asked in surprise, not confiscating my phone. Tu Thien shook his head and explained thoroughly, no need, there is no signal here. Feeling tired, Chung Nguyen felt lucky, so sleepy. Fortunately, there is a bed here, lying down for a bit should be fine. He decisively reached out to turn off the switch, turning off the lights. Then he slowly closed the window, and also closed the small window on the door. In the darkness, Chung Nguyen comfortably stretched out on the bed. Truly, the particularly dim environment makes one feel at ease. If the room could be a bit smaller, with the bed surrounded on all sides, that would be even better. Why do I have such strange thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, he decided, never mind, it's not important. Deploy super-level awareness. If someone approaches, automatically wake up. Chung Nguyen felt an unusual sense of peace, the dark and quiet world. This place is truly his eternal home. Tu Thien spoke in astonishment. This kid actually directly turned off the lights to sleep. His teammates speculated quietly. Maybe he's pretending to sleep to cope with the stress. He enthusiastically made a bet. I bet a bag of spicy sticks. He'll wake up in 5 minutes. The other person was not to be outdone, boldly betting back. I bet 10 minutes. Elsewhere, Van Zuong sighed in dissatisfaction. So many people resist our school's teaching methods. Yet they still came. Konam tried to reassure him. Master, be a bit optimistic. This reform of the learning style covers the entire East Hua military district, even our Cheng, and would not be considered rebellious. He turned pale, pointing out the strict requirements. Chinese over 85, math over 85, other subjects over 85, physics over 85, chemistry over 85. Look at these requirements. Each subject must be at least 85 points. If midterm scores do not meet the standard, one cannot participate in the inter-high school competition. If graduation scores do not meet the standard, retention will be enforced. Van Zuong objected, giving an example. Xiaoyi did not meet standards in any subject, while Chung Nguyen scored full marks in all subjects. If this isn't called defiance, what is? He explained the reason. Captain An already said, it's because of the previous match that she realized the importance of knowledge. Just then, a staff member rushed in to report. Principal Tran, it's not good. Kuan Yi's arm is broken, and he is in the infirmary. The medical staff capable of regenerating severed limbs cannot arrive in time. This arm might not be saved, he asked in shock. Where is Feng Qin? The staff hesitantly replied. He was there at the time, but refused to treat him. Van Zuong fearfully trembled, clutching his chest and collapsing. If Xiaoyi loses his arm, it means his entire body is ruined. Ko Nam hurriedly intervened. Old Tran, please don't be too hasty. He calmly proposed a different plan. The most important thing now is to clarify the situation first. He knows Feng Qin's bad temper very well. If we truly cannot persuade him, we can ask Commander and to help advise him. Immediately after, the phone rang. Quan Fong. Feng Qin saw the name and became irritated, refusing to yield, shouting that if I can't do it myself, then this old fox is being used to pressure me. You guys are really something. He seriously answered the call. Commander An, you're calling me. Surely it's not to talk about taking the bigger picture into account. Saying things like East Hua cannot lose Kuan Yi, right? The commander firmly replied, no. Quan Fong confirmed decisively. I've already watched the video of the battle. Chung Nguyen did nothing wrong, and you have no duty to save Kuan Yi. He rubbed his forehead and gave a guarantee. Chung Nguyen is a rare talent. He agreed to trust us, and we will absolutely not intentionally favor him or make him upset, regardless of whether he saves Kuan Yi or not. The military district will not hold Chung Nguyen responsible. Quan Fong spoke seriously with hidden meaning. Feng Qin, you've known Kuan Yi for 2 years. You know him best. Whether he's worth saving, I trust you have already made a judgment. After listening, he was silent for a moment, then replied briefly, I understand. After hanging up, Feng Qin turned and called Lam Lam. The little girl innocently said her name. Brother Feng Qin, he helplessly asked with concern. For dinner you're only eating this? Chung Lam casually asked. Isn't it okay? The girl suddenly remembered something and inquired, reminding herself. Didn't you go to the regular student council meeting this afternoon? Why didn't you come to the cafeteria with him? Feng Qin calmly recounted the story. Your brother was bitten by a dog. He's at the hospital getting a rabies shot. Chung Lam was so shocked she couldn't say a word. He gently comforted her. He's fine. At most it's just a small scratch. But you know, when someone gets bitten by a dog, no matter how small the wound is, they still need a vaccination. The girl sadly replied, I see. Feng Qin teasingly warned Lam Lam, don't take advantage of your brother's absence to eat only spicy chicken and nothing else, or I'll tell him. Embarrassed, Chung Lam protested, don't tell him, I just accidentally took too much, and I was too shy to go and throw it away. Seeing that, Feng Qin offered a reasonable solution. How about this? I'll get a little more of the vegetarian and main dishes and share them with you. And you can give me part of the spicy chicken you took too much of. The girl asked in surprise, but don't you not eat spicy food? He smiled and replied, it's fine to try something new once in a while. Excited, Chung Lam introduced. The cafeteria's signature spicy chicken dish is super delicious. I guarantee once you try it, you won't be able to stop eating it. Feng Qin asked suspiciously, really? Then, without hesitation, he took a bite. A moment later, his face turned red, screaming internally, it's too spicy, unbearably spicy. How can humans even eat this? I really shouldn't have trusted the siblings' taste buds. The girl looked at him with bright, expectant eyes and asked, how is it? I told you it was delicious, didn't I? He held back the burning sensation, using his power to cool himself down. Delicious, so delicious I could ascend to heaven. Truly amazing. At that moment, Feng Qin began telling another story. Lam Lam, the dog that bit your brother, was the one adopted by the principal for the student council. It has been guarding the building for many years. It probably bit your brother because it wasn't familiar with him. Originally, your brother wanted to bring it back for you to play with. But now it has been beaten by him into a three-legged crippled dog. Chung Lam replied angrily, "What good is a crippled dog? My brother broke its leg." Feng Qin nodded to confirm. "That's right. It was almost beaten to death. Tell me, do you think that dog should be healed or not?" The girl, eating while worried, asked, "Will it bite my brother again in the future?" Feng Qin adjusted his glasses confidently. "No, I guarantee it won't." Hearing this, Chung Lam was stunned for a while. Then she cheerfully agreed, then healed it. Inside the infirmary, Wen Xuan anxiously asked, "Lao Gu, do you think we should call the military district again?" Gu Enham helplessly replied, "Once every 24 hours, there are still 2 hours left. Even if you rush, it's useless. If Feng Qin really doesn't want to come, no one can make him." Quan Yi, feeling troubled, ordered everyone, "Enough, all of you go back. Staying here will only disturb my rest." Jian Nhu sighed and advised Uncle Tran, "Let's go. Let Yi have some quiet time alone." The old man gently reminded Zhao Yi, "Take care and rest well." He covered his face and sobbed, blaming himself. "Why did I have to run into such a bunch of idiots?" Knowing full well that Chung Nuyen was the one Feng Qin had his eye on, yet still doubting his ability. Quan Yi, in turmoil, recalled that moment. "Chung Nuyen never fought back even when I hit him. During the duel he still held back. Yet I couldn't understand and kept bullying a good person like that." Trembling, he muttered to himself, "It's what I deserve if Feng Qin doesn't come to save me." Just then, the man leaning against the door spoke coldly. "Now you regret it, don't you?" Quan Yi, filled with remorse, knelt down and pleaded, "I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I won't dare do that again. Please, save me." Feng Qin agreed to heal his wound. "Fine, don't cry anymore." Instantly, the boy's arm recovered in the blink of an eye. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn, "This time you were lucky. He didn't want to kill anyone publicly. But if you still seek death again, no one will be able to save you." Turning back slightly, Feng Qin reminded him, "Don't forget to fulfill the agreement. Your arm could be restored only because his sister didn't want a three-legged crippled dog." Tu Thien watched in admiration on the screen. It had already been a full day and night, and that brat Chung Nuyen really does sleep well. Vo and Gao, both suspicious and worried, said, "I brought meals over several times and tried to wake him up, but he didn't react at all. He's not pretending to sleep, is he?" Another staff member asked anxiously, "It's been a long time, and he hasn't eaten, drunk, or gone to the bathroom. Will he be all right?" Gu Enham hurriedly flung the door open and asked, "Since the military district finished the investigation, why haven't you released him yet?" He awkwardly explained in a rush, "It's not that we didn't release him. He simply refuses to come out." He decisively gave an order, "Take me there and see." When they arrived, Gu Enham loudly urged Chung Nuyen, "Wake up." He quickly turned on the light. Gu Enham firmly stated, "The matter with Quan Yi has been resolved. You bear no responsibility at all. If you want to sleep, go back to the dorm and sleep." At this moment, he anxiously touched the boy. "Why does this kid feel so cold?" Gu Enham raised his hand to check his breathing. He panicked and urgently ordered, quickly, to call the medical staff. Vo and Gao asked in surprise, "Called Feng Qin?" Tu Thien angrily scolded, "Do you want him to know that Chung Nuyen turned into this state in the holding room or what? Go call the chief doctor of Thanan." Dr. Tan arrived, grumbling in annoyance, "I just finished saving Quan Yi. It was hardly easy to end my shift. And now you call me here. You really know how to torment someone." He sincerely explained, "If it weren't for an emergency situation, we wouldn't have called you here." He sighed and began the work. "All right, let me give a first aid check." Dr. Tan channeled his power into the boy, resonating with his life force. However, his power was rebounded as if a protective membrane existed. Dr. Tan was injured and spat blood. Tu Thien, stunned, rushed over to support him. "Doctor, are you all right?" He hopelessly withdrew, cold and unresponsive. "It's impossible to save him now. Farewell." At that moment, Quan Fong called calmly to explain, "The medical analysis shows that Chung Nguyen previously exhibited symptoms of apparent death, which was actually just a type of hibernation state. There's no need for any special treatment." They asked in astonishment, "Which hospital's medical report is this?" He replied confidently, "Feng Qin submitted it there. It must be accurate." Gu Enham reassured everyone. Commander and already said that it should be fine. He anxiously asked further, "Then we also can't let him sleep forever in the holding room." Vo and Gao proposed an idea. "I heard raising the room temperature can wake animals from hibernation. We can try that." They immediately turned on the heaters around the room. The two of them loudly tried to wake him with flowery words. "Winter is over. Chung Nguyen, wake up. Spring thunder is calling. Even hibernating animals should get up." Gu Enham imitated this by using rewards to entice Chung Nguyen. "Last time on the mission you achieved first place. The higher-ups awarded you a platinum medal and a competition flag, plus a generous bonus, and woke up quickly to claim your reward." Vo and Gao excitedly tried a more unique approach. "I even hid dozens of ultra-clear, uncensored pictures here. Wake up, and I'll give them all to you." However, Chung Nguyen remained completely silent, unable to open his eyes. Tu Thien, alarmed, sighed, "What now? I can't think of any method anymore." He helplessly scratched his head. "He's like this. We can't directly take him back to the dorm either." Gu Enham sighed and instructed, "It's come to this point. We shouldn't bother about saving face. Call Feng Qin." Meanwhile, Chung Nguyen was immersed in a quiet flow. He silently reminded himself, "No time, no space. This is the boundary between life and death. Stay here, merge with this place." At that moment, Chung Nguyen suddenly heard a desperate scream. "Chung Nguyen, your sister has been attacked by people from Huiling Academy." Shocked, he opened his eyes. Chung Nguyen sprang. The two of them joyfully embraced each other. "He's awake. He's finally awake." Gu Enham anxiously inquired about his condition. "Classmate Chung Nguyen, are you okay? Do you need to go to the medical room for a checkup?" Feng Qin indifferently pulled him away. "He's still very healthy. No need for a checkup. Nguyen, come on. Let's go have a late-night meal." On the way, he glanced at his phone and wondered, "It's been a whole day and night already. Why do I feel like I just lay down, and my super senses didn't even wake me up?" Chung Nguyen asked in surprise. The principal actually let it go so easily. "I'm surprised too," he calmly explained. "He has the backing of the commander. It's just an ordinary principal. How could he dare make things difficult for you?" Chung Nguyen asked again in bewilderment. "The commander." Feng Qin carefully explained his identity. "Commander of the Hoa Dong Military District, Quan Fong, Tai Ka's biological father. I still don't understand why that cunning old fox would favor you. Maybe he was moved by your sincerity." Chung Nguyen quietly thought with a daring plan. "I had even considered that if they insisted on covering for Quan Yi, I would just flatten the entire academy. But I'll just keep that thought to myself." He suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Right. You just said that my sister was beaten by people from Hoa Lin Academy." He scratched his head and recounted the whole story. This has to be told from the tradition of rivalry between the two schools. Back to 12 hours earlier, Chung Lam sobbed sadly and said, "I lost. I still lost." Uk Fong comforted and tried to encourage her. "Students from Hoa Lin all come from noble families and are trained earlier than us. It is normal that we lost. That guy named Thin Su is so powerful, and you still managed to exchange a few blows with him. That is already very good. We could not even touch his clothes." The girl resolutely replied, "Losing is losing." Chung Lam affirmed her determination. "I will not be like you who only makes excuses. Frankly, it is because I am not strong enough. I must strive many times harder to become stronger." Lu Van inwardly pleased thought, This exchange to Hoa Lin might have stirred Chung Lam's fighting will, so it was not in vain. The girl bravely called and requested, "Hello, is this Feng Qin? I have something to ask. My brother says you are very good at fighting. I want to ask you to train." Feng Qin shrugged and recounted the situation. "That is how it is." Chung Nguyen glared darkly and scoffed. "She went to fight without me, and for training she doesn't come to me but to you." Feng Qin hurriedly explained in fear. "Don't glare at me like that. I honestly reported everything to you. Everything points to you." "Okay." Feng Qin awkwardly clarified. "Honestly, your sister has no scratches at all, but her spirit was struck by people from Hoa Lin Academy, so she definitely wants an outstanding brother to help her get revenge. It's a pity this exchange only allows first years to participate." He angrily cracked his knuckles, then asked in a low voice, "What is the name of the person who beat my sister?" At that moment, inside the banquet, Thin Su boasted arrogantly, "The people from Dang Thap Nation are all as strong as oxen. I easily took on 5 of them alone. The people here are all weaklings, bean sprouts. I could beat 50 of them with one hand." Ku Enhan disdainfully criticized this. Thin Su opens his mouth only to brag about the people from Dang Thap Nation, belittling the Hoa Nation. Are we just going to let it slide? Thin Sok gently reminded us. "For now, we still cannot intervene." He seriously added, "Thin Su has half the bloodline of Tumat Nation. His purpose for coming to Hoa Nation is to participate in the circular competition between universities. His family spent 200 million Thai on this, also negotiating other benefits with the board. The board wants to use this exchange between the 2 schools to help him get promoted, so they even want me to let him take a detour into the student council of Than An, directly meeting the guiding teacher to talk. For now we should still give him some face." Thin Sok folded his arms regretfully and continued, "It's just a pity that no first-year student of Than An has enough ability to stop him." At that moment, outside the door, a bold and challenging voice rang out. Trash from Hoa Lin Academy came out and took a beating. Thin Sok was stunned and asked, "What's happening?" Ku Enhan anxiously speculated, "It seems like someone from Than An has come to duel. It's only 11 o'clock now. The exchange time hasn't passed yet." He hurriedly ran out to check, letting me go see. Outside, Feng Qin held a loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "Trash from Hoa Lin Academy, come out and take a beating." Seeing the figure, Thin Sok was dumbfounded and realized, "It's her." At that moment, inside the banquet, Thin Su boasted arrogantly, "The people of Dang Thap Quoc are all as strong as oxen. I easily handled 5 of them alone. The people here are all weaklings, bean sprouts. I could beat 50 with one hand." Ku Enhan disdainfully criticized this. Thin Su only opens his mouth to brag about Dang Thap Quoc and belittle Hoa Quoc. Are we just going to let it slide? Thin Sok gently reminded us, "Not yet. For now we should not intervene." He seriously added, "Thin Su is half-blood of Tumat Quoc. His purpose in Hoa Quoc is to join the inter-university circle competition. His family spent 200 million Thai for this and negotiated other benefits with the board. The board wants to use this exchange to help him get promoted, so they even want me to let him slip into the Than An Student Council, directly meet the guiding teacher to talk. For now we should give him some face." Thin Sok folded his arms in regret and continued, "It is a pity that none of Than An's first years have the ability to stop him." Right then, a bold, challenging voice rang outside the door. Trash from Hoa Lin Academy came out and took a beating. Thin Sok was stunned and asked what was happening. Ku Enhan anxiously guessed it might be someone from Than An coming to duel. "It is only 11 o'clock. The exchange time has not passed." He hurried out to check, letting me go see. Outside, Feng Qin held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Trash from Hoa Lin Academy, come out and take a beating." Seeing his figure, Thin Sok was dumbfounded and realized it was her. He was astonished inwardly. It was her, the fat girl I met at the corner. But today she looks more and more like a boy. Chung Nguyen walked prettily and glimmered under the moonlight. Thin Sok blinked and stared. "Ku Enhan, look at the person beside Feng Qin. Is it male or female?" He both doubted and helplessly answered, No matter how you look, it is a boy, okay? Nowadays boys with long hair are common. President, don't judge people by hairstyle. Thin Sok was stunned. How could it be a boy? Impossible. Just then Thin Su arrogantly stepped out. You useless trash from Than An, I already beat back 15 people, and you still refuse to admit defeat. You too again. Chung Nguyen angrily shouted. The one who hit my sister was you, he sneered. Beat one, and then a crowd. That is the typical shamelessness of Hoa Quoc people. Unable to contain himself, he retaliated with lightning power, saying it's just a duel as arranged. Chung Nguyen unleashed attacks, courage, freezing, combat master, blood for blood. He struck calmly. I came to duel, not because you demanded it. Immediately, Thin Su was flung into the fountain. The surrounding crowd marveled. Incredible, what ability is that? Call the healer. He stood firm and proud. Chung Nguyen raised his fist and muttered to himself. Slept and woke up. It seems I became stronger. Feng Qin was stunned and exclaimed. He teasingly asked in a low voice, measure of strength. How strong? Could it knock down Vu Mak in seconds? Chung Nguyen pondered, then answered, not about seconds. The cost is lower now. Feng Qin asked further, to reduce the weakening time. How long now? Chung Nguyen questioned. Why do you care? Feng Qin replied, to better cover for you. Hearing that, he spoke for a day and a half. Chung Nguyen realized his mental strength also seems stronger, using 4 abilities at once without tiring. Who knew sleeping in a holding room would be so effective? I should sleep there more. Thin Su angrily stood up. You disgusting Hoa Quoc lot. You attacked me before I was ready. I will kill you. He casually asked. Can exchanges between schools allow killing? Feng Qin hurriedly stopped him. No, this guy is a foreign exchange student from Tumat Quoc. Killing him would cause an international incident. He was bitter and immediately provoked. You trash. That didn't count earlier. Fight me again now. Thin Sok interjected. Wait a moment. He curiously asked slowly, Feng Qin, what is the name of the person you brought? He didn't understand but still answered, Chung Nguyen, a new first-year student. No rule violations have been agreed. Thin Sok stubbornly asked more. Is it a boy? Feng Qin irritably replied briefly, pointless. Hearing that, he felt as if struck by lightning, fell to his knees with mouth agape. A boy, truly a boy, no. Moments later Feng Qin remembered something like a last hope. Wait, earlier he said his sister was beaten by Thin Su. So his sister is also a first year at Than An. The two siblings study the same year, and their hairstyles aren't that similar. Could it be that the long, straight, black-haired girl that day is his twin sister? He politely introduced himself, classmate Chung Nguyen. Hello, my name is Thin Sok. I am 18 years old, 1.89 meters tall, and weigh 78 kilos. Next he seriously expressed his feelings. I fell in love with your sister at first sight. I want marriage as a premise. I want to date your sister. Chung Nguyen angrily turned dark. Very well, others joked a bit and that's fine. But you dare say that to me directly, claiming fairness while training like that? Such a person cannot be kept. Thin Su stood aside deducing, or gave that name Thin Sok to him, in the same association with him. No wonder he blocked my promotion. He resented and gathered strength. Chung Nguyen right. Earlier you ambushed me. Now it's my turn to ambush you. Thin Su used his skill, mimicry. By contact he imitates the target's abilities, the amount not exceeding his own energy. He curled his lip into a perverse smile. I am Ku Nang Jia with 3 abilities. Whatever power your fist had before cannot surpass 3 abilities. At that moment, Thin Su suddenly froze. He burst a nosebleed and then collapsed to the ground, everyone astonished and whispering. Why did Thin Su suddenly fall? It must be from a sneak attack. An aggressive person pointed and demanded, Feng Qin, what do you want to do to Thin Su? He suddenly fell down. He coldly denied at once. What does that have to do with me? Do I need to use a sneak attack to deal with him? Thin Sok asked puzzled and ordered, What are you looking at us for? Hurry and take him to the medical room. At that moment, Feng Qin put his hand on his shoulder and put forward a condition. You on behalf of Hoa Lin admit defeat. Then I will help you save him. Is that okay? He angrily retorted, why should I admit defeat? The total duel has had 16 matches. Our school already won 15 of them. Feng Qin replied irritably, whoever still stands at the end is the winner. Chung Nuyen angrily cut in, enough, trying to divert attention, right? You think I am easy to fool. He declared resolutely, if you want to date my sister, you have to step over my corpse first. Feng Qin inwardly panicked, damn, interrupted by those idiots from Tu Mat Quoc. Forgot to go along with Chung Nuyen. The volcano is about to erupt. The world is about to end. I will retreat first. Thien Soc, not understanding the situation, still asked, why, you feel I am not worthy of your sister? He turned and slipped away quickly. Thien Soc, handle it yourself well. If you can survive, I am willing to call you the strongest bastard in the world. Thien Soc shamelessly offered proof. My father is the chief of staff of the Kuong Corporation. I myself am the richest tycoon in Hoa Quoc, in the top 100 richest people in the world. Chung Nuyen indifferently replied, that still cannot change the fact that you are a brute. The moment he threw out the sharp knives, Thien Soc blocked them with moves, crystal wall, stone table, ironclad skin. While activating his skills he wondered, force from, what exactly did I say wrong? Why does he keep using killing moves? Chung Nuyen awkwardly snapped, why are you dazed? He immediately struck him with a palm to the face. Chung Nuyen was astonished as he punched and cursed. What kind of turtle shell is this? It clangs when hit. The crowd, fearing something serious, urgently shouted, the president can hardly hold on, quickly calling security. Thien Soc helplessly asked, in the end, why do you want to stop me from pursuing your sister? He bluntly spoke the harsh truth. My sister is only 12 this year. Tell me why. Hearing this, he suddenly realized something. That long, straight, black-haired girl looks older than 12. Could it be? Thien Soc turned pale and asked again. The person I bumped into at the corner that day, was it you? Chung Nuyen calmly admitted, yeah, I only bumped you once, and you have held a grudge till today. He felt ashamed and froze for 5 seconds. Really you? Thien Soc quietly cried a river, this cruel reality, better to die than live. Seeing him silent, Chung Nuyen pulled out a knife. Nothing left to say then. At that moment, Tran Quan hurriedly advised, hold back. He frowned and turned his head back. Han Dich decisively ordered, quickly restraining him. Chung Nuyen saw them and immediately recognized them. It was the guard team of Hoa Lang. At that moment he leapt back in shock. The ground had liquefied. It was the effect of Ku Nang. He urgently asked for an update. The target had escaped the muddy area. Had the spirit confinement cage not yet been deployed? The guard beside him answered helplessly. Used it. Useless. Tran Quan was using his skill and calling out to resonate life force. Thien Soc fell in, pulling him out quickly. Right then Chung Nuyen activated his ability, freezing. While throwing his throwing knives he reasoned. Being buried head down in the earth would mean death in a few minutes, as long as those guards do not interfere. The blades quickly struck into the ground around them. Chung Nuyen spoke solemnly, I do not like slaughtering the innocent. Do not move. Han Dich was wary of his power. This is bad. This person is too strong. We are not his match. If he is determined to kill Thien Soc, then our attempts to stop him will be useless and will drag us in two. He anxiously urged Tran Quan, sever the resonance link. Tran Quan firmly refused. No, if you cut it he will die. I can still hold on. Han Dich warned nervously. No, if this continues you will die too. He put a hand on his shoulder and gently restrained him. You still have a future ahead. I said I would help you listen into the Night Eagle Squad. Tran Quan replied resolutely with righteousness. If I cannot even save one student, then what use is joining Night Eagle Squad? Hearing the familiar name, Chung Nuyen immediately made the connection. Night Eagle Squad. He frowned and quickly realized it was him, Lam's former life-healing teammate, who fought alongside the heterotype to the last moment without retreating. Chung Nuyen changed his mind and decided to let go. It was not worth dragging that bastard to death together. Take that bastard's life next time and Han Dich asked in confusion. Is he really just going to leave it at that? A teammate nervously added, are we going after him? The guard tersely ordered, chase his rear, go save him quickly. After he left, Feng Qin, waiting, suddenly said, I thought this time Thien Sok was as good as dead. Didn't expect you to spare him at the crucial moment. Chung Nguyen indifferently explained briefly, sleepy, too lazy to fight. Feng Qin, understanding, deduced the reason. Because the healing system is resonating his power. You didn't want to harm an innocent person, right? The kind-hearted often get bullied. At this moment, Chung Nguyen suddenly proposed a strange idea. No signal on the phone, can't call a car. Let's join the city night run squad of Thuongdong together. Feng Qin asked in shock. Night run? Do you know how far it is from Hoa Lang to Than An? Chung Nguyen calmly replied, only 30 kilometers. Feng Qin repeated in astonishment, only 30 kilometers. He suggested an alternative plan. Anyway, I'm not running. I'll use the satellite phone to call someone. Moments later, a car quickly arrived. Sitting inside, Chung Nguyen silently observed the woman in front of him. He thought to himself, this woman is clearly here just to pick someone up. Didn't speak a word on the way, and Feng Qin also seems unwilling to talk to her. Could it be because I'm the only one here? Ka-man stayed silent, occasionally glancing back. When getting out of the car, Chung Nguyen teasingly remarked, didn't expect there to be a rich lady behind you. He quickly clarified, what rich lady? She's a friend of my mother. Not that you fancy her or anything. Chung Nguyen forced a smile. No need for that. He waved and said goodbye. It's getting late. I'm going back to sleep. Feng Qin anxiously stopped him. You clueless driver. That's not the dorm. It's the detention room. Chung Nguyen calmly acknowledged, yes, it is the detention room. Chung Nguyen grumbled irritably. This is my sleep. What are you doing here, using your eyes as a nightlight for me? Feng Qin cleared his throat and replied, worried you would sleep until you died and not wake up. Feng Qin proposed, how about I go greet your sister first? Chung Nguyen, frowning, immediately sat up. It is 1 in the morning now. She is asleep. Moreover, she does not want to see me much these past 2 days. Feng Qin curiously asked why. Chung Nguyen recounted lovingly, Lam Lam has been very competitive since she was young. Whenever she loses a match, she runs off to cry alone. She never lets me see her dissatisfied face. He sternly warned her to hide it from me, asking you to train her specially. I will not interfere, but do not teach her any strange things. Feng Qin crossed his arms and assured me, I will keep some principles. Chung Nguyen lay back down and seriously suggested, to be safe, treat this sleep as an experiment. I will sleep for 5 minutes and you try to wake me up. No sooner said than done. Chung Nguyen quickly fell asleep. He leaned in and lied, your sister was beaten by people from Hoa Lang Academy. However, he remained utterly silent, soundly asleep. Feng Qin kept up the lies. Thien Sok kidnapped your sister. Lam Lam ran off with me. Nguyen. I was beaten by people from Hoa Lang Academy. Wake up. Dong Luong is saying your sister absorbed Ku Tin. He muttered to himself, calling like this, and he still does not wake. Could it be that he can distinguish truth from falsehood even while asleep, so he has no reaction? Feng Qin anxiously vowed, I am a heterotype. You are a heterotype. You are the only kin I have met. This time, no matter what, I will find a way to help you. At the same time, at the other side of the hospital, the doctor helplessly explained, Madam, we really did all we could. It is possible that young Master Thin Su was hit by a mental attack from Kunang Jia, and we cannot dispel it. Tham Yu angrily resolved, my son is the trump card with which I control the Thoi family. Absolutely nothing must happen to him. These 2 useless healers from Tumat Nation cannot be relied on at a crucial moment. At that moment she suddenly remembered something. Tham Du came up with an idea and turned to leave. Right, Hoa Quoc has a bureau that manages Kunang and handles Kunang Jia who commit crimes. We can use the name of Tu Mat Quoc to pressure them and force them to bring Hoa Quoc masters to rescue him. Scene switches to the dormitory. The screen suddenly shows the name of the beloved younger brother Thien Sok. Tu Nguyen picked up in surprise. Little brother, Why are you calling me at 1:30 in the morning? Are you drunk and waiting for someone to pick up your body? She nervously refused. The long black-haired girl I asked you to find earlier. Forget it. I checked the student roster for anyone with that hair and basically could not find her. He sighed and rubbed his head, stopped searching. I already knew who it was. Tu Nguyen curiously asked, who? Thien Sok revealed the name with implication. Chung Nguyen, first-year special class. She blinked and asked, Chung Nguyen? Tu Nguyen thought and realized the disciplined boy Ian Och was looking for a few days ago. She skeptically sat at the computer and first of all disregarded gender. The hairstyle is completely different. It is really him. After editing, Tu Nguyen concluded, using Photoshop to change the hairstyle. The male and female student council uniforms are the same. It massively deceives people. Next she sent the photo to him. Little brother, look and see if this is the person. Thien Sok blushed and confirmed, then tried to calm down. It is him. Wait, calm down. What am I thinking? This is a macho guy. A macho guy? The photo is pretty. Saving it to admire is not bad. Treat it as idol chasing. Yes, idol chasing. A moment later he hesitantly messaged. How many? Tu Nguyen asked, not understanding what. Thien Sok replied tersely. Photos. She immediately set the terms. 500 dong per photo. No credit. He agreed and transferred the money. So 100 photos first. At the academy at dawn, the birds were singing and their voices echoed throughout the space. In the quiet room, the alarm clock suddenly rang. Today is Friday, September 22nd. The weather is cool and comfortable. Chung Lam sleepily sat up. Morning already. After seeing herself in the mirror, she was startled and complained, oh no, I cried too much last night. My eyes are all swollen like this. How am I supposed to go out and meet people? At that moment, the phone rang again. Chung Lam wondered, why is Feng Qin calling me so early? Could it be that something happened to my brother? She picked up the phone and quietly said, Feng. Before she could properly greet you, Feng Qin hurriedly explained, your brother is fine. He just had a slight allergic reaction after the injection and happened to stay at the hospital for observation. Chung Lam found it strange and asked, what is that? He glanced at her and explained humorously, you will learn this in 2 years anyway. In short, your brother is fine. He is just sleeping like dead. No matter what you call, he will not wake up. She immediately came up with a plan. Normally my brother always sleeps like that. You have to shout loudly. Feng Qin cheerfully suggested, how about you try to call him to see? Then Chung Lam shouted really loud and strong, brother, get up, the sun is shining. You quickly get up and cook breakfast for me. Chung Nguyen drowsily stammered, what do you want for breakfast? I will make it right away. She giggled teasingly, silly brother, you are so dumb. You are still lying in the hospital. How can you make breakfast? Quickly rest well to recover. Then Chung Lam additionally informed me, these 2 days I ate with my roommate. You arrange it yourself. Do not need to care about me. Hanging up now? He blankly replied, okay. Chung Nguyen foolishly asked, why did you call Lam Lam in the middle of the night? Feng Qin held out the phone. How about you look at what time it is now? He stubbornly defended me. I just slept for 1 minute. A moment later, Chung Nguyen was astonished and flopped back. How is it already morning? He carefully pushed up his glasses. It must be because his concept of time is different from others. I will splice and record the phone call just now to send to him as an alarm. He helplessly replied, so you even thought of that? Feng Qin proudly replied, too flattering, too flattering. Seeing this, Chung Nguyen hugged his pillow and continued sleeping. The alarm has already been set, so I'll sleep a little longer. He was so shocked he was speechless. Hey, just ignore it and keep talking. If the alarm is useless, then think of a new way. Feng Qin annoyedly shouted, hey. Before drifting off, Chung Nguyen added one more thing. Right, can the warehouse in my dormitory be equipped with a kitchen? He irritably responded, fine, okay. In the living room, Quan Fong and Fa Dich were leisurely sipping tea. He curiously asked, making Quan Fong choke on his drink, Commander An, has Chung Nguyen played a trick on you already? Fa Dich, head of the Coup Management Bureau, seriously explained. Don't laugh. I'm serious. Reviewing Chung Nguyen's file has troubled me the whole evening. That little brat from the Tumat Kwok was beaten by Chung Nguyen, even dragged in the coup management bureau, and tried to increase pressure to punish people. Those below, just looking at Chung Nguyen's file, the highest security level, even a bureau chief like me could not access it. I had to use connections to see the trick. He pointed and questioned, Commander An, don't tell me you didn't know that the pitiful bear is forbidden to hunt, and that the absorption rate of the pitiful is unbelievably low. If this kid possesses the pitiful ability, that alone is already a problem. Quan Fong firmly declared, I know the inside story. The conclusion is there is no problem. After speaking, he pondered and analyzed. Compared to this minor matter, what really deserves attention is when he confronted Quan Yi and used the ability to reflect back 10 times stronger like a demon hero king. That's the true noteworthy event. Quan Fong calmly affirmed, Chung Nguyen's strength is far more complex than what you see on the file. He emphasized decisively, I had planned to introduce him to the cuckoo. I hope Bureau Chief Fan Tone does not add a single stroke to the file. Trin and saw Tham Do sobbing. He tried to console her. Madam, we have already submitted an appeal to Hoa Kwok. Wait until tomorrow. When they go to work there will surely be news. She angrily shouted, do you understand anything? It must be today. Hoa Kwok's rapid response only manages for 24 hours. After that they won't save him. Just then, the door to the hospital room suddenly opened. Tham Kai solemnly introduced himself, commander of the Hoa Dong Military District, here to visit the injured foreign friend. Tham Du was overjoyed, thinking that there was good news. The commander personally came here. It seems the appeal worked. Hoa Kwok is preparing to take action to save him. Looking at Thin Su gasping weakly on the hospital bed, Quan Fong opened his eyes wide and activated his ability. He curiously asked, how many abilities does he have? She quickly replied, 3 abilities. Quan Fong asked further about the special ability. One of them is the most common simulation in Tumat Kwok. Tham Du nodded in confirmation, yes. Upon hearing this, he explained in detail. This young man was affected by a common power backlash. He only has 3 abilities but managed to simulate skills beyond that number. His brain was continuously damaged and sabotaged by coup abilities, which is why he became like this. She was desperate and ready to do anything, sending people from the rapid response here, no matter how much money it costs. Quan Fong tactfully refused. It is not a matter of money. He firmly did not accept. Perhaps you have seen the surveillance video. Thin Su lost in the skirmish, yet still tried to use simulation to attack secretly. Being hit by the backlash is deserved. Hoa Kwok will not take responsibility. Tham Du angrily retorted, giving her reasoning, will not take responsibility. Do you know that behind that boy is the Thoi Corporation, a powerhouse in Tumat? Quan Fong calmly confronted her. So do you know what is behind Chung Nguyen? He proudly turned to leave, behind him all of Hoa Kwok. After they went downstairs, Quan Fong complained awkwardly, Thin Su's side is easy to deal with. The real trouble is on Thin Sok's side. Tham Kai asked in surprise, didn't Thin Sok say he wouldn't pursue it? He sighed and clarified, the trouble is exactly there. Quan Fong tiredly complained, the Kuong family boy said he likes Chung Nguyen's sister. Now his attitude clearly shows he does not want to give up pursuing her. He was stunned realizing the situation was complicated. This matter, he groaned in a headache. Later when he goes he wants to hit him with the law a bit. Tham Kai curiously teased, hit physically or hit mentally. Quan Fong humorously replied, a mixed hit. At that moment, the 3 Chung Lam siblings went for a walk together. Chung Nguyen attentively reminded, Lam, you are currently in a growth phase. Sleep a bit more in the morning. The kitchen in the dorm will be finished tomorrow. Later I will make breakfast and bring it to you. The girl sulkily replied, don't want to. He froze and asked, is it because my cooking is not good enough? Chung Lam waved off the misunderstanding. No, your breakfast is naturally good, but she explained that waking up early to make breakfast will also be tiring. Moreover, the food at home is very abundant and delicious. I also want you to try it. Chung Nguyen secretly thought happily, although I don't have taste, now I have tasted sweetness. Just then, he saw Quan Wai rushing from the cafeteria. Chung Nguyen puzzled and cautious. Quan Wai? Why did he suddenly run here? He guarded everyone carefully, hand holding a basket of buns, trying to use a hot attribute attack from a distance. He shyly handed the food, buns, little buns for you, sir. The girl shivered in fear and exclaimed, in front of the cafeteria there is a strange person proposing to my brother with buns. Feng Qin calmly decoded Lam Lam, that is his dog. Chung Lam happily enjoyed the food, the buns were really delicious. She gently advised, brother, it's a bit awkward to treat someone like a dog. You should still let him be a person. Quan Wai smiled voluntarily. I'm also pretty good at being a dog. Chung Lam touched her brother's hair, then comforted him. Quan Wai, don't be scared like that. She cheerfully played with his hair while affirming, although my brother doesn't like to smile, he is really super kind. He timidly showed admiration. I understand, Chung Nguyen is the gentlest and kindest person in the world, but being a person requires respect. He firmly reminded me again, telling him if he shouldn't be afraid, then don't be afraid. Then, Chung Lam excitedly made a request, initiating a state change. Brother, every day you must be gentle. You are not allowed to bully your classmates. Chung Nguyen jokingly chased her. The effect of the state change was to exchange the states between the two of them. Her hairstyle also had to change. Chung Lam hurriedly refused. I don't want to. He successfully caught her. Feng Qin patted his shoulder as a reminder, stop dazing and quickly eat your dog meal. Tu Nguyen excitedly took photos secretly, selecting one Chung Nguyen SSR shot. The prize sold to her brother would fulfill a final wish. Super level luck increased by 448%. She passionately edited the photo, letting AI slightly change the clothes. Then added a layer of innocent girl filter, state change. Of course all states had to be changed. Returning to class, Teacher Vin warned while introducing the latest announcement. Cultural class scores below 85 points will not be able to graduate nor participate in inter-school competitions. Weak students must work harder, otherwise it will be like repeating a grade. He called out with instructions, Chung Lam, your situation is special. You don't need to study cultural class with the other students, just go directly to your previous tutoring teacher. The girl asked in surprise, okay, should I go now? Teacher Vin replied briefly, yes. He then directed Quan Wai temporarily sit in Chung Lam's seat. Afterwards, Teacher Vin began the lecture. Today we want to talk about calculations between sets. He was confused, scratching his head, compliments, the empty set. What the heck are those? Even if I repeat a grade, I still don't understand. Quan Wai secretly glanced at him. Homeroom teacher Ko said Chung Nguyen is a top student. If I ask him a question, will I be beaten to death? Miss Lam this morning transformed him into a gentle state. Why not try? Quan Wai mustered courage and shakily asked, Chung Nguyen, can you teach me how to solve this question? He was speechless and stunned. A moment later, Chung Nguyen calmly instructed, set M has 3 elements, set N. Quan Wai happily rejoiced inside. He actually agreed to teach me, arf, so gentle. Seeing Quan Wai dazed, he turned and asked, are you listening? And he faithfully answered, listening. Teacher Vin nodded happily. This kid Quan Wai directly asking the top student for guidance is also a way to learn. Well, leave them be. Time passed. 10 minutes later. Chung Nguyen angrily lost patience and shouted, 5 times, I have asked you the same type of problem 5 times already. He tied his hair up and threatened, if you still don't know how I will kill you. He panicked and collapsed. It's over. The gentle state was gone. Right then, the teacher called a name for checking. Quan Wai, come up and solve this type of problem. He answered the solution while tense, with Chung Nguyen staring at him from behind. After finishing, Teacher Vin praised, very good answer. Quan Wai breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself, I just took a stroll around the ghost gate. After class, Feng Qin asked curiously, Why is Lam Lam nowhere to be seen? Chung Nguyen explained at once. She started attending cultural classes by herself from today. From now on we'll basically meet at the cafeteria. Feng Qin found it strange and asked, strange, so you didn't follow her? Chung Nguyen sighed anxiously. I wanted to go too. He recalled the moment Lam Lam sulked and said, I'm not a child anymore. I can't have my brother do everything for me. He seriously changed the subject, saying, didn't anyone from Hoa Ling Academy cause trouble? Feng Qin replied calmly, they did, but Old Fox handled it. Chung Nguyen exclaimed in surprise, Commander, and showed up. He rubbed his chin and speculated, 8 out of 10 it's because they value your ability, like that Lam family wanting you to sell your life to the military district. Chung Nguyen shook his head in affirmation. They're different, he thought to himself. Dong Luong used my accident to force underage Lam Lam to the battlefield. Commander, and didn't ask me to take any missions. Feng Qin interrupted and then gave him something. All right, stop talking. Here's something for you. He handed him the rankings. The Hoa Quoc Youth Ku Nang Jia leaderboard, ranked 137 Chung Nhi, 138 Thien Soc. Feng Qin boasted loudly. So, does this please you now? Both names are on the list. If you want Haiyan Min, then Haiyan Min. If Chung Nhi, then Chung Nhi. He angrily punched him once. Then Feng Qin apologized and corrected himself. Not Nhi, it's Nguyen. There are 2 hooks below. Right, Chung Nguyen. Next time don't hit the wrong name. He rubbed the bump on his head and warned. Being on the public list means appearing publicly. Trouble will keep coming to your door. Scene shifts to the gym. Lam Lam trained hard on the punching bag. She excitedly asked, was my move just now correct? Feng Qin praised, very good, very standard. You even learn faster than your brother. Lam Lam asked in surprise, really? Feng Qin recalled the hard training days. The regimented drill posture of the siblings at the start appeared before him. Some training names he refused to mention. She eagerly voiced a wish. I want to secretly surpass him while he doesn't know. Feng Qin understood completely. Actually, he already knew. Now Feng Qin made a suggestion and didn't forget to put animal ears on him. Quan Wai, try 2 moves with her. Put them on. He hesitated and replied, not very suitable, is it? He patted his shoulder to reassure him. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. I'm here. Quan Wai timidly stepped forward. Okay, I'll go up. Lam Lam shouted fiercely, come fight. On the other side, Chung Nguyen was diligently writing an assignment. Just then he heard a knock and went out to ask, it's midnight. Who is it? Chung Nguyen raised an eyebrow and opened the door. Immediately after, he clung to his leg, babbling. Chung Nguyen impatiently reminded, speak human language. Quan Wai sobbed and begged, save me, teach me. I want to become stronger. He frowned and coldly responded, what makes you imagine that I will teach you? He sobbed and tried to persuade me. I know, you're super good like Miss Lam said. Teach arithmetic 5 times before getting angry. Chung Nguyen angrily kicked his leg. No, I'm not good, let go. Quan Wai pleaded and admitted fault. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Sorry. I was arrogant and challenged you blindly. Actually, I'm weak. I couldn't even beat Miss Lam. Chung Nguyen, puzzled, grabbed his shirt. You fought with Lam Lam. Quan Wai honestly recounted his experience. Yes, Feng Qin told me to train with Lam Lam. She beat me more than 10 times. I couldn't switch hands at all. He knelt, trembling in disappointment. If this continues, I don't even deserve to be your dog anymore. I don't want that. I want to become stronger. Please, I can endure hardship. I'll obey you in everything. Hearing this, Chung Nguyen nodded and agreed. All right, so that you can train with Lam Lam. I will make you stronger. From now on, every time Lam Lam has special training, you must record the entire process on video and send it to me. Don't let her know. Quan Wai responded enthusiastically, no problem. Chung Nguyen pondered, worried Feng Qin would spoil his sister, so he told me to supervise. Very reasonable. This time I don't want to miss Lam Lam's growth. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, can we start training right now? Chung Nguyen put his hands up and asked, it's midnight. Aren't you afraid of sudden death? Quan Wai diligently insisted. Training won't kill me, so train me until death. Immediately Chung Nguyen began training while thinking about training methods. The improvement of a Kunang Jia mainly lies in physical strength, combat skills, mental power, and ability usage efficiency. Quan Wai's foundation is not bad. I really couldn't fight him without using abilities, but I'm afraid I would kill him if I used the Grandmaster method. He shifted into a defensive stance and began receiving strikes. They charged at each other, exchanging continuous punches and palm strikes. Time passed. 2 hours later. Quan Wai was exhausted and pale. Chung Nguyen silently evaluated, "After fighting so long, I don't see him making obvious progress. On the contrary, I have become proficient with the Grandmaster technique and can precisely control the level so as not to kill him." He laughed aloud with excitement. "Finally, who is training whom?" he gasped out. "I can't fight anymore, but I feel I've become stronger." Chung Nguyen frowned and stared. Quan Wai pointed out the difference. "I before absolutely couldn't make you move from your—" Quan Wai excitedly set a goal. "Your small step is my big step. This month I want to make you move 1 meter from your original spot." Scene shifts to the spacious house, Upper Capital City, Ku Academy. T2 pushed the teacup aside and then announced important news. Old 8 has retired. K-Man was surprised and asked, "What happened?" "Wasn't Old 8 helping the coup administration investigate the case?" He reported the incident in detail. "Yes, the recent increase in transnational cases exposed some clues about old cases. Just as Old 8 was preparing a deep investigation, he was severely injured and missed the rescue window. They suspect the other side has someone of very high rank. Moreover, there is a mole in the military district. But for now, these are only conjectures without solid evidence." She grew curious and asked, "The 8th position is vacant. Who are you preparing to promote?" T2 replied seriously and confidently, "Quan Fong recommended someone to me. This year 16 years old, still studying at Chang'an Academy. His strength is not ordinary." Ka-Man immediately realized Feng Qin's classmate. He wondered aloud, "I've met him before." She answered uncertainly, "Maybe." T2 sipped his tea and then decided, "In any case we should consider it. And since these past 2 days he used his real name on the youth ranking, let my subordinate students go meet him." The next morning at the training hall, Ngim Thak politely introduced himself. "Hello, student Chung Nguyen. My name is Ngim Thak, team leader of the District Wind Unit of Hoa Nam, ranked 150 on the youth list. Today I suddenly came here to challenge you." Lu Van, standing beside, reminded me of the rules. "Chung Nguyen, you are currently ranked 137. If you do not accept the challenge, your rankings will swap. Clearly, it is not reasonable to travel from Hoa Nam to Hoa Dong to challenge me for a difference of 13 places." He quickly agreed, thinking to himself, "I'll accept his challenge. I want to know his purpose. Only one fight then." In the crowd, someone urged, "Hurry up, President. As long as you order it, we will immediately snatch Chung Nguyen back to Hoa Lang." At this moment, Thien Sok's face had flushed with embarrassment. "Our Hoa Lang is a respectable academy. Madam Ap Camp, what is this? Do not talk nonsense." Ku Enhan slyly covered his mouth and whispered, "President, no need to explain. We will help you sweep away obstacles on the path of love." Thien Sok immediately defended himself. "Do not misunderstand. I am simply appreciating him." Then Thien Sok clenched his teeth in embarrassment and added, "Moreover, the main reason we came to Than an Academy today is to apologize to him. Digging at the corner of a wall still depends on fate, cannot force it." Now, in front of the witnesses, including Koan Ham, Chung Nguyen faced that guy. He solemnly spread his arms. "The training ground domain has been opened. No other students will disturb you. This ranking match will be witnessed by me. Prepare yourselves and then begin." Ngim Thak quickly pointed his sword forward. "Chung Nguyen, you are not using a weapon." Chung Nguyen still kept a cold expression and raised his hand. "Your ranking is lower than mine. I will yield you 1 strike." Upon hearing this, he immediately swung his weapon. "If you do not mind, then I will begin." But Chung Nguyen easily evaded that sharp sword strike. making Ingame Thak frown in admiration. Good agility. Then, while leisurely dodging numerous sword strikes from the opponent, he thought to himself, using only sword technique without Ker energy, what exactly does he want to test? The scene made Quan Y excitedly raise his hand. Chung Nguyen 666. Defeat him, don't hold back. If injured, there is Feng Qin. The named person still silently observed. Isn't this guy a student of Mr. T? Was he sent by those guys from Tu Vien Tu to probe Chung Nguyen's strength? At this moment, Ngim Thak calmly retreated. Only ranked 137. Your ranking is low. Chung Nguyen remained indifferent. Same. Then he spoke. Next, I will fight for real. Then Ngim Thak stretched, forcefully swinging his sword and generating a fierce aura. Fong Lim. However, that attack just grazed past Chung Nguyen. Seeing this, Chung Nguyen narrowed his eyes in confusion. Why didn't he aim at me? Does he want to show his grandmaster strength to me? Suddenly, he noticed Ngim Thak preparing to launch from above, carefully. Moments later, he swung the sharp aura toward Chung Nguyen, Nhi Lim Fong. Chung Nguyen calmly ignored the force and landed on the ground behind. Carefully attacking like that, does he underestimate me? While the residual energy had not yet dissipated, Ngim Thak firmly bent his knees with a self-satisfied smile. The fastest speed of my sword is 5 seconds for 18 strikes. I'm afraid you can't block it. Hearing this, Chung Nguyen coldly raised his hand in invitation. No need to hold back. Just unleash your ultimate moves. Instantly his eyes flashed dangerously, and the blade spun powerfully. Respect is meaningless compared to obedience. The sword strikes like a terrifying whirlwind surged toward him, Ngu Lim Fong. Chung Nguyen carefully calculated, with such close angles, unless I ascend to the sky, there's no place left to dodge. Ngim Thak was astonished to see him leap high. Well done, choosing to go up. But my Fong Lim lasts 3 seconds. Now if you jump up, you'll still be hit when you fall. Then he hurriedly turned, Feng Qin, quickly resonating life for him. Chung Nguyen's expression remained tense. What are you joking about? Resonate life for him. Will I even survive? Now Ngim Thak was extremely worried. Why hasn't Feng Qin acted yet? I'm doomed. This time I've triggered a catastrophe. Suddenly he was startled. In midair, Chung Nguyen's hand radiated fierce spiritual power, and on the ground a sharp ice slab appeared. His expression was cold and dangerously intense. Everything had been frozen, including the air. Ko Enham pointed in puzzlement. Freezing the air could make him descend so slowly. Hearing this, Feng Qin just slightly curled his lips. Normally, he's light. Actually, in his mind, he added, his weight is such that he could be lifted with one hand, even exceeding human limits. Suddenly, Quan Y furrowed his brow and remarked, free fall speed has nothing to do with weight. I'm not good at physics, so don't trick me. He nodded gently. You're talking physics. Moments later, Feng Qin explained profoundly. Chung Nguyen froze the air above. The air above cooled and contracted to a higher density, creating strong convection with the air below. The wind resistance from strong convection partially counteracts gravity, reducing his falling acceleration. It is known that Chung Nguyen took 3 seconds to fall from a height of 8 meters to the ground. What was his instantaneous speed just before landing? These words made him tremble, holding his head. Stop. I admit I'm a nerd. At that moment, Ngim Thak faced Chung Nguyen with the ice slab behind. The way he broke Ngu Lim Fong was truly formidable. But now the room temperature is very low. He cannot use the same technique a second time. Saying that, he decisively swung his blade, letting the sword strike powerfully. Ngu Lim Fong. But Chung Nguyen easily avoided them and landed safely. Unfortunately, I had already seen through the trajectory of Ngu Lim Fong. Then he moved nimbly, surprising his opponent. He cannot use the same technique a second time. Ngim Thak squinted heavily and gritted his teeth. He actually broke Ngu Lim Fong by moving forward. What speed is this? His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the trail of water on the ground. He slid across. The moisture in the air froze and melted on the ground, reducing friction. In-game Thak then swung his sword and extended his hand, generating a strong aura to block Chung Nuyen rushing forward. Fong Kai bitch, naive, thinking this could defeat me. But Chung Nuyen easily shattered that shield and struck a powerful punch to his face. Master-level combat, blood debt repaid. Finally, his knee collapsed weakly on the cold ground, though his whole body was trembling. In-game Thak still smiled smugly. To think he could break through my Fong Kai bitch head-on. He is indeed strong, but now he must be injured. Yet Chung Nuyen's wounds quickly healed with spiritual power. I can reincarnate, can he? If not, then quickly admit defeat and ask for healing, leaving in-game Thak astonished to the point of spitting blood. So in-game Thak could only collapse on his hands. I lost. While you can raise your arm in recognition, the winner is Chung Nuyen. Quan Wai next to him shouted excitedly, "Awesome." Meanwhile, Lu Van happily hugged him, pressing him to his chest. "So good, you won. Well done." Chung Nuyen calmly spoke. "Instructor, you're hugging too tightly. I can't breathe." Feng Qin, while healing in-game Thak, glanced disdainfully, doubting the truth of his claim that he couldn't breathe. Then he seriously shook hands to praise Chung Nuyen. "Your strength and demeanor are truly admirable. I've gained a lot from this match." The opponent also responded amicably, "You're very skilled. I've learned much experience." In-game Thak continued, "Next time you come to our Guangyuan city, we'll continue the match." Suddenly everyone turned toward the newcomers. Ko Enham looked puzzled. "Kuong Thin Sok, why did you rush in here?" Lu Van also spoke seriously. "Why didn't the guards stop them?" Ku Enhan mischievously winked and crossed his arms. "Your academy guards still need to improve their resistance to coins." Meanwhile, Thin Sok now saw Chung Nuyen and In-game Thak shaking hands in harmony. They had just finished fighting and were already making friends. Staring blankly at the two hands, the devil within tempted him. "Go challenge Chung Nuyen. After fighting you can shake hands." But angelic Thin Sok calmly remarked, "He'll beat you to death." Suddenly Ku Enhan stepped forward and slapped his shoulder. "President, what are you spacing out for? Go fetch him." He startled, face flushed. "All right." Then Thin Sok revealed a serious expression that confused the youth. "Chung Nuyen, on behalf of Hoa Lang Academy, I sincerely invite you to join our academy." He then, both happily and solemnly, placed a hand on his chest. "As long as you join, you'll receive 30 million monthly allowance, free provision of all resources and training materials, and after I graduate, you will become the student council president, with a position equal to the principal, second only to the academy director." Seeing this, In-game Thak also waited tensely. "Interestingly, with these conditions even I am tempted. What will Chung Nuyen choose?" Chung Nuyen's face was extremely cold. "I refuse." His thoughts filled with anger, and yet he still had the nerve to try to pry at the corner of the wall. "If it weren't in front of so many people, I would have killed him outright." An agitated voice immediately rang out. "Wait," you said sternly, folding his arms and cutting him off. "Kuong Thin Sok, there are principles and final boundaries. It's not that just because you have money you can do whatever you want." At that moment Thin Sok panicked and clutched his head. "Damn, earlier Ku Enhan interrupted, so I didn't get to apologize to him." While showing discomfort behind him, Thin Sok quickly raised his hand to explain to the person in front of him. "Chung Nuyen, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. I apologize to you. I thought the person I bumped into in the corridor was your sister. That's why I said those things. I had no other thoughts about your sister." Hearing that, Chung Nuyen pondered in puzzlement. "Corridor? Thought it was my sister." And then he flinched with a flushed face. A second later Chung Nuyen shouted angrily, "Get out!" Seeing him blazing with fury, the group hurriedly dragged Thin Sok away. "President, run quickly. If you don't run he'll climb the mountain overnight. The scenic Mount Budong and the Budong waterfall." But he was puzzled. Mountain or not mountain, what is this? Now the other man's arm was bulging with veins, and Ko Enham frowned in annoyance. "These Hoa Lang people are truly lawless. We must strengthen the academy's protective forces. We cannot allow them secretly to dig up and take excellent students from Than An." Lu Van then leisurely commented, "Headmaster Ko, you underestimate Chung Nuyen too much. He won't go to Hoa Lang, saying that she gently touched his back. Right, Chung Nguyen replied calmly, yes, while thinking. If I move, then Lam Lam will surely transfer with me. Then he crossed his arms in irritation, glancing at the group of people fleeing in disarray in the distance. The school style of Than An was terrible, but at least it was still better than the place of those Hoa Lang thugs. For the sake of Lam Lam's growth, transferring schools was out of the question, no matter how much money was offered. White clouds and gentle sunlight left their mark on the peaceful sky. As he walked, Chung Nguyen spoke cautiously. Feng Qin, you're friends with the person named Nguyen Thak, right? The other person turned his head in confusion. Why do you think so? Chung Nguyen replied calmly. I didn't mock him at all. I directly healed him. Feng Qin also explained calmly. Not really friends, at most we fought twice, just coincidentally acquainted. This time he ran over to challenge you. It's not bad, but not exactly good either. Hearing this, Chung Nguyen made a decisive choice. Fine then, one more thing isn't worse than one less thing. Let him go. And he laughed heartily, just as expected of him. Bright sunlight shone over the tall hotel building. Documents were clearly recorded on the computer screen. Report, person evaluated. Chung Nguyen, evaluation as follows. Combat ability, 9 points. Judgment strength, 8.5 points. Endurance, 10 points. Mental stability, 7.5 points. Leadership ability, unclear. Charm and personality, 10 points. Bonus points, 10 points. Additional explanation for bonus points. Firm will, loyalty to our forces, not swayed by money. Hard to buy off with benefits. Overall conclusion, excellent individual combat ability. Instant judgment power extremely strong, calm and slightly negative personality. Regeneration ability far above average. Exceptional charm cannot be ignored. Body temperature lower than normal, very high appearance value. But Nguyen Thak seriously stroked his chin and considered, delete the last two. The body temperature of ice-type ability users is very normal. Judging by the face alone isn't reliable. Then he decisively clicked the mouse, submitted the report, completed. Talent like this is indeed rare and hard to come by. Once approved from above, he will be a reserve for Cuckoo. Bright sunlight also shone into the peaceful cafeteria. At the table, Chung Lam worriedly asked, Anne, are you upset about something? Chung Nguyen remained calm, holding his phone, seeing the news too late, no chance to make an appointment anymore. He glanced irritably at the screen. Golden Coffin Exhibition. During the Golden Week in October, this precious golden coffin will be displayed at the Thuongdong City Museum for 7 days. Everyone can schedule a visit to the exhibition. Then Chung Nguyen muttered to himself, Golden coffin, what's so special about a coffin? At that moment, Quan Wai reached out to explain to the dazed girl. That's right, it coincides with the Than and school anniversary. The academy will prepare many activities. He continued, free movie screenings, theater performances, mini amusement park, night market food street, orchestra performance, maid cafes. Hearing this, Chung Lam's eyes lit up. She nodded excitedly, clenching both hands. At that moment, Feng Qin confidently pointed at Chung Nguyen. You want to go to the exhibition to see the golden coffin. The other party also honestly confirmed. Then he added, actually, if you take the ranking badge, you can enter without a prior appointment. Chung Nguyen's face was full of surprise. Such a privilege exists. Feng Qin calmly rested his chin on his hand. Yes, if you take the High-End Min badge, you can get full access. Hearing this, Chung Nguyen was extremely excited, truly. He decisively decided, I'll handle this. Which day do you plan to go to? Chung Nguyen happily raised his index finger, the 4th, his mind full of anticipation. Although full access is a bit over the top, the golden coffin holds secrets about his rebirth, must be careful. Through the phone screen, Truck Trin saw Feng Qin's serious face. Mom assigned me the task of cleaning the museum. Then she teased, my good child has grown up. Today is the first time you have come to ask your mother to help someone else. He was a little annoyed. In the end, will you help or not? Truck Trin calmly propped her chin. I will help. Of course I will help. Last time you asked the Supervision Bureau to send the sample of the school's defied. It was also for that junior of yours. Your recent news, indeed every piece of news is related to him. Feng Qin tilted his head in puzzlement. What exactly do you mean? She smiled lightly. It's nothing. Just wanted to call Hong Kim Chow back to Thuongkin for a trip, to tell me about that junior of yours. After hearing that, he shouted angrily, you did not call me home even during the holidays, and now you call. Mom, tell me honestly, is it that Uncle T's shabby institute is causing trouble again, urgently recruiting youths? Truck Trin's face remained very calm. Come home and I will tell you. On a shelf lay several books and small photo frames. Now the computer screen displayed documents and images of the teenager, a voice said, according to intelligence from Kudia, and information about him appeared clearly. Chung Nguyen, male, 16 years old, studying at Than an academy in Thuongdong City, abilities unknown. The man listened with a stern face. The person who killed Robusta in Phuongjoy then Nongjia and took the aberrant Hutin from his body is precisely this high school student named Chung Nguyen. This aberrant Hutin is either in his hands or will be absorbed by him. The voice continued, causing his eyes to narrow darkly. The only daughter of Robusta Joanna has given up the right to inherit this aberrant Hutin. Your mission now is, at any cost, to bid to recover this aberrant Hutin, action code, Nyat Ban. Then the man replied in a deep voice, received. He raised his hand to his chin, furrowed his brows in thought. The daughter of Robusta is really foolish. The success rate when letting a child absorb the aberrant Hutin is nearly 100%. She has missed the chance to become a top-tier Hunangjia. For years I have been lying in wait in Hoa Quoc, running a company to provide protection and disguise for the Hudang Jia of Dang Thap Quoc. But recently Hoa Quoc suddenly started strictly inspecting foreign forces. My company sooner or later will be found out. His face revealed a cold and gloomy expression. After completing this ticket and obtaining the reward from Dang Thap Quoc, I will withdraw to Boi Nam Quoc to retire. The computer screen remained on as the man spoke in a calculating tone. If Chung Nguyen does not absorb this aberrant Hutin, that's good. But if he absorbs it, I have to capture him and imprison him for a few years, wait for him to refine the aberrant Hutin, and then take it. In any case, I absolutely... Suddenly documents about the girl appeared. Chung Lam, female, 12 years old, the younger sister of Chung Nguyen. Immediately his face became excited. He even has a younger sister. This is not simple. In the third-year special class, a gentle voice sounded, welcome home, master and young lady. While he maintained a serious expression, Chung Lam cheerfully bowed. This is the third-year maid cafe. The arrangement is really nice, and the maid outfits are very cute. At that moment, Yuan Och was extremely embarrassed. Master and young lady, would you like something to drink today? On the other hand, Tu Nguyen smiled comfortably. There was strawberry soda, fruit tea, and all kinds of drinks. Immediately the girl's face darkened. That's the final wish, suddenly feeling that the maid's outfit wasn't cute at all. Chung Nguyen remained extremely calm. 1 strawberry soda, 1 strawberry cake. Hearing that, Chung Lam frowned, resting her chin on her hand. Brother, why do you only order what I like? Your appetite used to be small. Recently you eat less than half of me. At this rate your body will collapse. Unaware of the figure lurking behind her, he smiled lightly. Well, Lam, you order for me. The girl quickly turned around, adding a paired portion of cake, choosing mint and chocolate flavors. Suddenly Chung Lam looked innocently across. Oh, Phuong Quan, why? So you're here too? While he tensed up and couldn't speak. Seeing this, the girl took out a camera to tease sister Phuong Quan. Your elegance will surely dominate the country and city. This year's beauty contest definitely has a place for you. Quan, you could only shyly cover her face. Don't. At this time, Tu Nguyen held his phone while watching the person enjoying the interesting scene. Participating in the beauty contest while wearing jewelry, this kind of thing can only be done by Chung Nguyen. Thus, images of the beauties participating in the event appeared with exaggerated titles: Activity, 2042 Beauty Contest at Than and Academy, New, Hot. Chung Nguyen walked while speaking with concern. Lam Lam, autumn is approaching. Even if you like this outfit, you should change it. Hearing that, the girl immediately puffed her cheeks and frowned, and changed the childish outfit you bought for me. I am already a mature young woman. I will not wear a childish outfit or tie my hair in 2 braids. In his eyes there was still a deep sense of contemplation. In his previous life, he was busy working to support his family and had overlooked the changes in Lam Lam's growth, still thinking that she remained gentle and delicate as she was in childhood. Chung Nguyen carefully observed Chung Lam's carefree demeanor. 4 years later she would become a battle-crazed person, which was probably not a coincidence. Then he tilted his face and instructed, Lam Lam, I am going to the museum. Pay attention to safety at school. Have your lunch first. And so the girl turned her back and left with a wave. Got it. The bus sped along the long road. Sitting inside, Chung Nguyen looked out the window in a low voice. In the past few days I have slept in the cell. My mental strength has increased quite a lot. The weakened period of hemoblood violence has decreased to 24 hours. For the time being there are no signs of further shortening, according to the timeline of the previous life. In 4 years a relic will appear in the museum, including a heteromorphic species with enormous claws. Then he casually closed his eyes. In this life my fate and Lam Lam's has changed. Even if a butterfly effect occurs, it probably will not affect this matter. Later Chung Nguyen glanced at the phone in his hand. When researching the golden coffin, I might encounter something. I should still take a nap first. Just in case I will set the alarm ringtone to Lam Lam's voice. At that moment, a person accompanied by 2 polite bodyguards came to welcome him. Hello, hello. I am Director Su Thai Van, on behalf of all colleagues of the Shandong Museum. He carried a tense expression, his hands tightly clasped together. Do you need me to arrange a guide for you? Chung Nguyen asked a little awkwardly. No need. I can look around myself. Thai Van immediately replied, Understood. I have already turned off all the surveillance cameras as you requested, and will not reveal your identity. So Chung Nguyen stood before the enormous artifact. This was the golden coffin that had caused me to be reborn 4 years ago. He carefully examined it. No matter how he looked, it remained the same, with no gap between the lid and the main body, so there was no way to check what was inside. Then Chung Nguyen gently placed his hand on the gold material, touching it a little. It should be fine, right? Suddenly, the place he touched transformed into a strange swirling force. Chung Nguyen's expression showed clear confusion. What was happening? Thus, only the remnants of a powerful energy source remained around the coffin. One day, white clouds floated high above. On the phone screen was a news feed about the beauty pageant event along with photos of participants. While Yuan Och and Tu Nguyen were busy at the table, the roommate lying on the bed looking at her phone showed a displeased expression. Where did this long-haired, black-haired female student come from? The position of school beauty for Yuan Och is about to be lost. The person writing on paper lightly commented, It's all meaningless vanity anyway. Then Yuan Och slowly stepped away. I'm going to training. Seeing this, the roommate exclaimed, Even with school memories you still want to train, so impressive. But Tu Nguyen quietly glanced, although Och said that she actually paid attention to this matter. Using Chung Nguyen's photo to take away the school beauty title from him might not be very good, right? So she reached out and tapped on her phone, voting 1 vote for him.